So just
Yep.
wait. Okay, so thank you very much, Brody, for starting the World Tunnel Day, and welcome everyone. The our third edition of the World Tunnel Day online meetup marathon, whatever you call it. So without further ado, give the room to Brody, and let's start it. Thank you, Brody.
No worries. Thanks, Alex. Well, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from. Welcome to the third edition of World Tunnel Day, otherwise known as St. Barbara's Day, which was celebrated yesterday on the Sunday. My name's Brody Aitchison, and I'm the ATS Young Members Chair here in Australia. And I'll be joined today with Nadine Macon, who's also on the line, who's the Chair of our Diversity and Tunnelling Group. So the format of today's presentation will to give you an overview of, I guess, the ATS Young Members Committee, major projects that are ongoing here in Australia. I'll give an overview of the 2022 David Sugden Award, the ATS Tunnel Design Guideline, an update on what's happening in that space. The 50th anniversary, so 2022 was the 50th year of the Australian Tunnelling Society, so there's been a number of events taking place this year to celebrate that. Some highlights, and then finally Nadine will give an update on our newly formed Diversity and Tunnelling subgroup. So the ATS Young Members Committee is split across 4 states here in Australia. We have 18 members partaking in the committee, primarily split between Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. And I'm pleased to say we also have a fairly good representation of females amongst the group as well. And basically, the Young Members Group aims to be a technical network to provide young professionals, engineers and students with a network to be involved in underground works and tunnelling, to give them a voice, to help them exchange ideas and to promote awareness of the tunnelling industry. So we have a number of major projects here in Australia. There's a significant number under construction across most states. Here I've just listed the major projects which are generally greater than $1 billion Australian dollars in value across the states. These are the ones that are just under either design or construction at the moment. The list isn't exhaustive. It's the main ones that are in the forefront of my mind. So there's probably additional ones here that could make it on the list. But as you can see, we have a significant number of tunnelling projects going on here in Australia. In Queensland, we have the main project under construction is Cross River Rail and Brisbane Metro, and also a new pumped hydropower storage project. In New South Wales, they're finishing up the WestConnex road projects, and the Western Harbour Tunnel project has just been awarded here in Australia, in Sydney, which will continue on from WestConnex beneath the Sydney Harbour to the northern side of the harbour, sorry. Sydney Metro as well, the final contract for Sydney Metro was awarded last week. And in Melbourne, we have Melbourne Metro under construction. We have Westgate Tunnel under construction, North East Link commencing construction, and Suburban Rail Loop under design development. And I think they've just awarded their first contract as well. Is that right, Nadine?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Early works.
Early works contracts. Down in South Australia, we have the River Torrens to Darlington project, which is a major road project involving tunnelling. And in Western Australia, we have Forestfield Airport Link finishing up construction, and also Alkimos desalination plant about to go to market. So there's a significant number of major tunnelling projects here in Australia keeping us all busy. However, I wanted to focus this presentation a little more on the less known projects that are coming to market over the past 12 months. And that has been seen in funding for renewable energy projects. So we have Snowy Hydro 2.0 or Snowy 2.0 under construction here in Australia, which is our major hydropower project. In Queensland, we have Kidston pumped hydro under construction as well. But this year, we also received funding for a number of other pumped hydropower schemes. In Queensland, we have $48 million in funding committed to investigating the Barumba Dam pumped hydropower storage project, which is up to 2 gigawatts of energy, and the Pioneer Burdekin Dam, which is up to 5 gigawatts of energy potentially, which has the potential to be the largest hydropower project in the world. In New South Wales, they committed $45 million to funding 5 different hydropower projects across the state. And so this significant investment has seen a lot more activity in this space, and I believe we'll continue to see more and more investment in the renewable energy and hydropower space going forward. So Borumba Dam is a project in Queensland located in the Sunshine Coast hinterland in southeast Queensland. It's owned by Powerlink, which are essentially a government-owned company that was set up, and it has the potential to deliver up to 2 gigawatts of energy storage and enough power to supply 2 million homes. And at the moment, they're looking at front-end engineering and design for the project. So the site has a height differential of roughly 325 meters between the upper and lower reservoirs. And as I said, Powerlink are looking at the feed design at the moment, front-end engineering design, which is the next phase of work to investigate delivering this major project for the state. The other major hydropower project currently under investigation is the Pioneer Burdekin Pumped Hydro Project in northern Queensland, or in central Queensland, I should probably say. It's located in the Pioneer Valley, which is inland from Mackay, which is in the Whitsunday region. Again, it's owned by Queensland Hydro, which are a government organisation, and it can potentially deliver up to 5 gigawatts of energy storage, which would make it the largest in the world. So at the moment, detailed analytical studies are underway to investigate the feasibility of the project and connecting 2 upper reservoirs with a lower reservoir. And this will help the government to decide on how to proceed with the development of this project. So they're currently looking at detailed hydrological modelling, the environmental and social impacts, engineering design, geological investigations, and obviously financial modelling for the job. So if this project's built, being 5 gigawatts, it has the ability to supply approximately half of Queensland's energy needs with clean, reliable, and affordable renewable energy. So that's just 2 of the renewable energy projects here in Australia, and we hope to see further investment going forward. This year also saw the award of the David Sugden Award. In 2004, the Australian Tunnelling Society began this award to encourage the engineers to develop the art of technical writing. So David Sugden was basically the driving force behind mechanical rock excavation machinery, and he resulted in the construction of a number of tunnels. David continually showed a commitment to innovation and design throughout his career, which made him highly sought after. And he began his career as a cadet engineer in the Public Works Department in Western Australia, and then followed by the Hydroelectric Commission in Tasmania, and then subsequently went on to work at Robbins and TerraTech Asia Pacific, so working with TBM manufacturers. David has been recognised for his contribution to tunnelling, and especially in the mentoring of young engineers in the field, with the Alan Nayland Tunnelling Achievement Award in 1996, followed by a number of other awards, including the 2003 AGM Mitchell Award for his outstanding contribution in mechanical engineering. So past winners of this award are shown on the screen here. And the David Sugden Award has traditionally in Australia been an avenue for young engineers to really showcase their talents. And we've had some really fantastic papers submitted over the last 4 years, not only the winning papers, but also other submissions and runners-up. So it's been a fantastic avenue for engineers to develop the art of technical writing. And this year, the award was presented to Ivan Hariono, who is an associate geotechnical engineer with Golder Associates. Ivan wrote a paper on discrete fracture network approach in ground support design optimization for large span caverns in jointed rock masses. It's quite a mouthful, but Ivan wrote a paper essentially on a project here in Brisbane, which was a publication of a project involving discrete fracture network modelling. So Ivan's paper was remarked as being a fantastic presentation of previously unpublished data and a well presented and published document. So Ivan received that award recently at the 50th anniversary celebration. So I should mention, if you'd like to obtain a copy of Ivan's paper, you can visit the Australian Tunnelling Society website, and it's there under resources. Okay, so the ATS Tunnel Design Guideline. The ATS Young members published the first edition of the guideline in September of 2020. And since it's released, it's been used for a number of university courses, and it's been used as a reference on a number of projects as well, which is fantastic to see. So the intent of the guideline was to develop a document that would provide students and young engineers with a good reference and to help them learn the basic principles of tunnelling and to summarise the current best practices here in Australia. In 2021, the ATS Tunnel Design Guideline won the Engineers Australia President's Prize Award, which is a recognition for all of the hard work the team put into developing the document and a reflection, hopefully, of the quality of the document. So the team has reassembled and we're currently working on the second edition of the design guideline, looking at including additional topics on hydrogeology, tunnel space proofing and geometry, fire and life safety, durability, digital and sustainability. So we're currently writing that now and we're hoping to have that ready for publication by mid next year. So keep an eye out for the second edition of the guideline. If you'd like to obtain a copy of the guideline, it's available through the ATS website. It's free for ATS members, or you can purchase the document for $120. So this year we also celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Australian Tunnelling Society. This was celebrated on the 13th of October with over 400 ATS members and friends of the Society together at events in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane. So these events were live streamed across the country to enable the whole Society to join in the celebration before the members each group enjoyed separate dinners. The special in-person occasion was also used to give out several awards. So we had Tony Peach was awarded who was a former ATS president, was awarded the Alan Neyland Tunnelling Award in 2020. We had Ivan with the David Sugden Award, and we had a long-time ATS member, Alan Robertson, awarded the special edition 50th anniversary Alan Neyland Tunnelling Award as well. So all three were gracious in their acceptance speeches detailing how much the recognition meant to them and how much tunnelling had been a large part of their lives and their careers. Also produced for the 50th was a special anniversary journal, Australian and New Zealand Tunnelling Journal. This was produced published by the Tunnelling Journal. So if you'd like to obtain a copy of the journal, it should be available digitally on their website in the coming month. And the journal is basically a collaboration of the last 50 years of tunnelling here in Australia with key pieces from projects and influential people within the Australian tunnelling industry. So some highlights from this year: we held over 24 technical sessions over the 4 states. We had an ATS short course at the beginning of the year in Sydney, which was a sellout, well attended. We had the launch of our diversity in tunnelling group, which Nadine is going to talk about coming up. We had the one-day workshop here in Queensland, which was to showcase the local tunnelling projects. And as you would have heard, we have had an Australian, Arnold Dix, elected as the ITA president in Copenhagen, which is fantastic. We had our 50th celebrations, and just last week, we also had the St. Barbara's Day dinner. So I'd now like to hand over to Nadine to give us an update on our diversity in tunnelling group here at the Australian Tunnelling Society.
Thanks, Bertie. I was just going to talk to you a little bit about the story so far in terms of how we've come to have a diversity in tunnelling society as part of the ATS. So I've been a member of the ATS for a very long time, probably about 10 years or more, and on the committee for at least 10 years, and part of the Victorian branch in Australia. Been a tunneler for about 20 years, actually. So in Australia, engineering and construction are often cited as some of the most male-dominated industries, with only about 12 to 14% of the workforce comprising women. This is a lot lower than other countries around the world. Sweden, the statistics around 25%, and Germany, the statistics around 15%. In addition to having very few women starting out in the tunnelling industry or in the construction industry, only about 30%, 38% leave faster than their male counterparts. So to combat this, the ATS decided that we needed to do something, and the initial idea was to recognise the women that are in our industry through a Women in Tunnelling Award. So we called for nominations for this award, and we got 35 entrants, really high quality entrants from all around the country. And here are some of their faces now. Brodie, can you click the
Sorry,
slides
yes,
over?
I'll
Because I'm
control the
clicking it, but I
slides
don't
for
think
you.
I'm syncing everybody else's.
Here are their faces.
Here's all of their faces. So I can move it, but it's not moving it for everybody else because I think you're the presenter. So you're going to have to keep up with me.
That's okay. You just tell me when you want to change slides.
Sure. Okay, next slide, please. So the Women in Tunnelling Award, it aims to celebrate and draw attention to the women in our industry who are really making a difference and excelling. We want to recognise their leadership and achievements, and we want to inspire and support others in the industry. Additionally, we want the award to help women of all ages visualise themselves growing within the industry. The very first Women in Tunnelling Award was awarded to Diane Mather in May 2021 at the ATS conference. The award generated much excitement. You're gonna have to move 2 slides. Sorry, we're gonna struggle. I keep clicking it, but it doesn't make it move for everybody else. The award generated much excitement and discussion at the conference, but there was a few missteps at the conference and at the expense of our female colleagues. And it became very apparent that we needed to do more than just have a one-off award. We needed a continuous effort to lift the standing of women in our industry. So we at the ATS reached out to the pool of 35 wonderful nominees in the Women in Tunnelling Award, and asked of those 35 who would be interested in forming the first ever Women in Tunnelling group. So we started off as a Women in Tunnelling group. Next slide, please, Brodie. And we started talking through, I think you're one ahead of me now. Okay, we started talking through the challenges facing women in our industry. Some of those challenges included the lack of no role models and the very narrow stereotype for what a successful tunnelling professional looks like. There were very few female role models for girls and young women, and this was making a difference into the sort of talented young women we could attract to our industry. There were gendered assumptions, so the industry was seen as dirty or dangerous and unsuitable for women. And these traditional gender roles were often leading to unconscious bias against women pursuing tunnelling as a career. But as we talked through these issues, we began to realise that the issues were broader than just for women, and that these were also issues facing the broader tunnelling workforce. So we decided to reframe the problem. And so if we look at the lack of role models, it's actually more to do with it was a very narrow stereotype for the professionals within the tunnelling industry, and the lack of diversity in role models within the industry was limiting our ability to attract future talent. The biased assumptions meant that we were only attracting one type of person to our industry, and this led to really reinforcing the stereotype. So by changing the language, we were able to, I guess, broaden the problem, but also bring in more supporters in terms of the people who could help us in changing the image of tunneling within the ATS and more widely within the engineering industry. So we rebranded ourselves as Diversity in Tunneling, and we created the following mission statement. Our mission is to promote, inspire, and cultivate equality and inclusion in all sectors of tunneling through leadership, mentoring, engagement, with the aim of attracting, retaining talented individuals. So this year, after all of that establishment, we've created the mission statement, which I talked to you about before. We've formalised the terms of reference. We've secured some sponsorship. We had our launch event, which Brodie mentioned. And we're also in the process of formally electing an official committee, which I'm proud to say looks like it's going to have quite a range of genders, nationalities, and even we've got a few nominations from people with differing physical abilities as well. So really, really mixed crew. And we're really proud that we've been able to attract such a diverse expression of interest cohort for our new group. We've also launched a mentoring program, which we're currently in the process of rolling out as well. Next year looks like another big year. We're trying to highlight some of the personal stories within the ATS membership, and we'd like to provide opportunities for people to connect and share their tunneling stories and their stories of their career and the challenges they've faced. We will also continue to administer the Women in Tunneling Award. It won't be changing its name. It will continue to be the Women in Tunneling Award. And we will work with the other groups in the ATS to ensure a more diverse representation of our industry is presented at our forums. We'll also provide guidance to the ATS in the preparation of conference and short courses going forward, so that we can better represent the tunneling community. Happy to take questions though.
Lovely, thanks, Nadine. I'd be keen to know if any of the other groups around the world have any diversity in tunneling initiatives or groups set up to try and address this issue that seems to be a lot more widespread than just Australia.
I have heard a couple of chapters express some interest in starting their own groups, so we will hopefully see other nations join us in the diversity in tunneling cause. So I think some of the American colleagues were expressed some interest a couple of months ago, so that would be good. Yeah,
it'd be good to get involved with the other countries, and I haven't seen what's been happening much on the ITA level, but to see what's taking place at the international level in the diversity space.
The session typically interactive. I don't know if anyone on the call's got a group similar.
If anyone would like to ask any questions, that about concludes the formalities of our presentation. If you'd like to follow us, we're on LinkedIn like most people, so you can follow the Australian Tunnelling Society on there. We're pretty active. And if you'd like to ask any questions, feel free to reach out to me or ask any questions now. We're here to discuss things. It looks like we're thinking of having a session on diversity or women in tunnelling at WTC 2023, which would be fantastic to see. So
that'd be great.
Be good to, I guess, collaborate with the Unity and see if we can get something happening in that space at WTC. It's not far away, but yeah,
no, there is at all. But yeah, if there's a slot, we're happy to assist in any way we can.
Absolutely. So how many members do you have at the moment in the team?
At the moment, we've got a group of about 16 of us who are organising things. So we're represented across the Eastern Seaboard. We don't have a member in WA just yet, but we do have members across the Eastern Seaboard. Our official cohort is 12, but we've got a few people who assist our group as well. And we're in the process of transitioning to us from our unofficial team into our formal formal team, and even in our unofficial team, we've got a mix of genders and age groups already represented. And when, with this expression of interest and call for new committee members that's in the works at the moment, we've been able to, it's almost a 50 split in gender, but more interestingly is that we've been able to capture a wider net in terms of the sort of diversity aspects. So we've got people from all over the world who are working in Australia, so people from Europe, from Asia, people from New Zealand. So we've captured a good ethnic diversity, but then we've also got a few people who have identified as having physical disabilities and are working in the tunnelling industry for different aspects as well. So we've got a real mix of people who are interested in this field, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about, obviously women in tunnelling is something that's close to my heart, but there are other people in the tunnelling industry who are facing challenges and would like to have a voice in our industry as well. So hopefully we'll be able to give them a platform that can raise awareness.
What do you see, like event-wise, what do you see as being, or is it necessary to run events as a diversity and tunnelling subgroup? Probably not. It's about...
There's a lot about networking, but we did want to do a tunnelling stories type event. We've got a few people who've reached out to us with some really good stories about how they've been able to overcome challenge to get to where they are. So some very senior people in our industry have had some challenges and setbacks, and they've gotten through it. And there's some really positive stories that can be told, and hopefully encourage people to stick it out. Sometimes, you get into a bit of a rut. There's some challenges in your career, and it's all too easy to sort of throw it all in. But there's been some really great stories shared about people who stuck it out and are contributing really positively to the industry, despite facing some significant challenges. The one I'm thinking of is a lady who had a significant brain injury and recovered to continue her career in engineering, and is now a very senior person in our engineering industry. So there's some really cool stories that I don't think many people would know about. So hopefully we give people a platform to share and hopefully inspire others.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more than we realise, and there's a lot more going on than we realise. And providing an avenue for people to, I guess, speak up and be heard is part of addressing the issue as well. But yeah, I mean, the industry is changing, and a lot of things have changed in the last 3 years with COVID in terms of the way we work, and it's enabled greater flexibility, which suits a more diverse range of people. So hopefully that's enabling more and more people to remain in the industry and remain involved.
Yeah, so one of the things we've had to do in the diversity and tunnelling space is we've actually changed our meeting times, for instance, something really simple, because the end of the day made it difficult for some of our cohort with young children to pick up from childcare and things like that. So we've moved ours to lunchtime, so we have lunch together virtually and have our meeting that way, so that everyone can join, because everyone's typically working, but it's sometimes hard to juggle life and family and extracurricular activities and all at the same time. So we've tried to cater to our audience.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, having late meetings and events in the evening doesn't necessarily suit everyone. So it's important to, when we're thinking about hosting technical events and things like that, to have a good spread across, whether that be lunchtime presentations or evening presentations, so that it gives the opportunity for everyone to make it. People have commitments, not just females, but also males after work with kids and what have you. So giving everyone the opportunity to participate, I like that. And I think from memory, when we have run lunchtime sessions, it's been a huge success, because the majority of people are at work during that time and happy to participate.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a small change and it can be but significantly more inclusive. So
yeah,
just challenging your thinking and maybe questioning a little bit more than just doing things the way we've always done it might produce some interesting outcomes.
Yep. Well, I think
Not
we've
a lot of
achieved it. We've
questions,
got
though.
yeah, not a lot of questions. We do have. I mean, I'm pleased to hear about the WTC. Thinking about it, so I'm keen to see what happens in that space, and I'll put you in touch, Nadine, with Chris Homotheus about Athens. So yeah, Alex, are you still there? Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, you can. Sorry, can you please say your name, and you can also start.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm okay. Thank you, Alexan. So I'm Azam from Shimizu Corporation Japan. Yeah, thanks very much for this opportunity to be one of the presenter for this World Tunneling Days. So happy World Tunneling Days, everyone. I will start by sharing my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will repeat again. Thanks again for this opportunity. So on behalf of JTA or Japan Tunneling Association, we would like to thank to have a 30 minutes presentation. And hopefully by end of this presentation, I hope you guys will have some insights about the general conditions in Japan, and also I will give some introduction about the major tunneling project in Japan. Before I move on, just want to say something. My name is Azam, not a typical Japanese name yet because I'm not Japanese, by the way. I work in Japanese company for the last 13 years, and I've been working in Japan for almost 8 years. And I'm a Malaysian, by the way, and I'm working in a general contractor called Shimizu Corporation. Okay, I will start by my presentation. So, in the Western world, World Tunneling Days is for celebrating Saint Barbara's, and I will give some introduction in Japan. So in Japan, before the tunneling activities start, almost all the tunnel portal, as you can see here, at the top of the tunnel portal, they will decorate with keishogi or decorative wood, because in Japan, people believe in a lot of deities, and one of them is the mountain deities. So by putting this decorative wood, it was said that it is prayers for the safety for all the workers inside the tunnel. And this shape, as you can see, is like a horn shape, more or less inspired by the Ise Grand Shrine in Mie Prefecture. And some other interesting article or stories about tunnel. Also, you can see from some these pages from Obayashi, is also one of the general contractor in Japan. Okay, next I will move about general condition, the geological condition in Japan. So as some of you or most of you aware, in Japan, basically the topography is 70% mountainous, and they have a population of around 130 million people. And yeah, there's a lot of overcrowded cities like Tokyo, Osaka, and mainly it has a very complicated geology. As you can see here, it's located on top of these four tectonic plate boundaries. And yeah, that's why in Japan there are a lot of earthquake, tsunami, and also volcanic activities. And because it's highly mountainous, there's very few flatlands, And to move from one to another place, obviously there's high needs of underground usage. And the development of advanced construction technology is critical for successful tunnel project in Japan. Some important disclaimer, most of the material of my project is from so-called Japan Tunnel Activity from JTA homepage. You guys can click or check this after this. And yeah, just going back to the complicated geology, as you can see here, compared with other countries like UK or Scandinavian country or America and Canada, the geology in Japan is highly variable. It's not how to say, it's quite common for one tunneling project to have, even for let's say less than 2 or 1 kilometers, we can encounter a lot of geology. And yeah, in Japan and also elsewhere all the world, due to climate change, like lately we can say the disaster due to earthquakes and climate change in Japan is increasing. As you can see, the annual surface temperature in Japan is rising. The rain occurrence also is rising. And yeah, a lot of this is due to landslide, due to earthquake, or due to heavy rainfall. And on the other hand, for the current state of the construction industry in Japan, after Japan experiencing so-called economic boom from 1950s until 1980s, at that time a lot of road bridges, road tunnel, or a lot of all kinds of infrastructure were built at that time. And this infrastructure, for example, next year on 2023, 39% of the road bridges will be more than 50 years old, and road tunnel also 27% will be older than 50 years old. So what I'm trying to say is this aging infrastructure, in the future, there's a high needs of renewable and also so-called refurbishment work. And to make things worse, in Japan, the population is shrinking, the labor force is decreasing a lot, and also, declining and aging population. These are some of the challenges in Japan. And I'll back to the current status of tunneling in Japan. This top left graph is the figures of number and length of road tunnels in Japan. This is only the road around as of, is it? Yeah, I'll share my screen again. Hold on. Can you see my screen now? Is it okay? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, and I'll repeat again. This is the graph of the number and length of road tunnel in Japan at the top left side. As of 1920, there are around more than 4,500 kilometer length of road tunnels. And at the right side is the graph of the railway. As of now, there are more than almost 2,400 kilometers of railway tunnel. And some additional information here, as you can see, there's a pink so-called concrete cast in place concrete in the railway tunnel, because before the introduction of NATEM in Japan, which was introduced back in end of 1970s. At that time in Japan, the common method is so-called timber legging method. So instead of using shotcrete and rope bolt, first the top part they will build with the steel rib and put all the wooden legging, and then after they excavate for several meters at the top half, they will cast the in place concrete, and then after that they will excavate the below part and then cast another concrete. So the method become the NATEM become official conventional method in Japan after, I think, end of 1970s. So again, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of refurbishment work in the future in Japan. And these are the graph of the current so-called construction investment in tunnels and underground space. This one from 1989, so this graph is around 30 years. From, as you can see, from the peak is around 1995, and it decreased steadily until 2030, and then suddenly increased again due to preparation for Tokyo Olympic. And at that time, I think mainly there's many new projects of road tunnels. And for the percentage-wise of the tunneling method in Japan, it is this bottom left part. Mainly in Japan, we call it mountain tunneling or so-called conventional or NATEM, around 57%, and 28% we use a shield or TBM method, and others is either cut and cover and pipe jacking. And from the NATEM or conventional or mountain or conventional method, we carry out blasting around 60%, and 28% is mechanical, and machine blasting is 10%. And for the shield or TBM method, we mainly 69% we are using EPB or earth pressure balance, and around 28% we are using the slurry. Again, all this statistic you can see from this JTA link below. Before I move, maybe I just want to explain why mainly in Japan NATEM method was adopted. So first of all, again, it's back to the geology. There's a lot of so-called very weak, and we need a lot of pre-support. And also for this, for example, if the tunnel have a geology of serpentinite or tufaceous rock, there's a very high possibility of ground squeezing. So the most flexible and the best method in Japan is NATEM. So next, I will move on for some of the major tunneling project in Japan. This page you can see from the home site of JRTT here. And this is the blue line shows the current network of Shinkansen or bullet train in Japan. The first one is from Tokaido, or from Tokyo to to Osaka. This one started from 1964 during the first Tokyo Olympic, and then it extended a lot until now. They have almost 2,800 kilometers running, and the red part is now where the extension of the Shinkansen is still ongoing. So there's mainly three for JRTT. First is Hokkaido Shinkansen, and Hokuriku Shinkansen, and so-called Kyushu Shinkansen. The under construction is around 400 kilometers of Shinkansen. And first I'll move up for the Hokkaido Shinkansen. So it projected to be completed March 2031. The total length is around 212, and tunnel is 80% of it consists of tunnel, which means 169 kilometers tunnels, this top part. And yeah, the famous Seikan Tunnel also is part of this Hokkaido Shinkansen. This is some of the typical cross-section of tunnel and viaduct. This one, okay. Talk about Seikan Tunnel. Yeah, Seikan Tunnel is a part of the Hokkaido Shinkansen. This tunnel was completed way back in 1988, but compared with Channel Tunnel in the UK and France, both more or less have around same length, around 50 kilometers. But for Seikan Tunnel, the construction period itself is more than 24 years old. 44 years, we need 44 years to build. Again, it's due to the very complicated geology, and at that time, a lot of experiment of the method is still ongoing. And yeah, unlike Channel Tunnel, where it was excavated in a fairly stable chalk marl, And this is some of the standard cross-section of Seikan Tunnel. One main tunnel, one Swiss tunnel, and one pilot tunnel. You guys can check out the link here. And I'll move on to the next project, which is called Hokuriku Shinkansen. This is due to be completed next 2 years, 2024. And the total is 114.6 kilometer, and tunnel is around 33%, 38.4 kilometer. Some of the articles in the tunneling activity in Japan also have included this Hokuriku Shinkansen. For example, this article is about construction of long and massive mountain tunnels fault crush zone. Is located in the middle, this 3 zone. And in Japan, again, also want to give some insights. For a very long tunnel, usually it's very common for the package to be divided to smaller parts. And for each zone, there will be different contractor will carry out this tunnel project. And due to the generally relatively young and weak geology in Japan, there are a lot of so-called auxiliary method or pre-support method need to be carried out in Japan. Mainly, the famous one, we are calling it as a steel fall piling or AGF. This method is very effective to control the ground and stabilize the tunnel face. Also, we carry out a lot of face ball or face shotcrete to increase the face stability. I will not go through this one by one, but just give a general overview. And next, about the Kyushu Shinkansen. In fact, this year, September, it has opened to the public. So out of this 67 kilometer, 41 kilometer or 61% is tunnels. And this is some of the picture during the so-called ceremony, opening ceremony. And some of the articles in the Japan Tunnel activity is also, again, it's about how the Natum Tunnel will carry out in a dense residential area while considering the surrounding environment. Again, a lot of auxiliary method of pre-support work will carry out. As you can see here, the overburden is less than 1 diameter of the tunnel itself. And at this tunnel, instead of using Duri and Blast, using this boom type cutting machine. And yeah, more or less the settlement surface and the percussion is lower than what was expected. And next, I will move for the another major tunnel project in Japan. This one, the client is from Chuo Shinkansen. Or maybe it's easier to be understood as MacLeaf. This MacLeaf currently projected the operating speed is to be 500 kilometer. So currently from Tokyo to Osaka, you need around 2 hours 30 minutes by the current Shinkansen. But once it's completed, it will take only 67 minutes from Tokyo to Osaka. Currently, this one is fully on swing. From Nagoya to Osaka is still on planning. And for the 286 kilometer of the tunnel, the length, sorry, 86% of the new 286 kilometer will be underground, and some of it will pass through a very high overburden. For example, at the Minami Alps here, near in border between Yamanashi and Shizuoka. Okay. And also this one you can check from this link here from the Globe GR Central. Some of the updates about terminal station, about the mountain tunnel construction, and in the urban. Okay. And for the next major tunneling project in Japan, we'll back to Tokyo. This is called Tokyo Outer Ring Road. The outer ring road is this orange color. The construction that's still ongoing is at this section, western part of Tokyo. And the total length is around 16 kilometer. At that time, the TBM here is the largest in Japan. Sorry, how many meters radius? I think almost 16 meter. And then yeah, four big TBM will excavate at the same time, and they will meet in the middle. And this is the same project outer Tokyo Outer Ring Road. And this article shows some of the shield machine that were used in this project. Some of the features of the TBM this project, they have like a 5 degree of angle slant to enable intermittent cutting. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, there are no bit cutter, what you call it, in the same bit will be used from starting until beginning, so there will no changes of cutter in the middle of the project. So yeah, I need to make sure it can withstand all the geology. And some of other features, they have like 2 screw conveyors to improve the water resistance and prevent the halt of excavation. And next, this is some of the breakthrough technology in Japan. This project is called World First Spiral Excavation using HNV shield method. HNV stands for horizontal and vertical. As you can see, the top left pictures, 2 TBM were excavated side by side. Initially at the launching shaft, they are horizontally. And then in the middle, one of the TBM will spiral up. And then at the receiving shaft, the TBM will be vertical. So why this kind of method was adopted? Because due to space constraint, due to existing structure, and also some of the issue of the top land acquisition. So instead of building only one big shield machine, 2 smaller shield machine was required. We have some time, and finally, I think this is my final slides. Talk about active seismic activity in Japan back in 2016. There's Kumamoto earthquake, and in one of the tunnels called Tawarayama Tunnel, some part of the tunnel, as you can see, the concrete lining is collapsed. So close inspection will carry out. By the way, this tunnel is located around 70 kilometers from the earthquake epicenter and within 300 meters of the closest active faults. So from the inspection, basically, there are 3 kind of restoration method will carry out. First, total removal of existing line and replacement with the new line around 160 meter. And second one, around 1,150 meter, countermeasures such as carbon fiber sheet attachment, spalling prevention net, and application of steel arc will carry out. And the rest, around 750, no countermeasure due to slight or no damage. I think I come to the end of my presentation. Again, if you have any questions, in the Japan Tunneling homepage, JTE homepage, there's an inquiry section. Yeah, or you can, yeah, please drop an email there. Or if there's any question, I can answer now. So yeah, please. Alexan, are you still there? Alexander, are you there? Can you hear me?
Maybe he's doing the COVID test now
Okay, I see.
in China. So I think we can move to next country. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Japan.
Thank you.
So
are you ready to start, Shi?
yeah, I have a
Okay.
very brief introduction. So
Okay, so,
you
so
can
let
see
me,
my,
yes, let me thank you for the presentation from Japan. It was really great presentation. And we have you have an additional 5 minutes, Shi, for you. Okay, good presentation. See you there.
Thank you.
okay, so X, so you can see my slides, right? Okay, so good morning, Europe, and good afternoon, China, Asian countries. So this is our third World Tunnel Day. So today, first of all, I will make a very brief introduction of our ITAM China working group. So actually, ITAM China working group was just established in 2020. And this group is led by the Tunnel and Underground Works branch of the China Civil Engineering Society. And we have over 1,000 members. And the three main leaders are as follows: Professor Feng Shoujiang from Tongji University, China, and Professor Jin Yangfu from Central South University from China, and me from the University of Tennessee. So we three try our best to do the service to attract more young tunnelers and more young people who wants to start their career as a young tunneler. So this year we are planning to host the third symposium of the Young Tunnelers of Asia, SYTA, in Central South University in Changsha, Hunan, China. So here is the official website of our conference. So we welcome everyone to join us. And today we have four very outstanding young tunnelers and scholars from China to share their stories and achievements in tunneling industry. So I hope someone can mute himself. Okay, great job. So first of all, we will welcome Dr. Minliang Zhou. He is currently a postdoc research fellow in the Geotechnical Engineering Department at Tongji University, Shanghai, China. So he got his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. And he has very strong background in tunneling engineering. Let's welcome him.
Thank you, Dr. Jiang.
Have to.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, very clear.
Great. Okay, great. Shall I kickstart?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jiang, and thank you for the organizer for this great opportunity for me to share some of the research work from our group. First of all, I would like to show some of you who might interested to know the university, Tongji, which is from Shanghai, China. And we welcome you all to come to join us for any research collaboration. And this is a very beautiful campus. We have the geotech department and the big civil engineering college with about 400 staff. And in the spring, we have sakura blossom. So we welcome you all to come in springtime to Shanghai. For our research team, we consist of 7 members, and for the students, we have around 70 postgraduate students who are doing research in our group. We mainly focus on underground infrastructure inspection and resilience research. And a brief introduction of one of the latest joint research center founded in Tongji, which focus on the resilient infrastructure for the future research. And we have established an international force which jointly to collaborate on the research in terms of infrastructure resilience. This group combined with the world-leading professors and researchers in this field. So we welcome you all to join the research in this field as well. In terms of today's research background, we all know for tunnel in the metro cities, there's always encounter uncertain urban environment, which you can encounter typical defects such as cracks, spalling, leakage, and dislocations. Therefore, regular inspection is vital for resilient tunnel infrastructure. At the moment, the machine vision-based technology has been emerged. So we used to use image-based 2D inspection method or the point cloud-based 3D inspection method. And in Tongji, we have established equipment which we can do inspection videos based on the laser scanning equipment, which you can obtain the 3D point cloud data from both shore tunnel lining and the railway tunnel lining. And based on the tunnel linings, we can convert the point cloud data into the 2D plane point cloud and to the grayscale image. And based on the image analysis, we established a few of deep learning models, such as the leakage detection model, which we developed based on the mask RCN model, which we can achieve accurate inspection of the leakage defects. And based on the leakage defects, we can quantify the amount of leakage and the possibility of the leakage in the tunnel lining. And based on the segmentation of the leakage, we can calculate the leakage area, as well as we can obtain the spatial location of all the leakages in the tunnel lining. Another important aspect of the defect is the spalling. In the spalling aspect, one of the important features of the spalling is the depth into the tunnel lining surface. Therefore, we utilize this feature and combine the depth image together with the intensity image to create a spatial deep neural network called the spalling intensity separator network, which can combine both the deep depth image and the intensity image to identify the leakages. And based on the identified leakages, we can calculate the spalling volume as well as the 3D volumes of the leakage. Another aspect of the tunnel defect is the crack. Crack has long been an important research topic in the civil engineering field. And in the tunnel lining, the cracks usually comes with a very fine scale with a few millimeters. And a typical problem for the deep learning models encounter is the crack disjoint using the deep learning models. Therefore, we created the PANet A-star algorithm, which can mitigate this crack disjoint problem. Together with the A-star algorithm, we have the refined crack skeletonization, which can accurately quantify all the cracks in the tunnel lining. As you can see, compare with the other state-of-the-art deep learning models, our proposed model can achieve better performance in terms of crack disjoint mitigation as well as refined crack quantification. Based on the inspection results, we developed a novel triangular mesh method, which can not only reproject all the inspected results into the 3D model, as well as we can obtain all the information of the defects in the 3D space. As you can see, we can achieve an automated 3D defect inspection report creation. And based on the creation, the inspectors would be able to do based on the inspection report to do some maintenance work. Another work beyond the work we have done, we utilize Unity 3D engine and made an eye toward the future digital twin of the tunnel inspection. Based on the Unity 3D engine, we will be able to create a digital twin field of the tunnel inspection scene. And the inspectors can utilize this digital twin model to identify defects in the tunnel linings and understand where the linings have the most critical status needed to be maintained or serviced. Thank you. That's all the progress we want to share with you. Thank you.
So, any question for this very fancy presentation? Okay. Because Dr. Zhou left his email at the last slide of the presentation, so anyone who has questions can contact him via the email. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhou.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang.
Okay. So, okay. Now we welcome the next one. So we welcome Dr. Xiang Shen. His topic is a brief introduction on development of underground space in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Great Bay Area of China. So Xiang is now an assistant professor at Shenzhen University. He obtained his bachelor degree in civil engineering from Beijing Jiao Tong University and his PhD in tunnel and underground engineering also from the same university. So his research interest is about the shared tunnel construction safety control. Let's welcome Dr. Shen.
Thank you, Dr. John. Can you see my screen?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for Dr. John. Down here, I would like to thank you all for your time. It's my great honor to give a presentation entitled A Brief Introduction on Development of Underground Space in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Great Bay Area of China. On behalf of our team, Underground Policy of Academy today, the presentation will be divided into three parts. The first is the background about development, trade, and the challenges of underground space. Urban metro tunnel, highway tunnel, and the cross-city tunnel will promote the interconnection of cities in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Great Bay Area greatly. However, as the utilization rate of the underground space continues to increase, it will greatly increase the difficulty of developing and utilizing underground space. Large diameter, close distance, and complex environment are the main developer trade and the challenges of tunnels in coastal cities. Under this background, our team has undertaken a number of major engineering projects in this area. I have selected some typical projects to introduce. The first is intelligent construction of super hubs. The 2 lines and the 3 hubs of Shenzhen Metro has been put into operation in October 2022, make a new step in the construction of Shenzhen urban rail transit. The operation of Guangsha North Hub, Huangmugang Hub, and Dayun Hub will effectively relieve the urban traffic pressure. Since April 2020, under the leadership of the academician Chen Xiangsheng, the research team has carried out technical research, breaking through a series of the super hub construction challenges in the complex environment of the urban area. The research results provide a strong technical support and the security guarantee for the smooth and the operation of the 3 hubs. The second project is Heao Tunnel, a solid balance shot with the diameter of the 18.1 meters will be adopted in this project, and exceeding the diameter of the Hong Kong Chengmen Tunnel and the Celtus SR99 tunnel. In the 30 years, Zhuhai has also developed underground space, and many larger diameter shared tunnels have been built or are under construction. Our team has also participated in several projects. Mangzhou Tunnel is one of them. We have carried out relevant research on the difficulty of controlling the attitude of the shade and the stability control of the excavation surface. At present, the shade has been excavated to 300 rings. Zimen Tunnel is located in Nanwan District and Hengqin District of Zhuhai City. The total length of the shade tunnel is 940 meters. A salary pressure balance showed it was adopted for construction. The real-time control and the prediction of attitude and moving in shared tunneling is challenging, especially in the small radius. I also relied on this project to do some research on shared attitude control. Pearl River Delta Water Convergence Tunnel is an important project to balance the utilization of water resource of the Pearl River. The length of the shared tunneling is 84.9 kilometers, and the length of the shared tunnel accounting for about 75% of the total length of the line, which is the most important part of this project. Our team undertook the section with the greatest construction risk in the project. The ultimate diameter of the salary shared is 8.65 meters. The national news media has repeatedly reported on this project. On July 17, 2022, CCTV News reported the progress of the Pearl River Delta Water Resource Allocation Project. On October 29, 2022, the China News Network reported that the Pearl River Delta Water Resource Allocation project was completed by the shared tunneling. The section that our team participated in was 10 months ahead of the expected construction period. Finally, I will briefly introduce our team and the research field. Our team, Underground Police Academy, was established on April 17, 2018. The founding dean is Professor Chen Xiangsheng, a member of the China Engineering Academy. The goal and purpose is that explore the development and utilization of urban underground space, commit to protecting and building a beautiful ecological environment, and make a original contribution to the construction of the ecology civilization. There are 4 main areas of research. There are namely rock and soil mechanics and modern engineering and cultural theory, high performance engineering materials and resilience underground structures, digital construction, and intelligent O&M of underground engineering, theories and structures of urban sustainable development. This is the main member of our team. Our team currently has nearly 300 people. We hope that with our joint efforts, intelligence, safety, green and resilient urban underground space can be built. Of course, we welcome scholars from all over the world to participate in the realizing of this goal. Finally, I wanted to share with you a new concept about manner architecture, which was proposed by the Professor Chen. Human architecture is a resilient infrastructure with new material, structure, building, intelligence, and global precipitation, predicting and early warning functions. It has a body, sensory organs, nervous system, immune system like a human. Taking the shirt channel as an example, the segment structure is like a human body, and some sensory elements can be placed in the segment so that it has a sensing function. The same human-like immune system and the nervous system can also be relied in the shell channels. I have finished delivering my speech. Thank you for your support and your kind attention. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Shen. It is a very impressive presentation, and you have introduced several mega tunneling constructions in China. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So now I will introduce next one, Dr. Zhao Feichu from Wuhan University, China. So Zhao Fei currently is an associate research fellow at the School of Civil Engineering at Wuhan University. He has published over 30 journal papers in tunnel and geotechnical engineering. So let's welcome Dr. Chu.
Okay, Dr. Jiang, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be invited to present the work on the TBM tunnel performed by our team in the last 2 years. My topic is about the key techniques for controlling the TBM jamming under passing the Vega stream, a case study of the Lanzhou water resource diversion project. My presentation is about 3 parts. First is the project overview. This project is located at Lanzhou, a city at the northwest of China. The project is called the Lanzhou Water Resource Diversion Tunnel, which was constructed to divert the water from the Lujiaxia reservoir to Lanzhou city. The total length of the water of this tunnel is about 35.6 kilometers, and its excavation diameter is about 5.5 meters, and the inner diameter is about 4.6 meter. Due to the tight schedule of the construction, this tunnel is constructed by 2 double shared TBMs. So the whole line is divided into two sections named TBM1 and TBM2. However, for the TBM1 TBM1 section, this showed the shoulder jamming accident had ever happened when passing this weathered derrite results 1 week shutdown of the TBM. As can be seen in this picture, when the TBM jamming occurs, the shoulder is heavily sneezed and by the surrounding work, and the TBM cannot advance forward anymore. This jam is usually very dangerous. In some cases, on some projects in China, the TBM have been totally scrapped due to the jamming accidents. So, to avoid the shoulder jamming accident and guarantee the TBM advancing successfully, several monitoring and warning techniques have been developed by our team. Firstly, it's about the real-time cutting force monitoring. As it can be seen in this picture, we stick to micro strain gauges on the each of the bottom and the side surface of the two C-shaped cushion blocks, so that the cutting force can be measured in real time. Secondly, it's about the cut head vibration monitoring. It was monitored using the wireless acceleration sensors, which were installed on the backside of the cutter head. During the TBM advancing, the accelerator velocities in the three directions can be recorded and transmitted through the wireless transmission. The next is to measure the pressures on the shirt. Is back on the shirt. Here we developed two measurement methods named called the directly measurement and indirectly measurement. For the former, we placed micro loaded cells on the outer surface of the shirt. So once the surrounding rock contacts the shirt, the pressure will be directly measured. For the indirectly measurement, we use the strain gauges that placed on the surface, on the inner surface of the shirt, so the pressures can be inversely calculated with the inner surface strains. However, in the practice, the indirect measurement usually is more frequently used because the strain gauges can be more easily installed than the micro loaded cells. Okay, the last one is about the monitored the deformation within the shared area. In fact, this is not very easy because the space in this region is very narrow. It's quite narrow, and the light in this space is poor. So we develop a linear LiDAR monitoring sensor to measure the surrounding rock deformation. Based on this technology, the contact state between the surrounding rock and the shirt can be initially monitored. Finally, based on the above the four monitoring techniques, and we developed a real-time monitoring and warning system called TBMY. This system consists of sensors, data acquisition subsystem, data storage and analysis subsystem, and early warning subsystem. This system can provide the real-time monitoring and early warning for the TBM tunneling process. Of course, the development of the system and the above the four techniques have been applied in the Lanzhou water diversion project. First is the monitoring results of the cutting force. This is a typical monitoring data from the TBM1 section. And as can be seen in this picture, the cutter force in the two directions can be directly measured, which also shows some typical characteristics. Firstly, is the maximum peak normal cutting force, and the maximum peak of side cutting force occurred very few seconds or so. Secondly, the maximum and the minimum normal force peak are about 80 tons and 5 tons respectively. And the maximum, the peak normal source is about 6 to 7 times the peak side force. And the third is the normal source is constrained about 0 to 300, 0 to 30 tons, and the site first is distributed from -20 and 2 tons and 4 tons. Okay, the second is about the cutter head aberration results. As can be seen in these figures, the cutter head vibrations in the 3 directions are different dramatically in size, and they fluid with the tuning circles. According to our investigation, the cutter head vibration is closely related to the TBM advanced parameters and the geotechnical and geology conditions. The cutter head vibration intensively increase when the increasing cutter and rotational speed and potential rate. Okay, finally is the mounting results of the pressure and the strain on the shirt. This is the strain this is the strain in the 2 directions before and after the TBM was jammed. The calculated the stress distribution on the shirt, we have developed and improved the Newton iterational method. Using this method, the shirt extrusion force can be obtained. Of course, this is the inversion result at the position of the TBM jamming, which was a green wheel with the field observations. The developed the real-time monitoring method, and the system can effectively monitor and warn about the jamming disaster process, which also has successfully guided the TBM to get rid of the jamming in Land Water Resource Diversion project. Okay, that is all my report. This is my team members. Of them, Professor Liu is the team leader who has engaged in TBM tunneling and underground space more than 30 years and published more than 300 journal papers. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Very impressive presentation. And you have introduced several techniques for controlling the TBM and gave us several very impressive case studies. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang.
So now our last one, last but not least, okay. So it is Mr. Yipeng Xie. Yipeng is the PhD candidate in the School of Civil Engineering at Central South University. His research focuses on tunneling and underground engineering, in particular the ground response of granular soils induced by tunneling. So let's welcome Mr. Xie.
Okay, can you see my sharing?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Jiang. And this is Yipeng from the Central South University, and I'm very glad to be here representing my colleagues from CSU. Today, I want to share the topic of tunneling in the cross-gradient soils.
Okay, Mr. Xie, we can see your notes of your presentation. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
It's better for you to transfer mode. Okay.
Is that okay?
No, we can also, but you can just use another mode. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yes, you're right.
This is a good way. Okay.
No, you should click the button. Okay, now it is great.
Okay. So let's show my representation. The coarse grain salts can be easily found in typical quaternary strata such as the glasso, colluvium, and alluvium deposits among the worldwide. So this is a typical coarsenous granular materials, especially with a wide range of particle size distribution and a highly inhomogeneous metal structure. And these characteristics cause the complicated properties and mechanical behaviors. So and with the fast development of traffic in urban underground space, many cases of tunneling in coarse grain salts have been reported in China. And however, due to the differences in properties, the support designs and stability control methods of the tunneling in homogeneous strata may not suit for the coarse grain salts, which may carry some risk in the engineering failures. So based on this background, we have done a series of exploration from the meso scale to the macro scale and then to the engineering scale. We proposed a quantification method of the granular skeleton in the meso scale, and then in the macro scale, we developed a pattern of the soil arcing and the ground movement in various granular skeletons induced by tunneling in the coarse grain salts. And then in addition, we have tried to figure out the proper scheme of tunneling stability control in the engineering scale. So the difficulty in characterizing coarse grain salts is that the structure of the coarse grain salts shows a very rich variation influenced by the PSDs and the relative densities. So from this perspective of particle mechanics, we divided soil particles into skeleton particles and the inactive particles. So through the multi-sized packing theory, we quantify composition of the skeleton particles, which can be denoted by the index of CD. Then through a series of numerical and laboratory tests, we have found that there is a clear correlation between the DAD and the mechanical behavior of the coarse grain salts. So based on this index of DD, we constructed a centrifugal test scale DM model for tunneling in continuously graded coarse grain salts by the brick assembly method. Tunneling volume loss was simulated by the displacement controlled rigid boundary. During the process of volume loss, it can be seen that both of the sharing band development and the displacement distribution were obviously influenced by the granular skeleton state. So specifically for the evolution characteristics of the soil arcing during the tunnel excavation, the initial soil arcing can be hardly maintain the stability with the decreasing DED and gradually extended to the ground surface. And for the ground settlement characteristics, as the value of DED decreased, the width of the settlement trough in the ground becomes more narrow, but the maximum settlement value gradually increased until to form a nearly Kamiki-like deformation area above the tunnel. The macro scale study provided new insights that the stability of the coarse grain salt in tunneling is related to the granular skeleton structure. So based on the theoretical understanding, we can review some engineering cases from the new insight. The Zangga tunnel is belonging to Sichuan Tibetan Railway and located in Tibet, China. This tunnel crossed a 950 meters long section of glacial deposits, which is a typical coarse granular source. Based on the geological investigation, we obtained the typical PSD features and particle shape characteristics. Through theoretical analysis, the damage range of the surrounding rock in different granular skeleton structure was reviewed. Subsequently, different tunnel reinforcement schemes were designed into different granular skeleton structure. In addition, we have developed a modified cement-based growth material to ensure the effectiveness of the reinforcement. The classified reinforcement solution provides to be effective in the stability control and finally achieving a very efficient tunneling excavation. So that's all my sharing. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Xie. Very fluent. And you give us several new insights about the tunnel engineering. Thank you again. And I feel very sorry for our overused time. So sorry, Singapore. And we hope in the future we can have more and close cooperations with more countries under the umbrella of the ITA Young Members Group. So that's end of the session, China session. So welcome, Singapore. So Alex.
Hi, hello. I have my colleagues here. Tini will be starting our presentation, and Diwaka will also be presenting, and I will close up the presentation later on. Good evening, everyone. In Singapore, it's 5:30 p.m. now.
Yep, hi. So hello everyone, it's great to be joining all of you at this virtual meetup for the World Tunnel Day. So we'll start with the session from Singapore. And so our content is to introduce TUX and the TUX YM. So TUX is actually the Tunneling and Underground Construction Society of Singapore, and the YM stands for the Young Member Group. So in this Young Member Organizing Group, there are 6 of us who are also in this call. Grace, who we have met earlier. So we have Diwaka, Hui Ting, Luan, and Dexon, who are all on this call as well. So in today's sharing, we would like to introduce TUX and TUX YM, what we have been doing so far, and also on the present and the future of Singapore's underground construction works. Okay, so firstly on the TUX. TUX is actually formed in 1997. So this year is our TUX 25th anniversary. So there are 5 main missions of TUX. Okay, to promote technical and professional development, to achieve spirit of cooperation among members, to interact with other professional organizations, to promote tunneling and underground construction via research and education, and lastly is to advance the standards of tunneling and underground construction practice. Okay, at the present, TUX is 1,084 individual members strong, and we have 108 corporate members. For the Young Members Group, it is launched in September 2019, so we are relatively young as well. So our mission is to guide young professionals and students who are going to enter or engage in the tunneling and the underground construction industry to broaden their knowledge by organizing webinars and to encourage the next generation to venture into this industry. So we collaborate with universities on various activities and events. So these are some of the highlights in the second half of 2022. We have the happy hour and networking session in August 2022. And on a symposium on September 2022, which we interact with other young members who are also involved in this industry. And very recently, we have one workshop on the sprayed concrete lining and a demonstration of the robotic shotcrete simulator. Yep, so going into the underground developments in Singapore, for the underground infrastructure in Singapore, so as you might have known, Singapore is very small, and because of the limited space and land, we have to make use of the land space more creatively. And on various sectors like the rail, roads, caverns, underground pedestrian networks, utility tunnels, it's all located underground. So you can see from the figures over here, we have the shallowest to the deepest. Okay, we have the substation, which is the shallowest, and the pedestrian links, followed by the common services tunnels and the rails and the road networks. Beneath that, we have the deep tunnel sewage system, followed by the Jurong Rock Caverns. This is already 150 meters below ground level already. And lastly, we can also have this reservoir that it's the deepest. Okay, so this is also showing like the underground tunnels, which we have at 3 meters, the underpass and malls at 12 meters, MRT tunnels at deep as 30 meters, and the DTSS or the cable tunnels, we have 60 meters below ground level. So we will go into details on some of these projects, and we will have Diwakar to bring us through.
Hi, Kini. Thanks. Good morning to the people in London and good evening to all in China. So I'm Diwakar. So I'm also a part of the Young Members group. We've just started and picking up. And kudos to all those who have arranged this World Tunnel Day and making it a successful event. All the best for the future and the new year coming down. So I'll just quickly run through the, just what Kini mentioned. So as you know, Singapore is a very small space. So it's very important for us to, have the utilities underground because we need space on the top for the urban developments. So it's been a mission for Singapore to bring everything underground. So starting from the common services tunnel, so there's about 20 kilometers of underground tunnels in Singapore for common service utility. So this is to bring the power, gas, and other things especially at the central area and to light up the central business district. So there's a 20-kilometer stretch of this. So going on to the next slide. Then we have the Stamford Diversion Canal and Detention Tanks. These are basically canals that are built to manage the storm waters. So they are also shallow, and there's about 2 kilometers of long canals that run now currently and which is completed. And we have also a detention tank that's, as you can see, it's equivalent to 15 Olympic-sized swimming pools that are already built. So Singapore is already planned well in ahead to manage all the futuristic, condition that we might have. So these are some of the examples that we can proudly say that Singapore has done actually. Moving on to the next slide. As what Kini mentioned, the deepest one is our underground caverns. So this is the first Jurong rock cavern that has been built to basically house the oil, storage that will be for the future oil storage. That's already built in 2014 and open. So it's 150 meter below ground level, and this is a big achievement that Singapore is proud of, that we have managed to pull through, especially within the geological situation we are in, and with very the island with sea surrounding us. So it's been a successful thing, and the engineers are proud in having this done actually. So moving on to the next one. So I'll just come on to North-South Corridor. So basically, I'm from LTA, the Land Transport Authority. So I'm part of this North-South Corridor and Metro Rail Works, which LTA manages. So North-South Corridor is basically the road tunnels, so which is basically cut and cover with small sections of mine tunnels that connects the northern part of Singapore to south of Singapore. So this is a fully underground, road network that's being built now. So it's a very challenging situation that these projects are going on, and you can imagine if people have visited Singapore, it's very urbanly developed, and when you have to run through this kind of tunnels under the existing roads and in urban network, it's very challenging. And it's been successfully done, and we have almost completed 50% of this network. So we are targeting to open in 2 to 3 years actually. So it's good that Singapore is looking at this also. So moving on to the next one. This is the rail network. So basically, I am a part of this rail network in LTA. So the road network is managed by someone else. So part of the young members, many of the young members are working on this major projects on the rail network. That is, as you can see, from now till 2040, we have a big project that is lined up. So and we are all ready to jump into this. And now currently we are doing the new line, which is the Cross Island line that's being built, which will be shared in the next slide actually. So if people are aware of Singapore, initially there were only 2 to 3 lines, and now there are about more than 3 lines that are planned. One is the Thomson line is completed, which is the brown line, which you can see from top to down, and it's open this year. And now we are planning for the green line that is from the east of Singapore. As you can see, it runs across the island, and it's planned until the end of this and this is going to be the next line, and we are all working on this project actually currently. Yeah, we can move on to next slide. This is we wanted to share the line that we just completed and which opened just this month, early this month actually, which is a Thomson line that connects from north to south. If you can recollect, just a while back, I just showed the north-south corridor. So you can imagine the rail network and the road network coming on the same stretch. So you can imagine it's almost close to each other, and they managed it quite well. So first we have built the rail network, followed by the road network. So this will be commending both the commuters in the rail as well as road. So this is one of the major projects that we completed, and this had a lot of challenges, as you can see on the right side of the slide. One of them was diverting a small stretch of the canals to facilitate the station building. The second one being already we have existing lines, so we had to be undercrossing the existing line. So this particular station, which is Outram Park, I'm proud to say I was a part of this contract. You can see that the line is just 1.5 meters below the existing line. So it was a very challenging task to manage the settlement and make sure the existing line is safe, and we also are able to complete the bounds actually. So it was quite a successful completion of that project. And the last one, as you can see, is one of the first time we used the frozen technique. This particular station, if I can show in the map, is close to the southern end of the contract, which is Marina Bay. So it's more of a reclaimed land. So the water levels, water table was very high. So it was very important that we had to manage the water table. So we had opted for this frozen ground freezing technique. And engineers worked here very well, and they managed to complete it. And it was one of the iconic projects of Singapore in the Thomson East Coast Line. That as you can see, there's north-south line on top, and we have another new line, and also high-rise buildings on the side. So it was quite a challenging task that was completed. And now these all projects that I shared have been open to public, and it's been going very well for Singapore now. Yeah. Can you move on to the next slide? This is the upcoming line. So just now I talked and shared about the lines that got completed. Now we are into the new line. So this is the line that starts from east to west that I mentioned. So and there's a small arm from the east going to the north. That's going to be a new line that will be extended in future. So this line is where I'm working. And one of the interesting things about this line is that we are going to have 3 single bore tunnel machines. 4 single bore tunnel machines, or 12-meter diameter, which will house two tracks in a single tunnel. So that will be the first time. This is the first time that we are going to have that kind of things. Maybe people around in this forum would have experienced that, because in other countries it's very common to see those kind of things, but in Singapore it's something new. So all young engineers are looking forward for this particular project. So we can share more about this when we go, maybe in the next World Tunnel Forum, or maybe in the next World Tunnel Forum. We can see how it goes, and we can share more details and pictures about that. So it'll be an interesting thing to take note for Singapore in future. Going on to the next one is a small video which we want to share. So can you play that?
Let me reshare with the sound so that we can hear the.
We just wanted to share how our projects are being built in a very urban environment. So we have this LTI YouTube channel that's open to public, and we are just trying to show one of the projects and how it's being built. So you can find more videos on the channel, and you can find out more about our new process. This is one of awarded, and it's been happening now. Some problems. Anyway, you guys are open, free to go and access it gives more information about the ongoing. You can see the urban we are building, and we have full noise infrastructure to manage the noise for the public. So we are well planned, well equipped in terms of planning stuff. So this is how our working environment is. For those people who have not seen how Singapore's works are, just wanted to give a insight on that. So you can have more, you can look through more videos on this actually if you want to subscribe and see the LTS Singapore channel actually. Yeah. Moving on, I'll just pass on the baton to Grace, who is also one of our young members, and she'll take us through other part of the tunneling works that happens in Singapore actually. Yeah, on to you, Grace.
Yeah, hi. I'll be covering the other underground and tunneling development in Singapore. Chingy, do you mind to share the slide?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So the first one is actually the deep tunnel sewerage system, which is also known as the Singapore's Use of Waters Highway. This is actually developed in support of Singapore's long-term approach towards water sustainability and resilience. So the DTSS will actually convey used waters by gravity to centralized water reclamation plants. We have 3 of them as shown in the picture for the future WRPs. And they are namely at Tuas, Kranji, and Changi. And this used water will actually be treated and further purified into ultra clean, high-grade reclaimed water with excess treated effluent discharged to the sea through an outfall. So DTSS Phase 1, which is the one in orange line, had been completed in 2008 and has been in operation since 2009. DTSS Phase 2, which is currently under construction, the one in red and the one in green, will be completed by 2025. And this will free up land, which are currently being taken up by the WRPs and other facilities to treat water. And with this, as mentioned by Chingy and Diwaka before, land is very precious in Singapore. So by developing this deep tunnel sewerage system, apart from recycling the used water, we actually also free up land for high value development. Chingy, the next slide. So yeah, this is just to share the alignment of the DTSS Phase 2 that's currently ongoing, which is the one in orange on the west side of Singapore. Yeah, Chingy, on the next slide. And this is just showing how deep the deep tunnel sewerage system is. And I mentioned earlier, it is going by gravity. So it is ranging from 35 to 55 meter in depth, with the 55 meter being at the reclamation plant. Chingy, on the next slide. Yeah, moving on to the aviation sector. Singapore Changi Airport is actually developing a massive 1,080 hectares at Changi East to secure Singapore's air hub status, competitiveness, and relevance. So the new development actually includes a new Terminal 5, a new runway, tunnels and underground systems, support facilities, and industrial zone. Terminal 5 will be linked to the other terminals at Changi Airport by tunnels and underground systems, allowing the expanded Changi Airport to be operated as a single integrated airport for ease of transfer between terminals. So moving on to the next slide, Chingy. Changi East is expected to be completed by 2030 and will be serving a total of 70 million passengers per year. And to note that Changi Airport is actually constructed mainly in the reclaimed land, and 1/3 of the land area actually have been improved by the prefabricated drain to consolidate the soft marine clay before the construction commenced. So the total length of the tunnel at Changi East will be around 16 kilometer. And yeah, that's all. That's the end of our presentation. We would love to connect, so do reach us out in the following links. And once again, thank you for inviting us to take part in the World Tunnel Day celebration. Alex, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Grace. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Presented for Singapore. Always great to hear from you. And now I think we have India. I see Divakar. And I see Sandeep also around. Welcome, guys.
Hi, Alex. Am I audible? Ayush here from India.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
And you can see me. My camera is working right now.
No.
Camera is working, but it's in another direction, sir.
I see a chair.
There's some issue, I think, with my laptop, so I will just share my screen. So first of all, happy World Tunnel Day to everyone. I am Ayush from India. It is good to be part of this World Tunnel Marathon again. This is the third time I think India is taking part in this World Tunnel Marathon. So I will just share my screen. Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So once again, happy World Tunnel Day to everyone. It is good to. It is very good to share this platform with all the young tunnelers across the globe. So just to brief you about the TYM was launched in 2018 by a bunch of very small group of people of 20 to 25 number. It is very heartening to share that now we have crossed almost 185. The numbers are increasing daily, and we are trying to collaborate with all the universities who are dealing with the tunnel, who all are dealing with the tunnel activities and who all are ready to be involved with this group. So just to briefly share that, yes, India was part in all the World Tunnel Congress. I have just prepared this slide to show that this year also during WTC 22, India took part there, and it was very good for me to interact with all.
Hi, Ayush. Mr. Ayush will be just connecting. He has just lost his connection. So, yeah.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I just got disconnected. There was some network issue. I will just share my screen again. Are you able to see the screen now? Hello. Yeah. So I was just talking that we were part of WTC from last. We have been part of WTC regularly. This year, I just made the slide to share that this year also we participated, and it was good to have a interaction with the new steering board and as well as the old steering board. This year we are celebrating World Tunnel Day in 3 different cities of India. We had the celebration in Delhi, we had the celebration in Kolkata, and today we are celebrating World Tunnel Day in Pune also. So I will just share some of the photographs which we took during the World Tunnel Day celebration. Here you can see the top photographs are from the celebration which we had in Delhi, and the bottom photographs on the right hand side are the are taken during the celebration in Kolkata. Pune celebration is due today, which is going to start, I think, in next 3-4 hours. So we had a very interesting photo contest also, which we had during this World Tunnel Day. So these were some of the entries which I wanted to share with you all. How India is doing their tunneling works. These are the actual photographs taken by the young members of TAYM, and we had the contest. We had a very good number of entries. These are some of the photographs which I wanted to share. As you can see, there are some good photographs of the TBM, the tunnels. These are the entries which finally may be shortlisted. And the winner of the this Tunnel Day photo contest was this picture taken by one of the young members. So that is, then we had this YTC Young Tunneler Conference, which we had in June 2022. Next YTC we are planning in June 2023. We have started preparation for that. So we'll update you all about all the details when we'll finalize this thing. Small slide to share the social media presence of TAYM. We have a quite good number of followers on the LinkedIn, on the YouTube, and we have created a good content at on our pages. So that is from my end. Now I will request Sandeep Kumar Dhillon, team leader, senior structural engineer from Lombardy Engineers, one of the members of our group. He will share his PPT. Sandeep, can you share the screen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ayush. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yes,
it is visible.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, happy Tunnel Day to everyone. So on the occasion of this World Tunnel Day, today I'm here to present the tunneling and excavation in the coastal area, especially in city, Mumbai. And my presentation is limited to the case study of the MCRP package 4, which is the underground. So I will start. So for better network connectivity, I'm going to switch off my camera. So yeah, well. So in the few slides, I will first discuss about the content, the introduction of the project, then geology, then about the TBM, then segment design, technical building, and at the end, retrieval shaft. So in the next slide, you will come to know that why I will discuss particularly the retrieval shaft, why it was critical for the design aspect. So as beginning as an introduction, Mumbai Coastal Road Project, it is a 10.58 kilometer length. The owner of this project is the Municipal Corporation of the Greater Mumbai, MCGM. So in 10.5 kilometer, it is started from the south side Nariman Point to up to the north side Bandra Worli Sea links. Total 10.58 kilometer. So out of 10.58 kilometer, package 4 is 4.5 kilometer. You can see in the image, this is the alignment of the package 4, which is underground. In this 4.5 kilometer, surface road is about half kilometer. Then transition ramp of 1 kilometer on either side of the bore tunnel. Then cut and cover 1 kilometer. Then bore tunnel, twin bore tunnel of 2 kilometer. So bore tunnel, the excavation diameter of the tunnel was 12.19 meter. It is the India's largest TBM. And internal dia is 11 meter. The vertical clearance is 5 meter. The width of the length is 3.2 meter. This tunnel is actually having the 3 lanes. Each lane is having 3.2 meter width. So here you can see the typical cross section of the both side of the tunnel, RHS and LHS through the cross passes, and maximum camber slope is 5%. Then cut and cover. As I told you, on the either side we have the 1 kilometer length of the cut and cover, varying fill height from 2 meter to 13 meter. The cut and cover is also having the height 6.04 meter, width 10.6 meter. Cut and cover also having 3 lanes, each having the width of 3.2 meter with clearance 5 meter, and camber slope maximum is 5%. Then ramp, again it is having the 5 meter clear height, width of length 3.2 meter, and it is having 3 to 4 lanes according to the width of the road, and camber slope 5%. And ramp is also having the fiberglass roof, which is having opening for smoke ingress and intake of Saccardo ventilation. Then we talk about the geology. Basically, the Mumbai is originally island consisting of 7 islands that is separated by the streams. And later on, after in 19th century, by disposal of made ground and building construction, only during the last century a newly sand beach found by the natural deformation in front of the reclaimed land. And mainly through the alignment, it is having mainly fresh to slightly weathered breccia, and somewhere in the few meters, approximately 150 meter, it is having the basalt. And on both the sides at the portal location, the geology is mostly man-made fields and sandy and gravelly soils. And this is our baby, the TBM. This excavation diameter is 12.19 meter. Interior sill diameter is 12.14. Sill diameter is 12.12, and TBM curve radius is 350 meter. So here in this coastal road, we use the slurry TBM because it is near to the oceans. For the segment design, the internal diameter is 11 meter. Here you can see from the stacking yard the segments, and this is the image from the already constructed RHS drive. We use the universal ring configuration. The length of the ring is 2 meter and 8 segments in each ring. And the concrete grade used M60 volt with bolt connector. It was a single rubber gasket lining, and for fire protection we have calcium silicate fireboards of 40 mm thickness. Then the technical building on the both side of the portal to manage the supply of the energy, ventilation, and other electromechanical equipment required. The technical building has proposed, one in on Worli side and another is the Nariman side, south side. Both the technical buildings are completely underground, and each technical building is having the ventilation system, the Saccardo ventilation fan on either side of the alignment. On the technical building north RHS side, and the technical building south LHS alignment. And for the air inlet and outlet Saccardo room, the tunnel is made by concrete and metallic nozzles that connect the roof of the cut and cover section of the tunnel to fans which are installed inside the buildings. This is the typical cross section of the technical building north, having the cut and cover tunnels below it, and above it is the technical building. The technical building north is the primary hub for the operation of the tunnel. Beside the Saccardo ventilation system, it is also having the 650 meter cube beds for the firefighting operation. It is also having the operation room with Saccardo system, and it is having the capacity for the complete electrical backup for 48 hours of the tunnel operation during emergencies. Here, this is the typical longitudinal section of the technical building above the cut and cover tunnels. Then technical building south, which is basically the backup of the technical building north, and it is also technical building south is also underground below the Marine Drive promenade. And here for the technical building south, the main challenge was to fit this building in the Marine Drive because of there were so many utilities of the power and telecoms on sea side and other side. Now next, the reception shaft. You can see here this one is the reception shaft along with the cut and cover of LHS and the RHS side. And you can see this reception shaft is only up to 5 to 10 meter away from the sea. Actually, as per the initial design, the original layout of the reception shaft, it was planned that it will receive the TBM from both sides, RHS and LHS drive. So accordingly, it was designed, and it is having the general dimension according to this original layout: 42-meter width, 32-meter length, and depth is 26 meters. Having the retention system of secant pile, which are the 17-meter in depth, with the struts at 3 different level, and active anchors and GRP bolt at the TBM intervention location. But this shaft was later stated, this reception shaft was no longer remain the reception shaft. It became the relaunching shaft. Because why? Because due to COVID-19, the construction was delayed. So contractor want to expedite the construction. So they plan to use the reception shaft as the relaunching shaft. So as a designer, the first challenge was to define the design stages for the relaunching. So from the image stage wise, you can see first from the RHS side, the TBM is retrieved inside the reception shaft. Then within the shaft itself, it was rotated towards the RHS side using the rotating table. Then it is in the next stage, it was slide towards the LHS side, and after that, backup gantries, 3 backup gantries were there. So backup gantry 1 is retrieved inside the reception shaft, and it is lift over to the surface. Similarly, backup gantry 2 and 3 were lift up to the surface. Later for the relaunching, now the TBM was at the same place. The backup gantry 3 were lowered inside the reception shaft, and it was pushed back inside the excavated area of the cut and cover. Similarly, backup gantry 2 and 1 are parked inside the cut and cover excavated area. Then the TBM was slide towards the LHS side for the relaunching. In this video, you will quickly see that how the TBM was rotated inside the reception shaft. So as I told you that it was the India's biggest TBM machine, and it was also happened in the first time that reception shaft was used to relaunch the TBM again. So obviously there is some impact on the design and challenge for the design as well, like for the rotation of the TBM and movement of gantries. For clearance, special availability needs to be checked, because the area of the shaft is smaller, because the earlier purpose is only to retrieve the TBM for both the drive. Then lifting and lowering of the gantries, that operation needs the modular traveling gantry. So new design of robust foundation without impacting the original shaft was a challenge. Then for the relaunching of the TBM, design reaction frame foundation within the limited space. Then additional excavation of the shaft to respect the alignment, and parking of the lift gantries that is going to create the huge additional load on the previously designed. So first, as an initial design, it was anticipated needs for extraction of the gantries and TBM shield, but in the parts. But later, due to the restricted timeline, contractor want to extract these gantries in a single piece, and the maximum size of gantries was 20 meter and 9 meter. So you can see here is the struts are there. So as contractor planned to lift in the single piece, the critical thing was to the availability of the space, and we are having only 40 centimeter of the space when it was checked. Then next critical thing is the mega lift foundation design. Due to huge load of the gantry, so the challenges was heavy load bearing capabilities, and it should not impact on the shaft, and it is not showing any settlement on the existing system. So initially 3 options were proposed, and the feasibility of all 3 options were checked. First option is with the shallow foundation adjacent to the existing secant board pile of the reception shaft. In the option 2, capping beam of the existing shaft itself has to use as the foundation for the mega lift. And in the option 3, the deep foundation that has to be bored adjacent to the existing secant piles of the reception shaft with capping beam. So all the options were analyzed. With the first option, with the shallow foundation, the issue was the excessive settlement. And with the option second, when the capping beam has to be used as a foundation of the mega lift, there is a huge load coming on the strut. Then it may have the risk of the bump failure at the toe location. But when the third option was checked with this deep board pile, only 2 mm settlement was predicted. And in actual, when it was implemented, the actual settlement was observed less than 1 mm. So here you can see with the plan with the option 3, this is the capping beam and secant board pile at every 3.2 meter, and this is the mega lift. Another issue was the heavy load of the park gantry, because it in the initial design the gantry parking behind the wall was not considered. So in the vicinity of the near area, the TAM grouting was done to strengthen the topsoil, and also for the analysis it was checked without considering the TAM grouting, and only the 16 mm settlement was observed. And also this is actual settlement was observed with the monitoring instrument only 5 mm. So yeah. But the last, I would like to thank you for every stakeholder of this project, like owner MCGM and GC ACOM India, PMC UCIN and Tech4, and the contractor L&T. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you for the presentation. I hope now I am visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a good presentation. Now I will request Aditya to present his wonderful presentation on the artificial intelligence. He is also a trainee design engineer from Lombardi Engineering. Aditya, over to you. You can share your screen.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful introduction, and I will share my screen now. Is my screen is visible now?
Yes, it is visible.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aditya Jagdish Mahale. I'm a trainee design engineer at Lombardi Engineering India Limited. And the topic for my today's presentation is artificial intelligence for tunneling application. So agenda for the today's presentation is going to be, I'm giving a short introduction about the topic. Then what is machine learning, what is artificial neural network, tunneling applications of the artificial intelligence, few case studies, and the work I have did in this particular field, my methodology, what results I have achieved, and the conclusion. So the main question is, are we too busy to improve? That is the main thing that we should ask. That there is always a chance for improvement, and there is always room for improvement and bringing efficiency to the work that we are actually doing. That's when the artificial intelligence come in handy. Why improving is important is, simply put, it is a continuous improvement. Simply put, continuous improvement is important because it is the best way to ensure that we are doing things at the most efficient, effective, and the productive way every single day of the week on every single component that we are working on. So the rapid urbanization points to the use of underground space as one of the most viable, suitable, and efficient means of delivering new services and transport in uncongested urban areas. The use of trenchless technology in infrastructure construction is growing in popularity for its cost and environmental saving compared with the conventional open excavation techniques. In these obstructed ground spaces, optimizing the performance of tunneling operation is critical to ensure safe and economical construction while also preventing the damage to the existing infrastructure both above and below the ground. Traditionally, the tunneling contractors have relied on empiricism in addition to the more formal design calculation. While simplified design calculation play an important role in tunnel design construction, optimizing the tunneling operation remains the challenge. The ongoing digitalization in the tunneling through applications like artificial intelligence addressing variety of difficult tasks in moving forward. Increasing overall amounts of big data combined with the ease of access strong computing powers are leading to the sharp increase in successful application of data analytics and techniques of artificial intelligence. So let's start with the topic of machine learning. The main question is, what is machine learning? The machine learning is ideal for addressing those problems where our theoretical knowledge is still incomplete, but to which we do have a significant number of observations of other data. In ideal world, if we have complete understanding, the machine learning would not be needed. Machine learning proven to be very useful for very large number of applications in many parts of Earth system such as land, ocean, and atmosphere. From crop disease detection to new product creation, the machine learning has been useful. The machine learning itself comprises of three main branches: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforced learning. So let's start with the topic of artificial neural network. McKinley and co-workers founded the artificial neural network in early 1940s. The architecture of the neural network involves at least two layers, one which is going to be the input layer, one is output layer. And it can be there can be a multiple hidden layers depending upon the type of data that you're transmitting or observing. The input layer comprises of the number of neurons equal to the number of explanatory variables to be entered in the model, where the output layer comprises of the number equal to the number dependent variables to be predicted. So here's just a chart showing how the hierarchy of the artificial intelligence work. There's a machine learning is there, deep learning is there. We can use unsupervised learning for cluster analysis, compression of high strength dimensional rock mechanical dataset, and exploratory dataset analysis. Supervised learning can be used for automatic rock mass classification, damage detection and maintenance, update of the geological prognosis ahead of the tunnel phase. Reinforced learning can be used for theoretical concepts such as automated TBMs or self-driving or automatic drilling systems. In that case, we can use the reinforced learning. So in supervised learning, the most widely applied type of machine learning in common applications such as regression and classification tasks. In supervised learning, that in supervised learning, we know what is going to be the input and what is going to be output, and we try to train the algorithm in such a way that we get to our required output. In unsupervised learning, the input is known but output is not known. So in that case, the model and data computer itself try to analyze different variation and relation between that particular data set. In reinforced learning, we try to restrict the environment and the behavior of the output with the actual data set. So there can be errors that we can find with our actual AI and the actual results that we got. So that error can be calibrated in the reinforced learning. So the main question is, what are the tunneling application of this technology? Through machine learning techniques, it will mainly possible to perform fully autonomous support installation, automatic rock mass classification, update of the geological forecast in the front of the tunnel excavation phase prior to we arrive to the tunnel excavation, overcome the limitation of definition of constitutive behavior of soil, rock, and explore the applicability of artificial intelligence to fully automate different construction processes such as self-driving TBM. The TBM performance prediction can be done through techniques of artificial intelligence. Tunneling induced settlement prediction can be also be done. Geological forecasting and cutter head design optimization can be done, and the tunnel maintenance also can be carried out through artificial intelligence. So here are some few case studies in which they use supervised machine learning technique to predict the tunnel boring machine penetration rate. In other case studies, that machine learning used in geosciences and remote sensing. The machine learning application are very diverse, include different themes such as traces of gases, aerosol product, vegetation indices, ocean product, characterization of rock mass, liquefaction phenomena, and ground motion parameters, etc. So let's talk about my work, artificial intelligence for estimating preliminary rock mass stability and suggesting the support method for the early state of the tunnel. This research aimed to develop an alternative software through use of artificial intelligence, which will be used for estimating preliminary rock mass stability and suggesting support method for early state of tunnel. Suitable rock mass classification for tunnel rock mass rating, and rock mass quality index are used. It is an effective tool that assists geologists to assess the preliminary rock mass stability faster than ever. It will also save a lot of working hours whenever the software, that means the artificial intelligence, is available. This software can help to reduce human error from handwriting and traditional calculation, and a lot of data can be organized systematically. The software aims towards reducing the human errors and to reduce overall working hours that we took to analyze and design the tunnel support system. The first step was to collection of the data, then the identifying the area to which the solution needs to be provided, and application of the research for the selected area of work. This is some example of expected result that I got from my particular software. When I put my inputs and I get output in such a manner that I can understand the class of rock, what is the stand-up time is going to be, what is the allowable friction, what is the safe slope, and what kind of supports I need to install in that particular rock condition. So the main process was to collection of data to understand whether the data is noisy. If it is noisy, then I have to clean the data. Then I can train my data in various algorithms, such as random forest method is there. Then there are many methods in which we can conclude this training. Apart from that, the input parameters are going to be like RQD is there, JN, JR, JW, SRF are some kind of input parameters from which the results I am getting and the observed results and predicted results are posted. From analysis of Q system with respective algorithms, the results achieved are as follows. Also, the figure represents the importance of each parameter and calculation of the system. For this particular system, we have generated dataset to train algorithm in particular system. That the dataset made in such a way that such a way that 5 rock types have different rock supports. For good rock, the rating is 4 to 5 rock bolts at 2 meter spacing. For fair rock is 4 to 5 rock bolts at 1.5 meter spacing. Poor rock is 5 to 6 rock bolts at 1.5 meter spacing. Very poor type of rock is 6 to 7 rock bolts at 1 meter spacing, and etc. Also I determined the factor importance for the calculation. In calculation of the rock mass prediction, the RQD, what is the factor importance and their relevance with each other, that is also predicted from this particular AI. Also, the accuracy percentage of my every method is a random forest measure, support vector method, multi-layer perceptron meter, and KNN algorithm. They gave me around 96% of accuracy in my predictions with actual results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aditya, for a good presentation on artificial intelligence. I'm very thankful to ITAYM for giving us the opportunity to present the work carried by Indian young tunnelers in such a good platform. Before handing over to Alex, I just want to share a few things that right now India is emerging as one of the biggest market of tunneling right now. More than 300 to 400 kilometers of tunneling is planned in urban areas. Apart from that, we are also doing tunneling in Himalayas. We are doing tunneling in the northeast region of India. So it would be great for us to welcome you all if you want to see what works India is carrying in their tunneling industries. So yes, with that, I want to close the Indian part of this World Tunnel Marathon. And now I'll request Alex to take over. Alex?
Hi. Thank you very much, Ayush, and everyone who presented for India. And you not only closed everything for India, but also for Asia and Oceania. So we can start we have like a 30-minute slot reserved for our social. I will pause. So thank you very much, Yari, for being here and for presenting your part for Finland. I wish you a nice presentation and a nice, great World Tunnel Day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are you seeing the screen right now?
Yeah, you're good.
Good. Then we will start up. Okay, so thank you for pleased to join this World Tunnel Day in this year. And this year presentation, I was thinking to show a little bit of what has been happening in Finland. Some projects that have now completed and what is coming up to next year's projects, which are very good for environmental and sustainability aspect, and also presenting about our young member activities, how it has been started rolling now in in Finland. First short presentation about myself. So my name is Jari Paajanen and I am studied for the civil engineering and graduated 2012 for infrastructure and tunneling. Right now I'm working as a production manager in Sweden, in Stockholm, in Åhole Sverige AB, and we are doing metro extension here in middle of Stockholm and in very sensitive areas, and doing with the drill and blast method. I was chosen in Finland Young Tunneler 2021 and 2022, and this is my last year as a representative in Finland, and next year it will be a new election and new Young Tunnelers, and then coming to the VTC 2023 in Athens. So in Finland is the Finnish Tunnel Association is the main group there, and our young member group is working under the Finnish Tunnel Association, and then want to tell about our group because this year 2021 was the first year that we started really this group meetings because of the corona situation was before, so it was hard to organize meetings and gatherings. So this year was good in that case that we could really start this group, and first meeting was actually held in summer, 3rd of June, and we had 13 persons to gathering then, and in program we had 2 site visits in 2 different tunnels. One was railway tunnel in Helsinki. It's part of this light railway tunnel in which is going to be making movements from the eastern part of Helsinki to the west part of Helsinki and Espoo much easier and faster in the nearby the ringway. The tunnel was about 500 meters long and had 2 tracks there, and the works were almost completed, everything there while we were visiting there, and now the testing is ongoing, and this project should be ready in next year. Then we had actually second meeting now in Friday, and we was celebrating St. Barbara meeting in Helsingfors. There was not any site visits. It was a little bit bad timing, but in every case we had another meeting, and we were talking about how the year is going and how the group is willing to develop these actions in future, and in next years we have already started to plan some more site visits in Finland, and also site visit to Sweden is in planning, as also that the Swedish young group could visit in Finland. So that kind of collaboration. Web pages are also on construction, and they are coming under this Finnish Tunnel Association website, hopefully in beginning of the year 2023. And like mentioned before, in next year is the new Young Tunneler being awarded in Finland, and then he is taking then the responsibility for the leading this young member group in next 2 years, and I'm then standing as a past member into the group and helping with the things to organizing meetings and gatherings. Then I have three projects to present that has been now completed in Finland. Quite big ones projects. First is this West Metro. It was phase 2 was now opened in Saturday, and I was glad that I was also visiting Helsinki now in the weekend and could drive with a metro to end station from Centrum, and it is looking very good. And of course, it's fresh tunnel now, and everything is so new there. So totally, this tunnel is 21-kilometer double tunnel, and it includes totally 13 metro stations and 1 depot station. And first phase opened already in the public 2017, and it was 8 stations then. And now in Saturday it opened for this phase 2, and it includes 5 stations that are end up from to Kivenlahti station, which is the end station in Espoo. It was quite huge project. It started already in 2011, this whole project, and now after 11 years it's now completed totally. So there is one picture from the stations right now, which they are totally new, and then also one picture from the building phase from Finno station, nearby the Finno station. And then second big project that completed now in this year is Plumminmäki water treatment plan. It is totally tunnel excavation is 910,000 cubics of tunnel excavation done by drill and blast method, and also in this project they had own concrete plant in the site, and in situ castings were made 100,000 cubic meters in this project, and totally building time was 2015 to 2022, and it's locating nearby Helsinki. It's the next city Espoo, where this plant is existing, and it serves 400,000 people area in daily, and total there is going 150,000 cubic meters wastewater through this treatment plant. So it's quite big one. It's one of the biggest ones in Finland right now. And so far the startup has worked well and without no problems. So great job for this project. Then one very big project which is reached one of milestones in Posiva. This nuclear fuel final disposal tunnels. Now the first five of this nuclear final disposal tunnels are now excavated, and the work was placed in 2021 and 2022. Last blasting was made in June in 2022, and for get the excavations ready in these tunnels, and totally these 5 tunnels were and these central tunnels were length of 1,700 meters. It's quite small tunnel, and it has quite big challenges with groutings and with blasting tolerances. And now there is still left some reinforcements, and that this leveling of the bottom is still ongoing there, and these five tunnels, they are enough space for approximately 108 disposal capsules, which are then drilled through the bottom holes in the tunnel bottom, and then placing those capsules in those holes, and then filling the rest of the tunnels with the bentonite, and then making concrete plug into the tunnel mouths to storage them in forever. And another works that are ongoing in this site is those building up this capsule welding station in the surface, and also these elevators for dropping down those capsules in the downstairs, and then construction for works for facilities in this final disposal level in the tunnel. There is much installations that needs to be done, ventilation for the permanent purpose, and other installations. The first capsules are goal is to make this final disposal in year 2025. So there is still 2-3 years to go to reach this first disposals in these tunnels. Then next I will tell about 2 little bit bigger projects what are upcoming in coming years in Finland. First is project what is also placed in nearby Helsinki in the city of Vantaa, and the project is this kind of seasonal heat governance project, and this is the most important part of the fossil-free 2026 project, which Vantaa Energy aims to completely phase out fossil fuels by this year 2026, and they are also planned to be carbon neutrality by 2030. And here is the plan drawing, or example drawing how it will be going to see. This is not ready started. This project is on right now in the development phase, and it has been already 1 year in this development phase. And Vantaa Energy is the client in this project, and they have chosen alliance partners YIT Finland and AFRY to execute this development phase, and it's right now ongoing, and during this phase these parties to the alliance jointly plan the project and its implementation to match Vantaa Energy's goals, and determine its target cost and incentive regime. And after this development phase, Vantaa Energy will decide separately the implementation of this investment, and if this transition to implementation phase of the project, and if it's start to execute this project, it will be ready in 2026, and And in this project, it's really becoming the building the world biggest seasonal heat energy storage in underground, and these caverns are working as a seasonal thermal energy storage facility of the around 1 million cubic meters. So it's quite huge tunnel excavation also, which is happening there, and where the energy is coming, it comes from the solar, wind, and waste heat during the summertime, which is stored in these caverns, and when this energy use is this low periods, so the heat is stored here, and then it's utilized during the winter period when the heating demand is high, and what is making challenges for this facilities is that the water heat in these caverns is approximately 140 and 40, and and 15 degrees Celsius, and this is making the capacity of 90 gigawatt hours, and this is meeting the annual heating for the average size Finnish city like the Vantaa. The next big upcoming project is also placed in Helsinki, and it's the sea water heat recovery project, and why this is also planned to build is also aiming for this carbon neutrality in 2030, and Helsinki is stopping using coal for energy source in 2029, and this seawater heat project is consisting two sections: the seawater system and the Salmisaari heat pump plant. And this seawater system is coming approximately 17 to 27 meter long water intake tunnel, which is probably made by TPM method, and this is TPM must be utilized for Finnish bedrock, and this is something new in Finland, and this is first such big TPM tunnel made in Finland bedrock, so it's very interesting to see how it's going also, and the tunnels they are going into even deep 70 meters below the water level, because in the winter time the seawater needs to be at least 2 degrees Celsius, and in winter conditions it's hard to find that warm water if it's something above 70 meters, so it needs to go quite deep also to take this 2 degrees warm water, and then in this heat pump plant it's converted into the energy for heating and cooling system in the capital area in Helsinki. Now there is going this development phase. There are companies Acciona and YIT who is working with this development phase, and it's accepted to last until autumn 2024. And after this phase is this implementation of the project, and if everything goes good, the estimated completion date is in 2029. Here is some map picture how it might see out the tunnel lines and where the plants are planned to exist there in Helsinki. And like it see that there is not finding so deep places nearby the coast that the tunnels need to go quite far away into the sea, and that is making those intake tunnels are going to be 17 to 27 kilometers long. And if we are using this 2 degrees warm water, and then it's leaded back to the 0.5 degrees warm, and in these conditions the flow for the pumps is needed to be 180,000 cubic meters per hour. So it's quite huge flow which is needed to then take in to this energy plant. The total value of this project is somewhere approximately 400 million euros. Then another projects that are ongoing right now in Finland is Savilahti underground facilities. That's also coming to be ready during this year's. This is old Defense Force facilities that is renovated to free time activities and nowadays, and then we have this Laukaa water power plant. The excavations are there ready, and construction works are planned to be ready in next year. And then one big interesting project is this underground parking hall for hospitals in Laakso. There is also built by Allianz project, and the development phase is ongoing, and waiting building permissions to get started, and the size of the project is to make underground parking for 550 cars under the future hospital area, and there is also existing nearby the another hospital which is in use, so that is making quite much challenges for the drill and blast there with the vibrations. So it's very interesting project. Hopefully it gets started now in the end of this year with the surface blastings, and establishment works are already started there for construction facilities. Then one big wastewater treatment plant is also on construction in Tampere. It's quite similar size that this Pluminmäki wastewater treatment plant was opened in this year, and it should be ready in year 2024. The tunnel excavations were ready in the beginning of this year, and the construction is now ongoing. And then, of course, this Onkalo is continuing. That was mentioned already before in presentation. Then more future what will happen hopefully in Finland is can lift up this Helsinki and Tallinna tunnel, and it's approximately 85 kilometer undersea tunnel linking Finland and Estonia, and I have been guessing here the construction is somewhere in 2030, 2040, so it's a little bit more further away, but someday it will be come probably. Then what can lift also up here is this Espoo-Salo high-speed railway tunnel or speed railway project, where is 95 kilometer long railway between Espoo and Salo, and there is coming over 10 tunnels. Total length of all the tunnels are approximately 14 kilometers, so there is also much tunneling then oncoming. And then in Helsinki is this underground distribution street project, big tunnel project in the middle of Helsinki to aim to have the centrum more free from the cars, and here is the excavation volume is about 2 million cubic meters, and total length for this tunnel is 4.2 kilometers, and there is some plans already, but the construction is moved forward and forward, so it's also coming probably in some day, but maybe nearby somewhere 2030 than today's time. So much there is some projects is now finishing there in Finland and starting up projects, and the trend for the projects is they are aiming for having the renewable energy sources and getting the environmental better in cities and hopefully those projects are starting, so the city development is also rolling on there in Finland. And thank you for time to presentate things in what is happening in Finland, and if you have some questions, so please ask them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jari. Chrysostomus, you're still muted. I'm not sure. Now you're.
Hello, everyone. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Okay, perfect. So then we should thank our colleague from Finland and move on to Greece. Right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I will be sharing my screen shortly. Okay, hopefully everybody can see that. So good morning from Greece and happy World Tunnel Day and St. Barbara's Day. Yesterday was the official day, but we are all celebrating today. Kalimera και χρόνια πολλά. On behalf of the Greek Tunneling Society Young Members Group, welcome. My name is Chrysothemis Paraskevopoulos, and with my colleague George Dulkas, who will be joining us shortly, we'll be coordinating the session. We are very excited to participate in this online marathon for the third time and share with you our current tunneling experience and knowledge. We have a mixture of speakers, both from young and senior professionals with diverse background. So with no further ado, let me go here. I would like to introduce our first speaker for today, Dr. Marilena Papageorgiou, Assistant Professor from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, who is going to be presenting on about the other side of underground space, on planning the underground space in Greek cities, combining new uses and archaeological finds. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and Marilena, if you're ready, you can start your presentation.
I think that you have to give me permission for that, because I cannot. Okay.
Björk, can you, or I think it's open from my understanding.
Is it?
Björk, do you want to jump in here? I believe it is.
Because I'm trying to upload it. It seems that it's loading. So
yeah, I'm not sure. Do you want me to share it for you and just tell me when to push next, or that's not gonna work?
We can do that, because
why don't I'm sharing the screen and you can request control so you can have complete.
Okay.
Let's do that, because I don't think Björk is here to help us. So let's do that. I think it's easier.
Sorry, I missed that.
There is no button for me to ask for permission. So I would like.
Can you request control?
It is deactivated, this request to control the screen. So I would like you to help me, Chrysothemis, with that.
Yeah. Björk, do you want to see if Marilena needs permission for her presentation, because you cannot share the screen? Otherwise, I can share the screen and you can tell me where to change the slides, Marilena. Maybe that's the easiest thing to do. Yeah, Alex.
The share button is not working. Is that it?
That's my understanding. It worked for me, guys, but not for Marilena, so I'm not sure why.
Maybe you can just share, and Marilena can say how to skip the next slide.
Yeah, I think let's do that. Marilena might be easier.
Okay, thank you very much, Chrysothemis, and of course the organizing committee for this invitation to present the perception and the perspective of urban planners regarding the underground space, and of course in the case of Greece. Next. Next, please. So I will start by showing you this image coming from a cover from a journal that was published in 1925. The title in that cover was "We May Live to See in Year 1950." Of course, this was a futuristic plan back then. It still is, but it is just to show that for us, for urban planners, we were attracted to the idea of using the underground space for more than a century. And the reason for being attracted to the underground space, because we thought that by passing land uses in the underground space, we would be able to create more open and green spaces, and we would be able to shape the urban morphology that we desired for our cities. Of course, when we say about urban morphologies, we would appreciate to keep buildings low at the human scale and to keep our cities in a compact form. That means to avoid urban sprawl. Next. Let's take the case of Greece. Greece is a country that doesn't have a very long tradition, either in building high or in using these underground sprays for city development. Go on, please. And the common uses, underground uses in our country were these ones: public networks, transportation tunnels, parking spaces, and shelters. Next. So the reason why the use of the underground why the underground sprays of Greek cities is still underused is first because of the intense seismic activity in the Eastern Mediterranean, second because of the limited know-how for a long time in the past, and third because of the rich underground layering in archaeological treasures. So these reasons were, of course, reflected to our legislation system. On the one hand, the Greek Building Code raises many limitations for the use of the underground space, especially under private land. And on the other hand, of course, we have the legislation coming from the Ministry of Culture that sets that when antiquities are encountered, all works immediately stop to survey the area. And this is a process that usually lasts months or even years. Next. So this was the reason that for a long time in the past, encountering antiquities was considered to be a curse rather than a blessing in our country. However, lately the Ministry of Culture is making a serious turn towards the in situ conservation and preservation of antiquities, which proved really helpful in our case. Next. In the beginning, this turn coming from the Ministry of Culture regarded very few private and public buildings that needed to be constructed. In these pictures, we see the headquarters of the National Bank of Greece that is located in Athens. The antiquities found are preserved in situ, and they are in common view in the base ground, in the ground level. Next. This another case of another building exposed with the finds that are exposed in common view. Next. And of course, the Acropolis Museum, that is a unique example of a construction that is built on top of an archaeological site. Next. Again, stop here. However, the real challenge was not just about going deep in order to construct buildings that are small-scale constructions. The real challenge for us, it was going deep in order to construct an extensive network, transportation network, such as the Metro of Athens. Next. This is the full plan of the network, existing and future lines. The construction began in 1992 in view of the Olympic Games that were about to be hosted in 2004 in Athens. Next. So in our case, since Athens is a city with a rich archaeological layering, underground layering in antiquities, an extensive excavation project took place that lasted about 6 years. The excavation covered an area of 80,000 square meters entirely at the station sites. Around 50,000 ancient objects were found and recovered, and most of the finds were located at a depth of between 0.5 and 7 meters. As a result, the metro line tunnels developed at a great depth from the city surface, from 18 to 30 meters deep. Next. These are some snapshots from the excavation that took place exclusively at the station sites. Next. Go through 3 to 4 pictures. Again. Next. Okay. In total, we have about 6 metro stations that have this double role. Of course, it was very important to us. It was obvious because of all these excavations, it was obvious that we had to attribute a double role to the Athens Metro. Of course, the obvious one was to make it a transport infrastructure, but then it was also decided to make it also a cultural infrastructure. Next. In these slides, we see the way that the Syntagma station in the heart of Athens is transformed to a free museum. The first 2 underground levels were transformed to an open museum. Next. In the Acropolis station, an exhibition was created in continuity with the archaeological site on top of the station. Monastiraki, in the next slide, is a station with a free access archaeological site that is found at the level of platform 1. Next. Few more cases. Evangelismos station. Next. Egaleo. Next. And Eleonas, which is an archaeological site, is preserved at the surface level, and as well as exhibitions of modern art are found at the main underground level. Next. So in total, as I said before, in total 6 metro stations have this double role in Athens. In this map, we can see the city center and the location of the metro stations in relation to the Grand Promenade, which is a pedestrian road networking emblematic archaeological sites of Athens. This means that the project, go back please, this means that the project of attributing a cultural role to the metro stations was further integrated with the surface and the urban design. And last slide to conclude. In Greece, going deep in cities was not considered as an option until recently, especially due to the richness in archaeological layers. Nowadays, however, the experience in how to build constructions in the underground space is constantly growing. This experience has an international uniqueness because solid techniques have been developed on how to combine underground constructions with immovable ancient monuments. So this means that the challenges for the future will be, as next, Chrysophemis, will be how to build on these techniques, which can further establish Greece as an international reference point in this type of expertise. How to make sure that underground constructions of today do not consume vital space for future uses and networks that will have to pass to the underground level. And this challenge, the last 2 challenges go for us, urban planners. We have to identify the proper uses for underground space. Of course, in Greece, it's mainly about identifying compatible uses with culture and the archaeological finds. And last, we have to promote vertical planning, and that means to find a way to integrate underground uses with the surface and the land use planning. Thank you very much, and χρόνια πολλά.
Thank you, Marilena, and again, apologies for this technical issue, but we managed, so thank you again. And it's nice to see always it's nice to see the other side of underground engineering and looking at the planning as it's your profession and the field. Thank you. So our next speaker for today is Konstantinos from National Technical University of Athens. He's a PhD candidate and he will be presenting about machine learning and tunneling. So whenever you're ready, Konstantinos.
Yeah, so greetings everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me try to share first, if I can do it. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I will move from now on. So we can start. Thank you for the introduction. I am conducting my PhD thesis with Professor Bernardos in ML machine learning and tunneling. And so before moving into the heart of the presentation, we need to explain a couple of questions, a couple of basic questions. So let's take them separately. First, why use a TBM? It's fast, it can adapt easily, we can use it in urban areas, and there's almost no disturbance in the surrounding, excuse me, in the surrounding geological medium. So that's why there is a huge uprising market value, actually, in tunnel boring machines. And the next question is why machine learning? We can build automatic systems. We can easily implement it and learn it. It has continuous improvement, and we can rely on raw data, which we can easily retrieve. So these two questions are easily answered. So let's go more forward. Let's define the problem. What do we need to do? What we need to predict the penetration rate, because accurate prediction of penetration rate from TBM means less cost, means faster delivery for the tunnel to the society, means better planning, and better planning is really good for avoiding unpleasant surprises. And let's take the other issue. Why predict surface settlements, for example? Well, in urban areas especially, we need to respect and be considerate of the overlying structures, houses, hospitals. So surface settlements will occur, but we need to keep them in accepted limits, and we need to predict them so to take the measurements needed to. So over a decade now, for more than a decade now, there are a lot of researchers that have made a connection between machine learning and tunneling. And since this connection is made, it cannot be undone. We can only move forward since the connection is made. We can move forward from multiple linear regression to deep learning, to reinforcement learning, to other techniques more evolved and better. They showed us the way, so we continue on forward. A little bit for our work and introduction. For prediction of the penetration rate or the settlement, surface settlements, we can use deep learning. For, either is it long short-term memory, or either is convolutional neural networks or strong regressors. We go deep. And let's see how that goes. Here it's a type of our work. We can see on the top, the first one on the top left is a CNN and an RNN combined model, and the below is a feed-forward neural network model. Both of them are deep neural networks, and what I want to state here is that we see the trend and the generalization is there. We can see it, and we can see that the model is able to understand the connection that exists between the features, and also understands the connection that is between the features and the target each time. And how are we able to explain that or observe that or actually say that the model understands is that if we borrow a nice logic from Shapley additive explanations, which come from Shapley values, from game theory, from Lloyd Shapley. In simple words, let's say it's a way to indicate how much does each individual input and feature of a model contributes to the final value, which the final value here is our Y, our target, even if the surface settlement or the penetration rate. So here we can actually see, it's pretty interesting, first of all, how the hierarchy of the features are here and how much they contribute. And secondly, we can actually see here in the right that it's not only how much a feature affects our target, it's where it affected. here we can see right, the predictions go higher, and left of the diagram, the predictions go lower than the actual price. So we can see how much the feature value has an impact, and towards where, towards higher prediction or towards lower prediction. And it's a really amazing and new way to interpret our model, and a new way that the model can teach us back some things that we can only grasp but not able to quantify so much. So moving on. So the question of the slide is the future bright? My short answer is yes, but what we actually have is that machine learning systems are flexible systems, are easy to use. They're easy to use and easy to implement if you completely understand the basic their basic values and their basic functions. There are models that can turn a quality assessment into quantity assessment very accurately. We can build autonomous operations in some procedures, provided that we have enough data. Because the data that we retrieve and use in our models are the future. If we have enough data, we have strong models. And actually less uncertainty in tunnels, in underground works in general. If we remove this uncertainty, we remove a shadow that's casted over underground works. We can give them room to develop. We can assert their position in the modern construction era. We can be more sure in a section that it's surrounded by uncertainty. I don't know if there are any questions or if you want me to go back to any slide.
Yeah.
But that was for me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Constantine. Unfortunately, there are no, at least now, there's no time for questions. So hopefully during the socials. I have to move on very quickly because of time constraints to Irin Nistergiu from JEC Terna, Senior Geotechnical Engineer, who will be presenting about the Klokova Tunnel of Ionia Odos.
Hello.
Irin,
Hello from my side. I will try to share.
It works.
No.
Can see myself. I think it's projecting the other screen if you have multiple screens.
Yes. Can you help me, please, with sharing?
Yeah, give me a second. But like as we did with Marilyn, you see myself, but because you have multiple screens, perhaps you.
Yes, you're right.
Are projecting the second one instead of the.
We can see your desktop now. Okay, if you can move the PowerPoint to the desktop. You managed to share, but yes, we can see your presentation now.
Oh, you can see it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I've changed the screens. Okay, I will try to do it this way. I will talk about Klokova Tunnel of Ionia Odos Highway, which was constructed by Terna SA, which is of a JEC Group companies. A few words about Ionia-Odos Highway. Ionia-Odos Highway is a design-build project. It's connecting the entire western Greece, starting at Ioannina city, and following down the western coastline down to the Gulf of Corinth. At Adirio, it crosses the Gulf via the Rio Adirio Bridge, and today is a new motorway and it's fully operational. As you can see, it consists of 196 kilometers of a new modern and high standards motorway. It has 4 bidirectional tunnels of a total length of 11.2 kilometers, 24 bridges of a total length of 7 kilometers, 77 underpasses, and 24 overpasses. Klokova Tunnel, just to specify where it is located. As you can see in figure 1, it is located in the southwest of Aetolia-Karnania region in Greece, and more specifically at a distance of about 7 kilometers from the Rio Adirio Bridge. The current national highway alignment runs along the south outskirts of Klokova Mountain. As you can see at figure 2, there is an existing national highway alignment which was fully operational during construction, and with blue line, it's a new Klokova tunnel. Also in figure 3, you have the view from the Rio Adirio Bridge from the Klokova tunnel entrance portal. You can see that it is almost 7 kilometers away. Some words about the construction of Klokova tunnel. Klokova tunnel had a very strict timetable. It is a twin-tube motorway tunnel, which is constructed from both ends at the same time. Each branch is approximately 2,900 meters long. Klokova tunnel has 2 horseshoe-shaped tunnels with an internal radius of 5.5 meters and a maximum width of 11 meters. It accommodates 2 traffic lanes of 3.75 and 3.5 meters respectively. Klokova is the longest one out of the 4 tunnels of Ionia-Odos Highway. The other 3 tunnels are Makinia, Abelia, and Kalidona. The way that it was excavated. The tunnel cross-section was excavated in 2 stages. The top heading was excavated first, and then the bends and invert in one pass. Invert was needed only in the areas where poor quality rock mass was encountered, and it was implemented in close inverted lining. The excavation, mainly in whole of the tunnel, both tubes, was done with the use of explosives. Only hard ripping techniques were adopted where poor quality mass was encountered. Generally, the excavation of Klokova tunnel followed the principles of NAT. In this slide, I have put 2 pictures during construction with shotcrete works at the tunnel face. On the right, you can see some drilling and blasting preparations. Sorry. Here you have 2 other pictures during constructions. I have put this just to show the good quality of the rock mass. I want to point out that Klokova tunnel had no serious problems during excavation, but there were some challenges in specific areas. To be more specific, the excavated material of the Klokova tunnel was mainly a gray to dark gray limestone with no serious discontinuities and no signs of water inflow. However, during construction, a soft siltstone seam was unexpectedly encountered, and in another section, a calcified fault zone at the top heading, which was also immediately addressed from the conductor with the help of the tunnel designers. New categories of excavation and primary support were prepared by the tunnel designers and implemented in the calcified fault zone. Here are 2 pictures taken during construction of the calcified fault zone. At the left, there are large blocks with voids, whereas on the right, we also found blocky gravel sand material. And as you can see the picture, there is a little inflow, water inflow. Apart from the excavation and primary support, as far as it concerns the final lining, we had no surprises. We use reinforced concrete with minimum width up to 35 centimeters, and the width was always depending from the excavation categories that we found. Apart from the challenges that had to do with the rock mass, we also have some challenges that have to do with the operational national road, which you can see this picture. It is underneath the entrance portal of the Klokova tunnel. It was our obligation to take special care of this road and not to create any disruption during construction. So that resulted to a specific type of monitoring. Also, we took special care of the excavation step that we considered and the categories that we used in the entrance portals and the small part of the mine part of the tunnel. As I said at the beginning, Klokova tunnel has been finalized and is fully operational. So here is a picture of the finalized tunnel entrance portals that are formed also with gabions. And here is a view also from the finalized tunnel exit portals with the use of gabions. And also you can see that we had a lot of anchoring because we also had some issues with the archaeology in the exit portal here at the top. There are archaeological findings that we had to protect. So that's why we created the cut and cover exit portal at this location. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Rini. I have to apologize on behalf of the Greek Tunneling Society that we are running a few minutes late. So our Danish colleague, hopefully they understand and they give us a few more minutes. So apologies for that. So we still have a few minutes to go on. So once you're ready, once we're ready, we'll let you know. So 5-7 minutes, we'll still need it. So if you want to, yeah. I should also say that smoking is not allowed, even in Teams. I'm just kidding. So let's move on now to Evi, our colleague from Atikometro, from Evi Gabrielatou, who will be presenting along with her colleagues or give us an update on the Atikometro, the Athens Metro Line 4. And their colleagues from joint venture AVAX, Kiela, and Atikometro. So Evi, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for the invitation. We are always glad to participate to the World Tunnel Day Marathon. I hope that it will become a tradition in the next years. Congratulations to all ITA young members for this organized event. In Athens, we have a major underground project in construction, and this is the brand new Metro Line 4. Therefore, we have prepared a video from site where our colleagues Apostolos Styrogalas, civil engineer from Line 4, will introduce us to the current stage of the project. And then Mr. Evripidis Abiras, a civil engineer from the TBM department, and Mr. Stelios Mouskos, mechanical TBM engineer from the contractor side, will present us the TBM machine that has just arrived at the start shaft. And now I will try to share my screen.
Evi, along with sharing your screen, there is a button where you can share the audio. So once you click share, you can also share the audio so we can hear what Apostolos saying.
I will do it again, yes. Sorry. Give me 1 minute, please.
Evie, if it is hard, I could try.
Okay, I think I found it.
Okay.
My name is Apostolos Kirikialas, and I'm a civil engineer working for Atikometro. We are presently located at the Katehaki TBM shaft, which is the starting shaft. It's one of the 2 starting shafts for Section A, the new Line 4 of the Athens Metro. The starting shaft, the first starting shaft, which is where we're located presently, consists of 73 piles of 40 meters depth and approximately 1 to 1.2 meters diameter. And that consists of its retaining wall. This is where the excavation is presently in progress, and it has been completed approximately up to 75%. When it will be completed, and we will reach a depth of 36 meters, the first TBM will be lowered and will start its excavation to complete at a distance of approximately 5 kilometers, and will reach the trumpet at Evangelismos, where he will be dismantled and exited. This will be the tasks of this TBM. The other TBM will start from TBM vehicle shaft, which will be at the other end of the line. The line consists of 15 sections and 9 shafts. It is a line of approximately 13 kilometers.
Good morning. We are at the Katehaki TBM start shaft, where one of the 2 TBMs will be launched from here, from the Line 4 Metro project. As you can see, the capital has just arrived and it's under welding process, which roughly will take 1 month. According to the progress of the works, the launching of the first TBM is expected to be done during the first quarter of 2023. The launching will be done through a 12-meter chamber, which will be excavated from the shaft, which is under field excavation. And because of the limited dimensions of the shaft, there will be a short launch for TBM, meaning we will speed the first gantry, then as the TBM progresses, the rest of the gantries will be gradually lowered into the shaft. And the second TBM will be launched from the other end of the line, the vehicle shaft. This is expected to be done by the end of the year, 2023. This TBM, the length of the drive will be 5.1 kilometers, and the second drive will be 7.2. We expect and hope that everything will progress well, and we hope to have the blessings of St. Barbara. Concerning the assembly of this TBM, the shaft, as mentioned, is a short launch situation, which means that there wasn't enough space to assemble the machine. So we have to assemble the machine partially, meaning that we will do assembly with less gadgets and complete assembly. So this is always a situation where we have to be aware of the space and the situations that we have in the rest of the job site. So this is something that we do.
Hello, I'm Dimitris Alibrakis, the Vice President of the Greek Tunneling Society. I'm working for the Authority of Athens Metro, Attica Metro. Happy World Tunnel Day.
Thank you, Evie. We do have one video as well. Let's move on now to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Evie, and all the colleagues from Athens Metro.
Thank you. See you soon.
Yeah. So we are all waiting for you to come and join us for the World Tunnel Congress next May in Athens. You can find more information on this link. We're going to have a lot of fun for the young members. Both George Doulkas and myself are responsible for the YM activities. So right now we have confirmed that we will be having our social in a very nice rooftop bar with these nice views, and also we will try to make you to provide the experience for the ITA YM run, which is open for every attendee, to have the run in the first modern Olympics in the Panathinaikos Stadium, where the first modern Olympic Games were actually took place. So with that, I'm going to pass it to George Doulkas, who will be sharing our last video. And again, I apologize for not being on time. George?
Okay, thank you very much, Chrysophimis, and a greeting from me as well. I'll be sharing the video shortly. However, I won't be uploading my opening my camera now, as I need to save some quality for the video. Okay, here it goes then.
I don't think, George, you're sharing the screen.
Oh, right, one more try. For some reason it doesn't get the window. One more try, please. Bear with me. It appears it's the issue of the age we live in. The player just doesn't want to share.
Let me do that then.
Okay,
okay guys, enjoy from Greece.
Hi everyone, I'm Chrysophimis Paraskivopoulou. I'm the chair of the Greek Tunneling Society and assistant professor in tunneling, and we are looking forward to welcoming you next May in Athens for the next WTC. And happy World Tunnel Day.
Hello everyone, my name is Yannis Vazeos. I am an STL engineer and I work in High Speed 2 here from the Athens Road office. And I'm also the professional development sub-chair for the GPS young members. We are really looking forward to hosting you next year in the World Tunnel Congress in Athens, and happy Tunneling Day.
Hi everyone, I hope you are enjoying the World Tunnel today in Happy St. Barbara's. My name is George, Secretary of the Engineers Young Members, and I'm saying hi to everybody from High School Society here in Northampton, London, where I'm working. Hope to see you next year in Athens in WTC 2023. We all enjoy and have a great time and fun.
Happy World Tunnel Day.
Happy World Tunnel Day. Happy World Tunnel Day, everyone.
So this was it, and now we should, let me find it. Yeah, and now we should pass the torch to Denmark, and hopefully they're not too mad at us. Apologies for that.
Thank you very much.
Bye from Greece.
Hi everyone, this is Berk Demir from NIRAS, and I will be starting the presentation for Danish Tunneling Society young members. And I will be trying to, as possible, to compensate for the time we lost. So in Copenhagen right now, there are 3 major projects for climate adaptation for HOFOR, which is the utility company for the Copenhagen area. And you can see here the 3 adaptation projects that we are currently dealing with in Denmark. One of them is Svanemøllen in the northern side of the Copenhagen. The other one is the Valby, and the next one is the Kalvebod project. So I will start with talking about the Valby Cloudburst Tunnel project, which is on the design phase. And where are we right now? So Copenhagen is located here, and we have the Great Belt Tunnel Bridge and tunnel, and Femern Tunnel and Oresund Tunnel Bridge. Femern Tunnel is under construction. You know that because of the World Tunnel Congress that we had successfully last month. So you had a lot of information about the Femern Tunnel, I think, and you can see the tunnel segment fabrication area ongoing right now. And in the Copenhagen area, the Valby Cloudburst Tunnel is located just around here on the lower side of the Copenhagen. And you can see the project alignment here. And in this project, we have pipe checking tunnel, not the segmental lining tunnels, but the pipe checking tunnel. But as you can see from here, the dimension of the pipe checking tunnel is on the upper range of the what we consider reasonable for pipe checking. So we are in a very high end of the pipe checking. And there are a couple of key decisions that we had to discuss during the project. And one of them is the drive lengths. So in addition to the diameter, we are in the upper end of the range that seems possible for the pipe checking for the length. So our longest drive is 1,290 meters, which is a balance between the risk and cost. Now we have one intermediate shaft to shorten the distance to the longest drive to the 1,290 meters. And we also have a discussion for the EPB versus slurry. And since it's rock and there's no contamination, both of the options are still available to the contractors. And for the shafts, we have 4 shafts. One of them is for the tunneling purposes. The other 3 is for hydraulic purposes. And there were, again, many decisions that has to be taken. One of them is we are using all the piles as unreinforced piles, aside from a couple of piles around the openings that has higher stresses due to tunnels. And we have also the horizontal elements completely precast and vertical elements completely in situ. And other project that I have shown at the beginning is the Kalvebod tunnel. The design of this Kalvebod tunnel has also done by NIRAS and Jacobs Bank, and it's on the construction phase right now. So it has 3 shafts, and these shafts are connected by pipe checking tunnels again. And typical to Copenhagen, after 15 meters, usually we have a good quality limestone. And we have two drives here. One of them is 3,000 millimeters internal diameter, and the other one is 2,000 millimeter internal diameter. And you can see on the right side the TBM factory acceptance tests. And it is very close to the existing metro structure in meatpacking district of the Copenhagen. And you can see the shafts after construction. You can see the uplift anchors on the left, and these second piles are reinforced. Of course, the hard piles are reinforced. And we have also another project, which is called Northhouse Tunnel. I think this is the biggest project in recent years. And in the Northhouse Tunnel project, the SIX and MT Hoygaard joint venture has won the project with the help of Niras and Jacobs as a designer. And you can see a speed up version of the construction process plan at this. And you can see that we have a channel at the middle that has to be open during the construction process because the ships are using that part. And in a typical section, we have the sheet piles and level supports, and the tunnel construction will continue in separate segments. It's a rectangular tunnel. It's a rectangular tunnel with varying sections. You can see the typical section inside the sea is just rectangular, but as we go to the north-hand side, we have increasing width and we end up with the 4 tubes. You can see the alignment here. It is in this part it's under the sea, but by under the sea I mean the backfill. It will be backfilled and then will be excavated. And in this part it's widening and ends up with the 4 tube and connecting to the other structures here. And this is a typical section again with the usual heavy or whatever formworks that we are using, and sheet pile sections with the anchor supports and the uplift anchors, and all the typical sections for the not immersed, but cut and cover tunnel that we are used to. And we have one more project that's under discussion in Copenhagen. It's the M5 metro line that has been published by the Metroselskabet, the metro company of Copenhagen. And it is under the environmental impact assessment and concept design process right now. And the pre-qualification for this project has just been completed. As you can see in this project, it's a huge extension of the existing metro line, and you can see the Lithanon artificial island that is being constructed, and it will take a long time to construct all the way, but the new metro line will be very needed connection between the REFN area here and the rest of the city. And you can see the part of the metro line is above ground and the part of them is underground. And the pre-qualification results has been just published, as I said. ICOM, Artelia, Covi Arup, Niras, and Ramboll Atkins are qualified for the next stage. Then Metroselskabet will decide on the winning party. And now I will give the word to my colleague Wasim from the Covi, which he will talk about the Svanemodden project that I have described at the beginning. Wasim, if you can ask for the request.
Thank you. Thank you, Berg. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I will request control now. Yeah, I can change the slides. So I go back to my... okay, yeah, I think that's fine. So thank you, Berg. And hello, everyone. My name is Wasim Ahmed, and I'm working in Covi, Denmark. I'm a member of DFT-YM, and happy World Tunnel Day to all of you. As Berg described, this is one of the stormwater tunnel named Svanemodden Cloudburst Tunnel. I'm working on this project at the moment, and I will go through this project in a bit more detail, and I will try to be a little bit faster to cover up some time. Let's move on to the next slide. So when we talk about any project, the first question comes, why do we need that project? So the reason is in front of your screens. Municipality did the survey. There has been some issues with the flooding in case of heavy rain in Copenhagen. The dark blue area shows where it's been more issues with flooding, and that's why this project was planned to drain the water from those areas and discharge it into the sea. So I go to my next slide then. This is the project layout. The project is divided into north, south, and the east tunnel, and a couple of shafts. We are working on at the moment all tunnels, which is around approximately 9.5 kilometer long, and 9 shafts. The red line you can see is a pipe jack tunnel, and the blue one is segmental line tunnel. The diameter, the internal diameter of the red line means pipe jack tunnel is varying from 1.8 to 3.2 meter, while the segmental line tunnel is 4.9 internal diameter. The whole tunnel alignment is the depth of whole tunnel alignment from the ground surface varying somewhere from 10 to 25 meter along the length of the tunnel. And with that, I move on to my next slide. Yeah, so a bit about functionality of the project. So there has been some, there are already some existing tunnel networks in Copenhagen, which discharge the water to the sea or nearby lakes in case of average or normal rain. But when it rains heavily, then these systems are overflowing, and that's why there was a need for a new tunnel, stormwater tunnel network. Which shows which in case of heavy rain will collect water from these existing networks and then transfer or discharge it to the sea. Yeah, a little bit about the geology of the project. On the right-hand side, I'm showing a geotechnical section along a typical tunnel alignment. The bottom green lines are bedrock, which we call Copenhagen limestone, and while the top brown and the yellow layers are clay till layers. And most of the tunnel alignment is running in top clay till layers, and some of the deep shaft are actually the bottom of the shafts are going to Copenhagen limestone. Yeah, bit about geometry of these shafts. We mainly are designing 9 shafts, but there are some smaller shafts for connection works. I have highlighted the smaller. I'm sorry. Okay.
Can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah, so I'll continue. I'm sorry. So the smallest shaft is the STU shaft, which is internal diameter of 8 meter and with a total excavation depth of 8.5 meter, while the biggest one is FSK, which has internal diameter of 17 meter and almost 34 meter deep. I will change. Can I move? Well, can you please change the slide? Okay, yeah, thanks. So this is the same alignment that I showed in my first slide, just with the plan view of all the shafts and connection works. And on the right hand side, you can see this is the FSK shaft, which is one of the biggest shaft in our project, and it also has outfall structure, which will be used to discharge water into the sea. And the client is also preparing to develop some landscape around this shaft. With a technical building on top of the shaft, which shown in the 3D rendered picture in on the right hand corner, and this will be used to give for public access, and people can go and visit the area around. The biggest and the biggest shaft that I was talking about. This is the cross section of the shaft from a 3D Revit model, along with the incoming tunnel. It has 5 intermediate slabs, and the outfall and the shaft structure is shown on the right-hand side in the plan view. Yeah, a bit about the design. We have a geotechnical and the structural team, and I'm mainly involved in the structural design of this project. So I will go through very quickly with this slide. We are using Plaxis 2D and Plaxis 3D to design shafts and tunnel cross sections. And as I said, I'm doing this structural work, so I have a bit more to talk about here. So for structural design, we have developed a Grasshopper and the Rhino script. It's a completely parametric model, and as we have seen in the previous slide, most of the shafts are circular and with 1 or 2 or more than 2 openings. So the thing changing between slide to slide is the internal walls and the slabs and the number of openings. So that's why it was a good idea to make this parametric model, and we can control all different geometrical parameter of the shaft through these simple inputs that you can see on the left hand side of this slide, and then we can generate a 3D model, and that 3D model is transferred to a structural software called Sophistic. I'm pretty sure most of or some of you will be aware of the software, and then all the appendices that we need from this model, for example, inputs, the bending moments, actual forces, and reinforcement in each element are printed directly from the software. So it's been quite useful and quite nice technique, because we had to invest time developing one of the shaft, and in other shafts it's quite fast. And with that, I will finish my presentation. Thank you, and I'll transfer it to Alexandra.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. So I am Alexandra from Rumble, Denmark, but today I will talk about what we're doing in the ITA Working Group 14, and more specific Task Group 8, which is about sustainability in mechanized tunneling. So let's see if I can jump to the next slide. I might need some help. Great. So I will try to make it very short, but I will, of course, first welcome, then a bit about our vision, our goal, and the current status of the task group. So this task group was created during WTC here in Copenhagen. And since then, we have been a core team of me, Carolina, Ludovica, and Regina, and we have tried to figure out how and where we want to take this task group and what we want to work with, of course, about sustainability within mechanized tunneling. So if we go to the vision as we have set it right now, the main vision is to make it easy for everyone to find inspiration for making more sustainable solutions for mechanized tunneling, and to share the industry's experience and knowledge instead of people sitting with each of their knowledge. We want to make it easy for everyone to find this information, so hopefully we can have more sustainable projects in the future. And so if we go to the goal, this is to kind of have a matrix, or ideally a web page or website, so it can also be updated regularly, because as we know, everything about sustainability is developing so fast at the moment. So instead of like waiting to submit or send out papers, we want to make it easy to update. Of course, still being sure that the quality is good, but we want to make it easy to update as soon as we have something new, some new information. So right now, as I said, we are in the very early phase. So it was easiest for us to structure this matrix about the SQL framework, or BREEAM as it's called now. Of course, the idea is to develop this matrix even further, because we are aware that there are other frameworks. But as I said before, we are in a very early phase. So just to get started, we structured around SQL. And the idea is that now we want to collaborate with as many as possible in the industry to get information from both designer, contractors, everyone who is involved in these big projects, but also to collect information from all phases of the project. So it is easier to implement sustainable solutions from when the strategy is developed, and then also to the very end of a project when maybe a tunnel cannot be used for its main purpose anymore. How can we then use this tunnel for another thing? So if we move on to the current status, again, it's very early, but we want to be able to use the information we have as we develop this matrix even more. So right now we are ready to collaborate with people who want to be involved in this very, I think, important task group. So please reach out if you want to be involved in this task group. And of course, there are a lot of different tasks. Right now, we just need to collect as much information as possible for us to then be able to structure it and then present it in an easy and simple way to the people who need the information. So yes, that was what I have. And here I have put the mails for the four of us. And it doesn't have to be this small core anymore. Now we are ready to collaborate with all of you who want to be involved in it. So yeah, thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. And now I think we have completed our presentations under 20 minutes, so I'm leaving the floor to the friends without any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you for your catching up on time, Darmak. I really enjoy your WTC this year. Were very great. So thanks again. So I will start sharing my small presentation up. Start with that. Hopla. So here, yep. Up. No, we don't want to start. Okay, let's start. So thank you, Italian member, for organizing this this webinar to share with everybody. I just want to start for the AFTES and AFTES human part, really short. What we have ahead is also a congress which is not in competition with the WTC in Athens, but is the French Congress in Paris. So you can join. It will be really interesting. The main topic will be transition this year. And we will have a social event. This year, the last year was a social event for the young. This year we will be mixed with everybody else, so it will be really interesting. Please say hello if you will come along. We will make contact with you and greet you as much as we can. It will be in October, so pretty different date from Athens. First, I will give the end to one of my colleagues to present Santa Barbara history in Santa Barbara in France. So Marcela, I give you the end.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. So today I'm going to talk about a little bit the history of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara was a woman born during the 3rd century in a region called Minor Asia, which is next to Lebanon, if I'm not mistaken. And at the time, it was a region dominated by the Roman Empire, and their beliefs were in the Roman Greek gods. Barbara is the only daughter of a really, really wealthy man that decided to lock her up in a tower in order to protect her from foreign influences. And during her confinement, she got a revelation from God and converted to Christianism. And because of this, and because of at the time Christianism was a crime, her father handed her to a judge that decided to lock her up in a jail. And during her jail time, she was tortured, but due to her strength of her faith, all her wounds were immediately healed. She continued to proclaim her faith in Christianity, and the judge decided to sentence her to die by the sword. And on her way to her death, she proclaimed her last wish, which was the God through her experience helped all those confronted with a sudden death. Because of this, her father was so outraged that he himself beheaded his daughter. So after her death, her father was immediately killed by lightning. And because of her strength and her belief, many workers from miners, firefighters, and tunnel workers decided to make her as the patron of their jobs, because there is a widespread belief that she could control lightning and all kinds of manifestation of fire, such as flame and heat. here in France, on the 4th of December, we celebrated St. Barbara during the lunch with a huge feast, in which workers and bosses, they joined together to celebrate the work. And in this occasion, the workers, they cut the ties of the bosses to symbolize that they are at the same level. And besides the miners, there is also a tradition in the south of France to plant 3 bushes of wheat to symbolize the Holy Trinity. And in the 25th of December, decorate these 3 wheat with yellow and red ribbons. And after this, planting this wheat to announces the prosperity of the crops all year long. So now I'm going to give back the comment to my colleague, Pep.
Thank you very much, Marcela, for the presentation of where it comes from. It's always great to remind it on the day, and even if it was yesterday. And I hope we will have a really great one in a few days. I will ask Louis, who have some experience of St. Barb to share. I saw him in line. And Louis and his colleagues. Yeah, a lot of colleagues. Hello.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Nice to meet you.
So we have prepared a little document. So can you see our screen?
Yes.
Okay. So we are four people, so 3 boys and 1 girl. We are working in tunneling since 2 years for the youngest, and how many?
7 years.
7 years for the oldest. So we have experienced several Santa Barbara, but not much. So we will present you. First of all, the one we did yesterday, because yesterday was Santa Barbara, I think you know. And so for once we did it on the real day, on the very day, even if it was on Sunday. So currently we are working. Currently we are working on the TELT project. TELT means Tunnel Euralpin Lyon-Turin, which is a tunnel between linking Lyon and Turin, and coming beyond the Alps. So we are on the first lot of the project. So we have the start from France, from Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, which is a city in the Maurienne Valley, and we have 2 tubes to dig. In traditional excavation, so twice 2.8 kilometers, and maybe more if we have a good rate. So you can see backwards our 2 tubes which are ready to dig, and we start the excavation of the right-hand tube this morning. So yesterday was the Santa Barbara, and also meaning of start of the tunnel. And you can see our Santa Barbara, which is in the middle of the 2 tubes that we installed yesterday. So this time we did the full package. That means first we had the mass. After we had the procession with the Santa Barbara. So we had 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer to walk from the church to the site. and we brought the Santa Barbara in front of the tunnel, and we had also the blessing with the priest, the blessing of the Santa Barbara, just for the stars. After there is as Marcela, I think, explained, there is a tie cutting tradition. So you can see that here. Who cut the tie of not her boss, but one boss. So you can see also Louis being tie cut by the youngest man. Yeah, by the youngest of the miners. So as you can see in backwards, it is also a big party. We have lunch together, and after we have a kind of party with a local DJ. So from the Alps. So that was quite funny. And the meaning of the tie cutting is to celebrate one day all together and one day without how can we say there is no boss, there is no miner. Everybody is a miner today, and we party all together.
It's perfect equality.
Okay, so I think you know. Great photo, and then we will present you some projects that we did before being together in Telgt. So Louis, yes, you can.
So I worked 2 years on the project there and the project IRUMI between the France and Switzerland, and I've done two Santa Barbara. And it was special because 2 years ago in 2020, the ceremony was cancelled due to COVID-19, and there was only a drink at the top of the shaft, as you can see at the middle, and with the physical distancing. Nevertheless, in order to have a memory of this special event, all the team of the construction site had a sweater with the picture of the works, as you can see on the left of the diaporama. So it was a distinguishable Santa Barbara, and last year it was also special because there was always the COVID-19, but last year the works of excavation and concrete lining were completed. So there were no miners left on the construction site, but we did a ceremony and the blessing at the top of the shaft, as you can see also on the left. So it was too special Santa Barbara for me. So yesterday it was the first real Santa Barbara.
Welcome. Okay, another project was in Lyon. So even as Marcela explained, Santa Barbara is first the protector of people working with fire or explosion. It has also expanded to underground works in general. So even if with a tunnel boring machine we don't have explosion or anything, Santa Barbara is still the protector of the miners. So in Lyon, it was a tunnel boring machine, 2.4 kilometers in complex grounds. And as Louis explained, it was during the same time slot. So we had also COVID experiences. We did Santa Barbara within shifts, within teams. So it was a bit different from usual, but still very good memories. And luckily we had once in 2019, which was memorable because we had also the baptism of the GPM on the same day. So again, that was a very specific and significant day.
And It's my first Santa Barbara was in the Tunnel du Chambon in the south of Grenoble. It was a project we are digging in
2015.
2015. It was an excavation, traditional excavation with explosive. And that's all. That was my first Santa Barbara.
And you did other ones also in Tet in the first part of the project?
Yes, I was working at Saint-Martin-la-Porte, and I do 4 Santa Barbara.
Okay, but I think I don't know if it was what you expected, but at least you saw some pictures of what we do and what we do.
Thank you very much. It was a very extensive presentation of how we party and how we celebrate Santa Barbara in France with all the church celebration and the party afterward. So thank you very much for this return on experience. So we've got some minutes left. And just to finish the presentation, don't go away, guys. We still have an exercise together. Up. So stories, just a short story for me. Once we brought Santa Barbara after the celebration in the front of the tunnel where we dig a niche for her to be in the deepest part of the tunnel, and we celebrate it again. And some old picture of cutting tie that I found back a few minutes ago. And then I propose you to join us on drawwiz.com/play, which link is on the chat, and find the room Sainte Barbe, where you will have to draw to find so we can guess the name of the thing you want to draw. So it's all Tunnel and Santa Barbara related. So I invite you to join us. Yep. I can share the link on the channel. Yep. Hop là. So, Marcela is already here. Some more to join? Yeah, okay. I will watch the chat, so you can give me in the chat the answer you want to put. Alors, Jean. Ah. You have inspiration, Jean. So in the chat, you can answer 2, or you can answer in this part. Chrysostom is found. Mar is not tunnel. What better guess? No answer. It's a 3-letter. It's really well drawn. Oh, it was TBM. So Alex will be drawing. Good luck with the name. Christosemis, you can grow. Junction don't work. Shaft footing. Ah, I should have thought about this word. Mm-hmm. It should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Should have 6 letter.
Actually, no. It should I help you? It starts with T. It's hard.
It's hard. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
What it is? In the chat? I saw no shaft, ang, tunnel, country. Tower. Yeah, the Tower of Santa Barbara. She always have a tower on her statue. Great try, Christosemis. And drawing with the mouse or the keypad is not the easiest way. I think I know this one. Pad hat, curtain cover, hats. Maybe this one. Very well drawn, Alex.
Oh.
Marcela. Yeah, wait. I don't know. We already tried earlier with Marcela, who is a really good drawer. Statue, marqueur. Barbara. Barbara. Ah, Jeanne, you got it. That's really well drawn. Oui. Saint. So we are 9 playing right now. Yep. Sunbird. I don't know who it is, but really nice name. Potato, yes. 1, 2. Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, and explosion. Boom. Great. So it's 4 p.m. It's 2 p.m. So we have to give way to the next group, which will be TTOW for Netherlands.
What is the award? Is there an award for the winner?
For the what? Oh no, I don't have any words to share online. I'm really sorry.
Next year.
Next year we'll figure this out. Thank you everybody for joining in. Thank you for the 9 gamer joining in our little experiment to have some interaction. Thank you very much on the TEL project, guys. Thank you very much. Marcela, really great presentation. And I leave you the place for Netherlands.
Thank you, Arnoud.
Thank
you for the presentation.
Yes. So we'd like you all to stay here for a very interesting story from the Netherlands.
Yeah. Welcome everybody.
Yeah.
Just wait for the presentation. Yeah, welcome everybody at the Dutch World Tunnel Congress session. My name is Carolina and I will host this session together with my colleague board member Arne de Jong. The Dutch are not only known for their cheese, but also for their expert knowledge on immersed tunneling. In this session, around the world in 40 immersed tunnels, we will give an overview of the immersed tunnels in the world, where Dutch engineers worked on. We have invited 2 speakers who have both extensive work experience in the field of immersed tunnels. Our first speaker is Peter van Westerdorp, and he's the Director of Structon Immersion Projects. And our second speaker is Arjan Lutgott, and he's the Deputy Managing Director of Tunnel Engineering Consultants.
Yes, thank you, Carolina. So here's the overview of the most of the immersed tunnels around the world on which the Dutch have contributed. And as you see, it's Europe, Asia, but also America. It's all over the globe. And immersed tunneling is a fascinating way of constructing tunnels below waterways with very limited disturbance and hindrance to ship traffic. This is due to the fact that the tunnel elements or caissons are constructed in a dry dock, which can be located elsewhere or above the tunnel entrances. And these elements then are transported to the project location over water to the final location. And when they're above the final location, still floating, then the tunnel elements are ballasted with water and they basically sink to the bottom of the waterway. And then all the elements are connected together, which forms a tunnel. And the ballast water is replaced by permanent ballast concrete. And now I would like to invite Arjan, who's our first speaker, to tell us a bit more about the project he did when he was young in Coatzacoalcos in Mexico. So Arjan, tell us more.
Yeah, I would love to tell more about this project. And indeed, that was when I was young. It was my first project ever when I started working at TEC. They asked me to do the earthquake analysis for this tunnel. That was way back in 2007. It's the first immersed tunnel in Latin America. So you can see on the left Mexico and Coatzacoalcos. It's a city I've never heard of before, but it's quite interesting. It's where a lot of oil comes ashore. So a quite important city for Mexico. And on the right side, you can see a plan view where on the right bottom, you can already see 5 tunnel elements being constructed in a casting basin, very close to the final location, which is also drawn in this picture. So I put together a few photos of this fantastic project. I think it was a fantastic project because it was far away from the Netherlands in a country who, I've never constructed an immersed tunnel before. So we could very well explain to the local people how to do it. Very interesting, with only a limited amount of Dutch people involved. And this also shows that you can make this immersed tunnel with a lot of local labor. So this simple concrete box can be constructed with local labor and can therefore be very interesting for a country. So on the left, you see again the casting basin, but then slightly to the middle of the screen, there's the you can see the cut and cover sections, the ramp sections, to where those immersed tunnels need to connect. And on the right side, you see some close-ups of these ramp sections. Next slide. So for our young engineers, I think this is the most important picture. So how does it look like? So in cross-sectional view, it's a rectangular box, quite straightforward, ordinary reinforced concrete, 2 times 2 lanes. And in the middle is a central gallery for maintenance purposes and for safety reasons. And on the bottom, you see a longitudinal profile where you can see the immersed tunnels being below the riverbed. So it's very close to the riverbed, and therefore this tunnel can be very next one. So 2 nice pictures during the immersion process. So on the left picture, you see a the tunnel element, 140 meters in length. Sorry? So the element, 140 meters in length, being positioned to its final location. And on the right picture, you can see it going to the bottom. Next slide. Well, and the most famous part of this immersed tunnel technique, the most well-known, that is the GINA profile. It's the rubber profile mounted on the ends of each tunnel element. You can see it on this picture. And this one is actually quite a big one. And this big one is required to have some deformation capacity during earthquakes. So I started this project doing the earthquake analysis. So what I did was determine the size of this rubber profile to be able to absorb all the deformations which occur during an earthquake. But what I learned quite soon after doing this tunnel analysis, the seismic analysis, and also did it for our next one in Mexico, is that those underground structures can very well survive earthquakes, much better than structures on top of the soil, like bridges, for example. Bridges, they can resonate during an earthquake, and tunnels, they only follow the displacements of the soil, which are much more limited, and therefore they can resist earthquakes in a better way. I think that was the last slide of this project. It was my first project, but it's still the project I love most. And then I always question myself, is it because it's my first project, or is it because it's just the best project I ever did? And I'm not sure what it is.
Well, thank you, Arjan, for your interesting story. Are there any questions in the group already, which we can ask Arjan now? You can also send them in chat, and maybe Arjan will be back with another tunnel and we can ask questions then. So, Peter, we would like to go to you for another story, and you were going to tell us about a project you did in South Korea, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Arjan and Arne. The next project we're going to talk about is on the other side of the world in Busan, South Korea. For me, not the first tunnel project that I was involved in, but certainly one of the ones that I still remember as a very good project. So it's probably not that's the case, Arjan, that it's going to be the first one. It's just a project that's a good project, and you will remember that. It's a similar project if you're looking at the shape of the tunnel, also 2 times 2 lanes. The big difference here is that it was much longer than the one in Mexico. In total, 3.2 kilometers, 18 tunnel elements of 180 meters, and with a very extensive depth of 48 meters. And as you can see on the top right picture, the mooring location, which was close to where the tunnel elements were prefabricated, is quite a long distance away from where the immersed tunnel is. So a long towing transport route has to be taken in consideration. Go to the next slide. Like the previous project that was shown, also a casting basin for tunnel elements, also in this case 5. But here we had to have multiple sessions of those tunnel elements being floated up and warped out to a temporary mooring location. 18 tunnel elements in total, so we had several sessions. On the left bottom, you see on the very bottom side the formworks of the tunnels, and in South Korea they had also shutters above it, so that in all the weather conditions they still could continue with the construction of the tunnel elements. Next, please. Someone is still also.
Someone is talking. Would you mute yourself, please? Thank you.
Here you have a very nice overview of the total project. In the far in the background, you see the bridges, which is also a part of this total project, but we were not involved in that. And in the foreground, you see the tunnel element floating with the 4 tugboats putting it into position. We had to go through to the island where the connection was made. And one of the good things about tunnel projects is it's never the same. And in this project, we were what we called near shore. We had a lot of weather restrictions due to the fact that we were involved, or we were exposed to especially swell waves, which had a great effect on the immersion operation due to, of course, the loads of the waves. Next, please. Due to the fact that it was a very deep tunnel, 84 meters of depth, and the swell waves, we had to be very innovative in some areas. Normally, if you're looking at the survey of a immersed tunnel, it's been done by traditional survey equipment from the shore. But since we were more than 3 kilometers away, so 1.5 kilometers away from the shore, it was very difficult to have a accurate reading with the traditional survey. And also because of the depth, if you want to have an access shaft on top, if you're going to 48 meters of depth, it's going to be a very very big access shaft. So we were innovative, and we used a self-propelled diving bell for locking onto the tunnel element in case we had to do something. But what we also did, that we also equipped the tunnel element totally with a remote control system. So the ballast system, the blue squares in the left top picture, the ballast tanks were all filled, remotely controlled, and the winches were controlled from the command unit, and also all the loads in all the winches was shown for the immersion commander with his crew. So everything was done remote controlled. Next, please. No, that was the last one for this project.
Yes. Thank you, Peter. That were 2 projects done decade or more years ago. I guess we'll go to the next project.
Yeah, the next project is still in construction. It's a Fehmarnbelt tunnel, which will be the new road connection, a road and rail connection between Germany and Denmark. Arjan, we would like you to.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
you said it's still under construction, but
it needs to.
I started my presentation with the Cuarza-Qualcos tunnel, that it was my first one in 2007. But I also remember that in 2009 we won the tender for this project in Denmark. So it took already a very long time before construction started. And now it's finally started a few years ago, and first tunnel elements are almost in production now. It will be part of the Trans-European network for the transport network. You can see on the left, it's not a very detailed picture, but these are the main rail connections in Europe. In the Fehmarn Belt will be one of those connections. It will be the second rail connection to Copenhagen, and it shall be finished in 2028 or 29. So during my time as a young engineer, I worked on other immersed tunneling projects, and actually I never worked on this one. Only I had all my other colleagues, they all have been involved in this project except for me. So I try to tell you something about this project, although I've never worked on it. So next slide. And this is a very old picture, plan view on top and a longitudinal profile in the middle. And on the bottom, the cross section. So when you first go to the cross section, it's 2x2 lanes for car traffic and 2 rail connections. And actually, this connection is the main purpose of this connection is the rail connection. That's most urgently required. And but however, the Danish government decided to also put 2x2 lanes next to it, although it's not really required. And the picture on top is a picture from, I think it's maybe made in the 1990s. And at that time, they were trying to do they were sketching a bridge solution, and TBM solution, and an immersed tunnel solution. And for the 2 tunnel solutions, in the middle, you can see an island, an artificial island drawn. And that artificial island is needed for ventilation purposes. But, and why is that needed? Because when you drive into the tunnel, the exhaust of the car, the cars will pollute the air inside of the tunnel. And that air is transported with the speed of the car to the exit of the tunnel. So while you are traveling in that tunnel, the pollutants will increase up to a certain point when it's over a certain threshold value, and clean air needs to be inserted, and the polluted air shall be extracted. So in the 1990s, they made this drawing, and halfway, the total length of the tunnel is 18 kilometers. So halfway, after 9 kilometers, a ventilation island was required to extract the polluted air. But in the beginning of this project, when we started in 2009, some analysis were made that because this road traffic is not really required, it will not be to its full capacity, so pollution levels will be lower. And also an extrapolation was made of the increased pollution levels of the cars. So the European Union says that the cars shall be cleaner, and they extrapolated those values to 2030 or 28 when the tunnel will be opened, and to 2040 and 2050 when the car capacity is going to increase. And by those analysis, in combination with a good ventilation system, they managed to get out this ventilation island. So now this connection will be constructed without a ventilation island. Next slide. And that's one of the main things why this immersed tunnel solution became so attractive. There's also been a study. We also did a study to a TBM solution. On the longitudinal profile on the right, you can see that a TBM solution will be a little bit longer, but for a connection which is already 18 kilometers in length, that will not really be a disadvantage from a cost point of view. But we had to do 3 or 2 tubes depending on the configuration. On the top you can see a 3-tube configuration, so 2 tunnels for traffic only and then 1 for rails. And on the bottom you can see a very big one where we have 2 levels for traffic and a single one for the trains. But in the end we did a cost comparison and the costs were quite similar. But they didn't, there was a big risk in, there are boulders, very big stones located in the soil. And it's a very high risk that those boulders would be encountered during tunneling. And then there would be a big delay and problems leading to higher costs. And that is the main reason why a immersed tunnel solution was chosen. Next slide. Well, on the left, a picture recently taken. It's a picture from the production facility where the elements will be casted. And on the right, you can see this artist impression. So there will be 5 lines where tunnel elements will be produced all at the same time. And then they will be towed out to the final location. Next slide. Yeah, on the left, a recent picture of one of the factories for the tunnel elements. I think that is the Fehmarnbelt presentation. It's a very interesting project. It will still take a few years before it will be operational, but it will be shown a lot during the coming years. I think a lot of people will give presentations about this connection.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Arjan. Peter, we would like to invite you to tell more about your experience at the Limerick Tunnel in Ireland.
I will. Okay, thank you very much. Arjan, the moment that Tech was signing the contract for the Fehmarnbelt, we were doing the immersion in Limerick. That was 2009. Also a very interesting project. On the left bottom, you see a picture of the final tunnel in operation. And it was a part of a connection around Limerick in Ireland. What's very interesting about this project is the river that you're seeing on the picture here is only there a couple of hours a day. We had the situation that we had a 6-meter tidal difference at that river, which means that during the immersion operation, every couple of minutes you were losing or gaining a lot of centimeters of water in the river, and we had to deal with that during the operation. It's the same as for the cross section, or approximately the same as it was in Busan, 2 times 2 lanes of traffic, as shown on the right-hand top of the screen. Next slide, please. What's also different about this tunnel is that the tunnel elements are being built in the approach. You can see that on the left-hand side. You see there are 5 tunnel elements laying in the approach. So there was no casting basin like the project shown before. They were casted in the approach, and then once finished, one by one, pulled out with a winching system to the river. In front of the 5 tunnel elements, you see there were sheet power walls with struts, and that was also the place where we had to make the closure joint. not the traditional closure joint, what you do normally in an immersed tunnel, but this was a dry, what we call the dry closure joint. So once the last tunnel element was installed, concrete walls were placed around it, so that what's here, the casting basin where the elements are floating, could be pumped dry to make the final approach of the tunnel. I previously already told you about the water difference, the tidal difference, and on the right picture you see a much narrowing river. You see the embankments all being dried up due to the fact that it's low tide, and that meant that we had to take that into account with the way that the winch wires were running into the river. You see on the bottom part of there the two traverse beams with winches on top of it, and you see a little bit of the tunnel where it's the yellow words TAL, and that's a part of the tunnel, the beginning. So we were pulling out the tunnel over the immersion pontoons and then later on connecting them to the lifting points. The next, please. And here you can see the tunnel elements float. That's the right-hand side. And previously I talked about Busan, where we had no access shaft. And here you see permanent in the middle the access shaft, which gave us access to the tunnel during the whole operation. Again, valves were all remotely controlled. But in case you had some failure of some technical system, you could go into the tunnel and to fix that. And on the left, you see the beginning of the immersion operation where the tunnel element is just being submerged under the water level. And from there on, you would lower the tunnel element to its final position, and with the Gina gasket connected to the previous tunnel element, and empty the immersion joint. And that was basically done in 5 times, and then the last one with the closure joint on in the dry on the north side of the tunnel. And thank you. That was my presentation for the immersed tunnel in Limerick.
Thank you, Peter. Well, it's already nearly time.
But we will still have time for some questions. Does anyone has a question for our speakers, Peter or Ion?
Very clear, apparently.
You can also send the questions in the chat if you would like. So, Arjan, you didn't mention it, I believe, but the Fehmarnbelt is to be the longest immersed tunnel in the world, right?
Did I forget to mention it? Yes, it will be the longest. It will be the longest immersed tube tunnel in the world, and it will also be the longest combined road-rail tunnel in the world.
So, are there any extra difficulties regarding the immersion project for such a long tunnel?
I think the length is not an issue. I think with TBM tunneling, the length becomes a problem because it's very time consuming for the TBM, and then you need to consider to order more TBMs. For the immersed tunnel, we have that 5 production lines to produce the tunnel elements. But every 1 or 2 weeks, you can, in theory, immerse a tunnel element. And that would be, that's enough speed to finish it within a usual time frame.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any questions? No, I don't think so. If there are no further questions, then we want to thank the speakers for their interesting stories about their immersed tunneling experience. And please feel free to contact us in case if you need any further information, or contact details are shown in this slide. and then I will give the floor to the next country.
Thank you, Arjan and Peter.
Yeah, thank you
very much.
And I believe
Thanks as well.
it's Norway next.
Yep. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. I'll just bring up my presentation here. See here. There. Yeah, thank you for. It was a very interesting presentation from the Netherlands there, and earlier today people have focused a lot on the different projects, but from Norway's side, I will focus more on what's going on in the society and what kind of work we are doing across the nation, actually. So feel free to ask questions if you want. My name is Joachim Hansen. I'm in the Young Members Steering Board in Norway and also in the International Committee. So that's why I'm here today. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. So in the Norwegian Tunneling Society, we have some mottos and visions. So our motto is that challenges at surface, solutions in the ground, and that's what we work with every day to have solutions for all the challenges, of course, at surface. And our vision is to be the most important association for use of the ground on subsurface constructions. And we also have created some values that we should be the most. We should be based on knowledge, openness, and commitment, which is very important for us, of course. We also have some priorities in the association, and we of course focus a lot on SHE related work. Every day at all the projects in Norway, this is of course the top priority, and we work a lot with this kind of challenges, of course. We also try to promote sustainable utilization of the ground and be an actor in the to help the different projects. We also contribute to innovation in the industry, and we also work with, of course, recruitment, trainings, and to develop professionals, especially young professionals. And we also have a priority to strengthen the sharing of knowledge and cooperation nationally, but more important, actually, internationally. So I'll focus a bit on the industry status for 2021, which is very interesting, I think. So this is some graphs from, it started, I think, in 1971. And every year we have, in the Norwegian Tunneling Society, we have gathered information and put them together. So here you see that in 2017 and 2018 we had some record years. This is cubics of rock taken out, and as you see this year, highway is of course very important. So we build a lot of highways these days. But around 2017 and 2018, we have the Follow Line project, which was a huge project, railway project, Scandinavia's biggest one, that created a lot of spoil. Here, just zoomed in a bit. So this is very interesting for the industry to follow. A small increase in hydropower as well, and a big decrease in railway and caverns. These are the biggest contractors working in Norway in 2021. And as you see, Skanska Norway is the biggest one with a lot of cubics. but there's also some international contractors as well. Sorry. We're also very happy with one of the finalists in the ITA Awards of 2022, which is Sylvia, finalist in the Young Tunneler of the Year Awards. That's very interesting, and we are very happy with these kind of awards. We think it's very good for the industry to have such awards, especially for the projects and for the young tunnelers. Okay, so I'll talk a bit about the society status. What are we doing in the Norwegian Tunneling Society to help the projects and to help the young tunnelers all around? So the activity this year has been very good, and especially better than last year with COVID. So we've had quite a good mix of both digital and physical meetings. And we had just recently a general assembly. It was a hybrid of both digital and physical meeting. And it was a digital voting system, so everyone can participate if they want. We also just had, and every year, late November, we have this yearly conference, a big conference in Norway. And today, or this year, it was a physical conference. It's been digital for the last 2 years. So it was more than 750 guests, and it is a big happening in the tunneling society in Norway. And both contractors and clients and advisors and everyone is participating in this conference. And of course, it's both based on presentations from the different projects, and it's even more important. It's just, of course, a social. It's a place to meet other people, socialize, eat some good dinner, and have a great time. We also arranged some industry meetings with students, and that's on several different universities in Norway. And that's especially important to be visible and to show them that this industry is worth something. And so and we also have had some several courses and conferences, like smaller conferences. So and also we arranged 2 classes with university standards. So we there's actually classes you can apply to, and you can one of the classes is called the tunnel study, which it gives you study points, and it's like a full class, which is very good. We also create monthly newsletters that we send out to all our participants in the society. And we don't have to be a participant. As long as you've been to one of the arrangements, to one of the conferences or something, then you will get this newsletter. We also have a yearly photo competition. That's very very fun, and it's a great success. And as you see at the picture on the left here, that was the winner of this year's competition. And you don't have to be like a professional photographer, but it's a big success, and a lot of people are joining this competition. We have also this year translated and distributed the Norwegian version of Breakthrough, the tunnel game. Alan Thomas, I think, I guess you're here as well today, and it's been a great success in Norway. A lot of people have been playing this game, so it's very good. This year we also, both this year and last year, we've had the Badger of the Year nomination, which is like our way to honor the young members. And there's a very famous Norwegian song about a badger living in the tunnel roof, which is that's why the name Badger of the Year. And it can be it can be awarded to everyone under 25 years old, which have been enthusiastic and done something very good in their work in the industry. It can also be awarded to organizations that take especially care of younger employees or are very good in recruitment. So this year it was 4. It's jumping. Yeah. So this year it was 4 winners of this the Badger of the Year. We also have this young members group, as I told you about. We also, in the young member group, we are having several industry meetings, especially with the students. We also have a stand at the student fair at the biggest universities. We have had a guided visit to the Nature Historical Museum, and we've also had some geological bike trips, actually, which is very interesting. And a lot of people are joining us with a bike, and we're biking around to look at some nice geological places in Oslo. Yeah, we have some site visits, and that's very interesting. So we, sorry, that was wrong. Here are the young members steering board. I'm here as well, together with several people, and we are all from different companies and both contractors and clients and advisors, and also some student representatives from different universities, which makes this a very great steering board to reach out to everyone. We have arranged some team nights. One of them was called BIM for tunnel workers, digitalization of tunnel mapping and concrete in tunnels, which are very popular. Of course, we serve pizza, which makes it more popular. And we also have had some industry evenings where we can meet the students and show the possibilities and variations in the industry. And these are very important, of course, for networking, and are especially very popular in the biggest universities. We, in the young members group, we have arranged some professional seminars. It's like a mixture of lectures and site visits. As you see to the left-hand side here, we had a tunnel fire course, which was very interesting. We just put a car to fire to see how the smoke is developing in the tunnel system, which is very interesting to learn about. And of course, we had some different site visits as well. Yeah, this is a geological bike tour I was talking about. It was not just a bike tour, but it was also a hiking tour with a beach trip. Of course, important in the summertime. Then, too cold here in Norway now. But a lot of great places to have a look at the geology of Oslo, which, of course, a lot of tunnels are built in this geology. Every year we arrange a spring gathering, which is like a bigger excursion around in the country. So a lot of young people are coming together to go to a place in Norway that either has a special geology or a special project, tunnel project, or just to see the nature, to be together. So to the left-hand side here, we went to Senja, which is a small island in another part of Norway, and we went to see some mining projects, which was very interesting. And we also had a trip to Bodø. Okay, was it me? No, okay. Sorry, what happened to the... There, sorry. And of course, we believe that the young people's networks are very important for us for success in several areas. And this has been very successful to be very active towards the students. So the Young Members Group has sister organizations in more than 30 countries. So that's very good. We, of course, Sweden is the country that we speak with most, but also several other organizations. Then I'll go through some of the larger tunneling projects in Norway this year, which is I think it's cool to see what's going on. This is one of the it's small in terms of cubics of rock or in terms of kilometers, but it's very big in terms of costs and complexity, because this project called Nordøyveien, which is like a road project, it includes 3 subsea tunnels. As you can see here, it's a lot of islands, and it opened for traffic in August 2022. So this island is, I think it's around 2,500 people living there, and a total cost of over 1 billion. So it's not that many people will use these tunnels, but it's very expensive, and it's very much easier to accessible now than earlier, because now earlier they took the ferry, of course, which takes a lot of time. We also have this mega project in Oslo, in Norway, which I'm working on as a construction manager. And this is a huge TBM project that's going to bring and distribute the raw water, and you're going to pump it up, of course, and then distribute it to the inhabitants of Oslo. Because the drinking water situation in Oslo today is quite vulnerable. So this is a very important project for Oslo, and it's also the biggest project in Oslo, and from Oslo municipality in the history. So that's very interesting. So there's, on the raw water side, it is 19 kilometers of TBM tunnel, and on the clean water side, it's about 11 kilometers of TBM tunnels. And of course, a lot of drill and blast tunnels as well. Yeah, it's just a drawing of how it looks like in the center of Oslo. We also have a quite large railway tunnel. It's called Kobbervikdalen-Drammen, which includes a 6-kilometer long railway tunnel with 700 meters of concrete tunnel and 250 meters of soil tunnel, which makes this project challenging, of course, but very it's very interesting. And it opens for traffic in 2025, and it's one of the biggest projects in in Norway these days. This is Rogfast Tunnel, which is located in the western part of Norway, which will be the world's deepest and longest subsea tunnel. So it will be around 27 kilometers long. The biggest depth is around 400 meters below sea level, which is in itself, that's quite interesting. And of course, there's a lot of challenging things here regarding the ventilation. How will they solve this? So that's very interesting. It will be two different tunnel tubes here with beside each other. They can, yeah, that's very, very interesting. We also have the world's first ship tunnel, which is also very interesting. That's also located in the northwestern part of Norway. Here, of course, is a lot of wind, a lot of waves, and a very heavy sea to get around this part called Vestkapp. So to avoid accidents and to avoid a lot of waiting time in bad weather, they've decided to build like a small tunnel to avoid the sail around here. That's also a part of the they want to put goods on ships or not, to avoid a lot of vehicles and a lot of trucks, right? That's a part of the development there. We also have this very big project. It's called the Follow Line project. It will open for traffic the 11th of December 2022. This was Scandinavia's biggest railway project, around 44 kilometers of TBM tunnels, which is in the Norway scale, it's huge. So this is a part of connecting Oslo and connecting Norway to Europe in a better way than what we have today. So it's easier to access Sweden and easier to access Europe with train. That's a huge one. So just some small slides here about how we celebrate the Rock Blasting Day in Norway. Of course, it's a very and has been the recent years, I think, an important day for all the rock blasters and tunnelers in Norway. It is, as we heard earlier, it is a religious tradition, and religion is not that. It's common, but it's not that many people that are very religious in Norway. But we are celebrating the World Tunnel Day without the religious part. Some places we have the religious part as well. So this is some pictures from today, actually from my project in Oslo. And here we have had this statue. We had some candles, and we had a speech from the priest, and then we had some food later. So it was a lot of people joining this event, and it's very nice to see that we are celebrating this day more now than in the past. It's a very important day for us. Yeah, that's actually what I've got. So this is just how to reach us if you want to do that. Is there any questions? No? No? Okay. Just send an email or something if there's something you're wondering about. And there's some hands here. Just speak out. No? Okay, then I don't think I have any more things to talk about from Norway side. It's I think it's 5 minutes until the next one, or
the next group wants to make an appearance. I'll just need to check you with all of you.
Yeah, next group is Spain. So
that's it. Perfect.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I minimized my screen and I didn't bring it back up. So Spain, if you're, hey Daniel, if you're able to take the floor.
Yeah,
perfect.
sure.
And
sure.
thank you, Norway.
Thanks to you. Well, thanks to Norway. Yeah, sorry. Whatever. Yeah. And today, and the slot that it's going to be for us for Spain, it will be split into parts. The first one, it will be me. I'll just give you a quick overview of the activity that we have carried out so far. And after that, we will have Claudio, which is sharing his camera as well. He will, talk about one of the more used construction procedures that we have here in Madrid. It's quite unique and it's quite interesting. So yeah, I'm gonna start by sharing my screen. And let's open the presentation we have here. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, our bit, let's say, from the Spanish Tunneling Society young members. This is, as you see, a chart in which you may see the percentage of the young members that we have in Spain. We are 40, which is quite good. If we consider that 3 or 4 years ago, we were about 10. So that's a really good growth that we have achieved this last year. And actually, you're just right after the pandemic, we can say that we had our most activity period, and where also we had the most people joining us. So in this presentation, I'll go through some of the most relevant points, let's say. So yeah, this is the successes that we had. So this guy that you see here, Alfonso, he was the first award from our society as Spanish Young Tunneler. This is the day that we had this ceremony. It was quite interesting. We attended, a lot of us. It was really good to catch up with all our colleagues that we have around the world. So another success that we have is Claudio. Well, he was born in Portugal, but since he's working here in Madrid, well, let's say that we can brag about him. So he has been shortlisted as one of the finalists of the ITA Young Tunneler. So yeah, it's very well done, Claudio. And let's hope that you win that award. And also there's a top of 35 most influential young engineers, civil engineers and architects in Spain. And from our society, we had 4 of us that we were awarded. So that's also a really good success. As you see, well, about more than 10% of those people that they were tunnelers. So another great success that, yeah, good to mention. Regarding the carry out activities, last year we had this forum in which several countries from Europe, they attended, and yeah, it was celebrated here in Madrid. It was really good, again, to catch up with colleagues around the world. It's always good. Also, we attended to the Port Tunnel Congress that it took place in Copenhagen. Also, really good experience. And here we were discussing in one of our assemblies that sometimes it might be difficult for young professionals to attend to these congresses, since as you may imagine, the people that usually go there, they are people that they are not that young, let's say. So one idea that came out in that General Assembly was to try these young tunnelers that they may be interested in attending to these congresses to draft a paper, write a paper. So if you present a paper, well, your company will be highly interested in having you in this kind of congresses. As you may imagine, visibility is always super important. So that's a very good point that I wanted to highlight here. So young tunnelers try to write papers and try to attend to these congresses, because it's a unique experience and highly recommended as well. The Spanish Young Tunneler Organization was this was the first year that we had this award. It was really good. We proposed it to the senior, let's say, from our society, and they were very pleased of having this kind of ideas, because at the end of the day, young professionals, we are professionals as well, and it's always good to have us in all these kind of societies. The more people, the better. Another activity that we have carried out this year and last year, and we're still continuing with it, it's college lectures. So as you can see, we have some of us that we went to the university, and it's as well a very good experience to share your experience, with the students, and with them is also very interesting for them, since usually teachers are more experienced, and you may feel that there's like a barrier, let's say, and when you see a young professional, you may feel like closer to these people, and and you just realize about the people that they are quite interested of hearing experiences of young professionals. Another thing that we have done, we have here in Spain one of the masters endorsed by the ITA, and we had a session of brainstorming to how to improve the quality of the master, because this is also a very good or very important item of the Spanish Tunneling Society. We have this master, and all the improvement that we can have for this master, it will be always great. And also we are working on trying to push young members to be part of the working groups. And one of the measures that we have carried out, it's to have always a vice chair that he was young. So like this, you also have a young member being part of the, let's say, committee of every working group. So yeah, that's also another important point to talk about. And the upcoming activities, we were working with our colleagues from Mexico in order to bring up this webinar technical session. We are also talking about having some visits on some metro museums that we have here in Madrid. On-site visit, we are working on that. It's not that easy to achieve, because here in Spain we don't have that many constructions ongoing, but we have a few opportunities. Next year we're gonna try to reach responsibles of these construction, and let's try to arrange one of these visits. Always interesting. The college lecture, just as I said before, this is a very good activity. It's good for the lecturer and also for the students to have this kind of experience sharings, you know. So very interesting activity, and we will keep on this one. Yeah, we also have been talking about having a small section of in one of the most important engineering magazine that we have in Spain. Once a year, we do have a specific magazine that for that month is just related to tunneling. So we will propose to have our small section of and the young members. We will also are keeping on arranging our official and unofficial meetings, which is always good. You know, at the end of the day, this is a networking group, and the more meetings that you have, well, the better, stronger links between all professionals, always better. And the next year on February, we will have a new steering board, since, well, I'm turning 35, so I won't be that young anymore, even though I feel young. And yeah, that will be my small bit of the activity that we have carried out here in Spain, young members here. So I'll hand it over to Claudio. I can't hear you, Claudio. Now I think we can hear you.
I'll try to put like a microphone otherwise.
Okay, now it's good.
Let's see.
Okay. Now I can hear you.
And if I speak like this, can you hear me using the computer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I will use the laptop directly.
Okay, great.
Just sharing my screen. Can you please confirm and see it?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Sorry for the technical issues. So thanks again, Danny. And for us, you're going to be always like a young member. So it's great that I can collaborate this year with IETOS. So my name is Claudio Diaz, as Danny was introducing me. I'm a principal tunnel engineer at IESA, based in Madrid. And I'm also a member of the IETOS Young Members. The subject for my presentation is going to be tunneling, a truly global collaborative industry. It's going to be divided in three main parts. So initially, I will describe a bit like a update of the Silvertown Road Tunnel. This is like a tunnel in London. I will give a bit of an update on that. Secondly, I will talk what Danny was mentioning, the Madrid tunneling traditional method. So that's also an interesting one. And then a bit of also Danny was mentioning that's very important for us, even as young members, to participate in the conference and congress, to a bit of what we are doing in terms of papers with my colleagues. So starting with the Silvertown Road Tunnel. So this is a project that I was involved in the last almost 3 years. If you want to know more about the project, I also delivered an online presentation over 1 year ago that you can find in the Portuguese Tunneling Commission YouTube webpage. You can see it here. The only thing is like you have to speak Portuguese to understand what I'm saying there, but I will give you a bit of overview of this project and what is the current status of the works. The Silvertown Road Tunnel is a tunnel located in East London. I'm just putting it here. You can see connecting the two boroughs of Greenwich and Newham. You can see here in a zoomed image of the location. It's very close of the O2 Arena Stadium. If you have been to London, you for sure will know where it is located in Greenwich Peninsula. And is a road connection that is being built because there is already like a current connection, the Blackwall Tunnel that you can see here also and here. But this tunnel is like over 100 years old. It was, they built in the 60s a second tunnel to try to improve the conditions of these tunnels.
Oui,
but obviously,
j'écoute une conférence.
But obviously, it doesn't have the the most modern safety systems. So, long story short, this tunnel is being built, and it will connect the Greenwich Peninsula to the Silvertown area that you can see here. This is a project by TfL. This is the render of how the Portal South will look like when it's built. And in terms of the tunnel, so this tunnel obviously was going to go, will go under the river to connect the north side of the River Thames to the south side of the River Thames. It's roughly 1.5 kilometers long. It's a twin bore tunnel using a TBM. And the TBM diameter has 11.9 meters. So it's currently the biggest TBM diameter ever used in the UK. So some of the works that I've been designing with my colleagues, we didn't design the tunnel for this project. We designed what is called the ramp approach. So the shafts for launching and rotating TBM, the curtain covers and the open cuts. Basically, as you go towards the surface, you're gonna have the open cuts with a shallower depth. Then, as we go to increasing depth, we're gonna have then the curtain covers and then the shafts. So this is a beam model that we produced during the design phase 1 year ago, and you can see already here the works happening on site. You can see here, this is the launch chamber that you also see here on the left with the 4 secant shafts. As a priority and as part of the critical path, the TBM needs to go first in order to don't delay the construction program. So the TBM was already launched and is currently excavated underneath the River Thames. And in the next year, we'll reach the other side of the river, will then be received in a shaft that is called the rotation chamber that you can see here also in the beam models that we prepare for this, facing the other side. And here I also basically I look on LinkedIn for some photos, and you can find a lot of information already from this shaft. It was excavated and already built the different walls in the last couple of months, and you can see already here in red where they are marked where the TBM will arrive. Then the shield will be rotated and will be relaunched to go again to the north side. So it's the same TBM basically, excavating first 1.5 kilometers towards the south and then relaunch and send back to the north side. So this is the first project I would like to mention you. And as I mentioned, is in the UK, in London. The second one is the Madrid traditional tunneling method that Danny was describing. So this was also presented in this case in an event in person at IC in London back in September this year. And I also delivered an online presentation to our friends in Brazil, to the CBT. You can see here Daniela Oliveira. So basically this is also a collaboration between BTS members, IATOS members, and the CBT in part. To tell you a bit about this method, I need to also describe a bit of the Madrid Metro, because this method, the method was developed initially by Madrid Metro, and it grew with their extension of the different lines. So Madrid Metro is one of the biggest ones in Europe and in the world. It opened in 1919. It has 12 underground lines. almost 300 kilometers of tracks. Almost all of these are underground tunnels as well. It has 302 stations, and in pre-COVID figures, it transported in 2019 680 million journeys. So it started in the, as I mentioned, in the 1990s. So it took 3 years to open the first line. The first line is the line 1, the blue. It connected Cuatro Caminos to Sol. Sol is very central in Madrid. If you ever visit Madrid, you will know the Plaza del Sol for sure. It's very touristic as well. And this is roughly 3.5 kilometers, of which 1.5 kilometers were excavated using this traditional tunneling method that I will describe it in a bit more detail now. And 2 kilometers were excavated using cut and cover. I would like to mention also one of the most remarkable stations, that is Chambéry, that was built in line 1, sorry. The Chambéry station is very interesting because it was decommissioned in the 60s, because it's located very close from 2 existing stations, the Iglesia and Bilbao, and it's also located in a curve. So when they increased the length of the trains in the 60s, it didn't pay off to kind of like increase the station. It was very close from the other 2 stations, so they basically decommissioned it. And it was reopened in 2008. You can see here how the station looks like now after being refurbished. And it's quite interesting because you can see that back then they used to use these kind of tiles to do advertisement to local business, for example, coffees, coffee shops, and kind of brands. And these were all handmade and customized for each station. And the cool thing about this is like it's now a museum that was opened by the Madrid Metro that you can visit free of charge. So if you ever come to Madrid, for sure make sure to look it up. It's quite cool, quite interesting to see the station and how it used to look like. So the method initially, you can see here some of the works in 1970s where they were building these tunnels using the traditional Madrid method. They use like some formworks here, and they used to these bricks in the upper part, then some stones, masonry on the sides, and then some concrete for the invert. This was not the original plan. The original plan was to use concrete for the whole section, as you will see that they use nowadays. But back then in 1990s, 70s, there was still like the First World War affect a lot the price of materials. So hyperinflation is a bit like what we are start living now. And it was very expensive to buy concrete or to procure concrete. So basically they had to use what they had at hand, and they combine a mix of materials that allow them to build these tunnels. You can see these here in the 2016 that are refurbishing a part of line 1, and they are finding this combination of different materials. So from these very humble beginnings of 3.5 kilometers extension, the Madrid Metro grew quite a lot. So currently, as I was mentioning, you can hardly see the beginning of the Madrid line 1, the 3.5 kilometers. They are a bit lost here. That's where I'm like pointing out with the mouse here. And the 12 lines and the 300 kilometers have extended quite a lot to radially. There is also a circle line that helps a lot to reduce the traffic for the central part of the system. And this is, I think, a line and a metro system that is quite loved by the population of Madrid, and it allows one to get around very quickly and avoid the surface traffic. Now, going a bit more technical on how this method for the Madrid traditional tunneling method looks like. So it's similar to some of the mining process. So they start by doing some pilot tunnels or pocket excavation, very small. So this is roughly 1 meters high, that allowed the miners to investigate the soil that is up front and to see what is the condition of the ground. Then from this small excavation, an enlargement takes place. So the miner starts to excavate sidewise. and start to open to the sides the excavation. In each step, they always use longitudinal Whaler beams, steel Whaler beams, that then are supporting the timber planks that are against the ground that you can see. If I just go back to the previous slide, you can see it here. So the timber planks then supported longitudinally by the steel struts, not steel struts, steel Whaler beams, sorry. And then there is some vertical struts also in timber that then support the longitudinal steel elements. So this allows to support the ground in a very, and allow keep the confinement to a good level, that don't allow the ground to relax too much. So from this step, they continue to excavate to the sides. So to 5 pocket excavations that you can see here. So from the central part, they go then the second part, the third part, the fourth part, and the 5th part. Always doing these pocket excavations. By doing these small excavations, we allow the ground not to form too much, and we allow to keep a good condition of the ground and minimize displacements of this ground, and therefore we minimize the displacements at the surface. After these, the formworks are set up in place. Unreinforced concrete is cast. You can see here, this concrete is being casted, is being pumped, and is cast in this advanced length of the crown. It's important to note that it is not, there is no fibers normally, and there is no reinforcement, there is no rebars in this. This is like just unreinforced concrete. Then a number of formworks are used for this. So typically to allow for initial curing, 3 sets of formworks are used. You can see the 3 sets here. So basically when we do the next advance of the excavation, the last set is moved to the front part and continue this. After the casting the crown, a few advance at the back, the walls are also cast. So first one side is excavated, keeping the other side still confined with some material that is not excavated. And this is to don't undermine the crown simultaneously on both sides. So first one side is excavated, then the other side. You see then the other side also excavated. And finally, the invert is cast, typically in a longer round length. So this is the typical method of building tunnels in Madrid. Obviously, not all the tunnels in Madrid are built this way. So we also use TBMs. But if we don't have enough length, let's say, to compensate to use a TBM, or if you want more flexibility in building some connection galleries, this is a method that is the preference of building tunnels in Madrid. Madrid has some good clays that allow to use also this method. Normally the water is not a big issue for this. And now like just to show you a final section of the tunnel, how it looks like. So this is a section of around 50 square meters of the internal space, and 8 meters by 6 meters. So 8 meters width by 6 meters high. And here you can see the train moving inside of one of these tunnels in Madrid. So now I'll just like to show you quickly a video of, in terms of design, how we model this method that is quite complex. As you saw, there is like a lot of phase for the crown. So this was modeled in Plaxis 3D. We modeled like the different phase of the crown. So 6 phase for each crown advance. You can see all the temporary work, so the struts also being modeled, and also the timber planks here in blue. You can see also the excavation of the central part, of the walls.
Pour votre. D'accord, très bien.
I'll start excavating the inverts, a few meters behind the advance of the walls. So that model included 150 phase, and here you can see how the ground movements are quite minimized by using this method. So the ground movements, just bear in mind that at the surface, we will not reach 10 millimeters in any stage. So you will see that the surface is always below 10 millimeters in this case. So this method allows us to control in a good way the deformations of the ground and minimize impacts to existing assets. Now they are finalizing the last part of the advanced lanes. So the reason why we decide to model this in Plexus 3D is obviously because of the complexity of the method, and in order to truly understand how we are mobilizing this concrete in terms of like structural analysis and also the impacts to existing structures and to the surface. And then finally, just looking ahead or to next year, a couple of young members, including myself, are writing a few papers. So as you know, the next year World Tunnel Congress is going to be in Greece, in Athens. So it's going to be, I think, a great one to attend, as it always is. So it's going to be in May. And as Danny was saying, I think a very good way of participating in these as young members is to propose papers and to share our experience. So in this case, we are writing, myself and a few of my colleagues, 2 papers. So the first one is a bit like related to the Madrid traditional method, comparison between the 2Ds and 3D model that we developed. This is being, well, it's done in the paper. We are just now reviewing some comments and addressing them. So Alfredo Gonzalez, that you can see here, and also Julia Masag are writing this paper. You can see here as well. And then the second paper is a bit of what we are working currently in terms of design, the Porto Metro Ruby line. So it's a new line in Portugal. And that paper we are writing along with our client, with Metro do Porto. So with engineers Vitor Silva and engineer João Dors. But we also have Patricia Lamas as a member involved writing this paper. And we also have Sergi Gomez writing this paper. So I think is something we should pursue and try to write papers for conference and participate in this congress and try to share our experience. And just on a flavor of the second paper that we are still working on, the Porto Metro Ruby line is a new line that will be built in Portugal. So it has around 7 kilometers of extension, of which 2.5 kilometers will be excavated using conventional tunneling or NEITM or SEL or SEM, whatever you prefer to call it. So, and in this one, we decided to use also a lot of 3D models to optimize the ground treatment. Since these tunnels will be excavated in residual soil, we have a lot of mixed phase conditions. So quite wet rocks and residual soils, and we have to use a lot of ground treatment, ranging from forepoling, jet grouting, fiberglass. And the only way that we found that will allow us to really optimize and have a sustainable design was to model all these tunnels in 3D, including the ground treatment, the dewatering, everything that has associated with it. So it's something we are working on at the moment, and we will publish a paper on this. So this is all for me. So muchas gracias. I think, Danny, we are within time, right?
Yeah, just in time.
Well, to those who will join afterwards, this is the beginning of Europe session 2. Not in second place because of their importance, but purely based on the allocated time slots. That's I'm sure we're going to have some great presentation and great content ahead of us. Presenters or national reps, if there's a way of passing on the baton to the following country when you're done, that would be amazing. And I would say reserve time for questions at the end of it, although up until now it's been pretty not that lively. So I would say if you got anything going or any burning questions from the audience, just set them in the chat, and we'll pick them up as we reach the end of each half an hour slot. So on that note, I will let Eric take over and start with his presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Sam. So good night, good afternoon, and good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Carreira. I'm member of the board of the Swiss Tunneling Society Young Members, and I will lead you through this Swiss slot of the World Tunnel Day. Yesterday, we celebrate in many construction sites all around Switzerland the Santa Barbara's Day. It is always a very solemn celebration where clients, contractors, designers, and site supervision can shake their hands and can look together to the achievements of the year. On my back, you see a picture of the yesterday's celebrations at the construction site of the new Gotthard Road Tunnel. So, what is the program for our slot? I'm going to introduce you very briefly the activities of the Swiss Tunneling Society Young Members, and then 6 young Swiss tunnelers will present you different tunneling projects across Switzerland. I'm going to share now my screen, and then we can start. Can you see already my screen? It's okay, it's working?
Yes, it's working.
Perfect. So, the Swiss Tunneling Society Young Members was established in 2017, and since then we have been growing every year a little bit, and currently we are more than 130 members all around Switzerland. I think as the other young member regional groups, we are mainly a networking platform for young tunnelers, and our main activities are the organization of site visits all around Switzerland. For example, this year we did 3 site visits. You see the pictures on the left top and on top on the right side, to different construction sites. We went to the southern part of Switzerland. We visit different tunnels in valleys, as the Riedberg Tunnel or the Bispeltaler Tunnel. And in September, we went to the construction site of the new Gotthard Road Tunnel. We also organize once a year a so-called Young Member Workshop with different presentations by young tunnelers, and we co-organize the Swiss Tunnel Colloquium inside of the Swiss Tunnel Congress together with the senior members of the Swiss Tunneling Society. In some years, we also organize some special events like geological hiking in the Alps, or visits to the production plants of some suppliers, as suppliers of rock bolts or of prefabricated elements. So that depends on the year. And last but not least, we have also some evening events, like different aperitifs, and our main event is the flying dinner during the Swiss Tunnel Congress or after the Swiss Tunnel Colloquium, and normally this is the event with more participants. That's clear. You see a picture on the right side on the bottom. Normally we have like 50 participants that comes to this aperitif flying dinner, and it's always very interesting to chat and to exchange with the other young tunnelers. And now I had some problem now again, my presentation. And now we are organizing together with the senior members the different activities that will take place next year during the 50th anniversary of the Swiss Tunneling Society. So we have an anniversary of the Swiss Tunneling Society next year, and special activities will take place during the whole year. What are these activities? So first of all, we will have a special Swiss Tunnel Congress in Lucerne with an extended program and different social activities. And then during the whole year is going to take place the event A Look into the Underground. And the idea is that during this event, we will open in 5 different dates in 5 different Swiss regions, different underground objects and construction sites to the wide public. So the idea is to show to the wide public the complexity of our job, the complexity of the underground projects and underground construction sites. So if you next year are you going to visit Switzerland in spring or in summer, it's going to be a very interesting occasion to go and visit one of these objects during this event, A Look into the Underground. We will go live with a new website or with a special website by beginning of next year, and we are going to forward all the information about this event in all across the network of the ITA Young members. So you will get more information. I think I talk a lot. So now I would like to give the word to the 6 other colleagues from Switzerland that are going to introduce you different projects. As you know, Switzerland is a country of tunnels, and today we wanted to show you the diversity of our tunneling projects. So we will present you different running projects as road and railway tunnels, drainage tunnels, also a refurbishment project, and also a utility tunnel for an electric line. So the first presentation is Matteo Bocco. Please, Matteo.
Hi, everybody. I'm Matteo Bocco from Lombardi Engineering, and in the next few minutes, I will present you the project of the Locle Bypass, which is located in the western part of Switzerland, close to the edge with France, in the canton of Neuchâtel. You can go on. The tunnel is a two-way traffic road tunnel, and it's part of the highway network of the Federal Office of Road. The project is composed by a principal tunnel of the diameter of 12.8 meter, and a safety tunnel of the diameter of 4.4 meter. The total length of the tunnel is 4.2 kilometer, of which 3.9 are excavated with the TBM, and the 300 meters at the Est Portal are in conventional excavation. The principal tunnel is excavated with a single shield TBM, while the safety tunnel with a gripper TBM. The 2 main geological formations crossed by the tunnel are the limestone, which is excavated in TBM, and the gonfolite, which is a loose soil, which is excavated in a conventional method. You can go. The major challenges of the project are located in the 2 portal zone. At the Est Portal, the tunnel crosses the so-called formation of gonfolite, which is a loose material with really poor mechanical properties, with a friction angle of 32 degrees, a cohesion between 0 and 10 kilopascal, and a Young modulus, elastic modulus of 40 MPa. 10 meters above the tunnel, there is a railway line, so the requirements on the settlement are really strict. And we have to add that at the portal, the distance between the principal tunnel and the safety tunnel is really small, and so we have an important interaction between the 2. At the West Portal is located in a disused quarry, and a security project of the cliff of the quarry is ongoing after a landslide of 150,000 cubic meters occurred in 2017, which is the Red Cloud.
while the yellow cloud is the part of the backfill which needs to be improved with the jet routing. Okay. The innovative aspect of the project concerned the pavimentation of the tunnel, which is a clear pavement. So this is used to reduce the consumption of energy of the tunnel, to improve the safety condition, and the design of the pavement is based on the photometric characteristic of the asphalt and the aggregates. And by using the clear asphalt, we can guarantee the minimal requirements of mechanical properties and adherence properties of a classic pavement. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Very interesting presentation. And now I give the word to Georgia. Please, Georgia.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for having me today. I will present you the Tunnel de Liaison Bastia-Vernay, which is located in Martigny, Canton Valais, a project, a construction that started in 2020 and is now just finished. You can go on. The employer is Swissgrid, the company that manages and secures the Swiss electrical transmission grid. BG in this project has the function of supervisor and technical assistance. And the peculiarity of this project is that it's been entitled to a total contractor, which is not that usual in Switzerland, but worked out really well, especially because it was a collaboration of civil engineer, geotechnical engineer, and electrical engineer. And so it was really a good point for this project. You can go on. The tunnel is 1.2 kilometers long, and it represents the last remaining link of the Nantes power plant to the extra high voltage Swiss grid. And it has an internal diameter of 2.5 meters, hosting 12 high tension cables, and is linked to the surface by 2 shafts. At one side at the Bastia substation, which is directly linked to Nantes, and the other side at the post Vernay, which is a new post that has been constructed with a gantry and a new tower for this project. The depth of the tunnel is between, you can leave the previous slide, sorry. The depth of this tunnel is between 20 and 30 meters. We are completely underwater in the alluvial Rhone materials. And we pass under several infrastructure. As you can see, you have a railway, a highway, and even a river. And those are the main reasons why mechanical excavation with pipe jacking and slurry mode, so bentonite pressure confinement, has been chosen. You can pass to the next slide. Thanks. Which was actually a really good choice because the front was stable all along. The joints are now really waterproof between the different concrete tube element. And we had no ground settlement at the surface, so really worked out well. However, we had to make 4 hyperbaric intervention because of the weathering of the cutting tools, because the alluvial materials were really hard and it was weathering the cutting tools. So the excavation took a bit longer. It took nearly 8 months. It was versus the 5.5 months that were calculated at the beginning, but everything went well, and we had some acceleration measure on the other sides of the project to finish in time. And the 1st of April, the line was connected to Nandedrans as wanted from Swissgrid. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Georgia. I think it's a very interesting project with very special requirements. And I guess in the future we will see similar projects, because I think this is one of the objectives of Swissgrid to put underground the high tension lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I give now the word to Rachel from ELF.
Hello, dear tunnel community. I am Roel Hertelendi, and I'm working as a project engineer and construction manager at ILF Consulting Engineers in Zurich. This presentation is about the project that I have been part of for the last 1.5 years. It's the rehabilitation project of the Tunnel Belchen. First of all, it's important to know that the tunnel is an essential part of the main Swiss north-south motorway A2. This motorway enables a transit from Germany to Italy and the connection between the cities Basel, Bern and Luzern. The tunnel is located between Eptingen in Canton Basel-Landschaft and Hagendorf in Canton Solothurn in the Jura Mountains. Every day, the tunnel is crossed by about 55,000 vehicles. A high percentage of it is heavy traffic. Due to the high importance of this connection, the main condition of the project is to enable seamless traffic 24/7 with no interruption at all. The owner of the tunnel is ASTRA, the Swiss Federal Roads Authority. ASTRA instructed the engineering consortium, which consists of ILF, Lombardy, and M. Berger, to come up with a solution to rehabilitate the tunnel, respecting the condition of seamless traffic 24/7. Next slide, please. The tunnel originally consisted of 2 tubes with a length of 3.2 kilometers each. The tunnel was opened in 1970, and after many decades, a rehabilitation became necessary. In the slide, these 2 tubes are marked green and red. In order to always have 2 tubes or 4 lanes in operation, a 3rd tube marked in orange was built. Once the project is finished, the traffic will go through the red and the newly built orange tube. The green tube will then serve as an escape, rescue, and maintenance tunnel. During maintenance works, which will happen about 4 times a year, traffic can also be routed through the green tube. Next slide, please. Correct, thank you. In this graph, you can see that irrespective where works are being done, it is always possible to maintain seamless traffic in 2 tubes and directions at any times. You can further see marked yellow that the true rehabilitation works will start in 2024 and will last about 10 years. Next slide, please. The idea of always having a backup when rehabilitation works are being done has also been applied for the intermediate phase between building the orange marked tunnel and the rehabilitation of the red and green one. This phase is called FOMA. FOMA is a German abbreviation for measures which are done in advance. The rehabilitation of the tunnel also includes the conversion and repair of the ventilation centers underground. At the end of the rehabilitation, these will no longer be needed as ventilation centers, as the ventilation concept will change. They will rather accommodate the operating and safety systems of the tunnels in the future. A new cross connection has to be excavated parallel to the existing control center and connected to it, like a backpack. In this slide, you can see an extract from the 3D model which shows this situation exactly. This backpack, marked in light red, will be built in the intermediate phase. It will contain temporary operating and safety facilities, which means now the old control center can be seamlessly renovated. The final operating and safety facilities will be installed there after the renovation. And everything I told you about can happen without impacting the daily traffic. So to sum up this presentation to you, the rehabilitation project of the Tunnel Belchen shows a perfect example of how a tunnel can be totally renovated without impacting the society and its traffic. So on this point, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all a good ending of the year.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Now we are going to the next presentation. I give the word to Sarah from AFRY.
Thank you. So hello, everybody. I'm Sarah Eberson from AFRY Switzerland, and I'm going to talk to you about the drainage tunnel in Braunwald, located in Canton Glarus. This project is currently in the planning phase and construction will start next year. Next slide, please. Thank you. Braunwald is a beautiful village, which is built on a mountain terrace next to the valley called Lintal. Next slide. Braunwald is situated on an old landslide, and the front part of this landslide is slowly moving over the cliff. And that is also exactly where the main part of Braunwald is built. So this leads to settlements and damages on the buildings of Braunwald, and to mudslides which run down the mountain into the valley Lintal and endanger the people and the infrastructure there. Observations showed that water in the ground makes the sliding worse. And with calculations, it could be verified that if we can reduce this water, the sliding would slow down significantly. And this is why we are planning this drainage tunnel. Next slide, please. The drainage tunnel is around 920 meters long, and it runs along the main breaking edge of the zone where the most movements happen. A branch of the tunnel runs beneath the center of Braunwald to increase the drainage specifically in that area. Next slide. The main part of the tunnel will be built in the bedrock under the landslide by drilling and blasting. And it will have drainage boreholes in its roof every 15 to 30 meters on both sides. And the drains will be drilled out of the tunnel through the rock and into the soil. During construction, we are facing several challenges with this project. We can go to the next slide. One challenge is the access to the site. Braunwald can only be reached by a funicular railway. And for us, this funicular is only available for transporting people. So we will have to install a temporary cable car, and we'll have to do all the transportation for all the materials we need with only this one cable car. So we are hoping for really good weather. And another challenge is the crossing of the slip surface in the soft ground section. In this area, we plan an enlarged cross-section of the tunnel to have enough space to reinforce the inner lining if it gets destroyed by the movement of the surrounding soil. We can go to the next slide. Yes. Another interesting topic is the drains. Here we have the same problem with the deformations caused by the moving soil around them. They will be drilled overhead, therefore we can't install a filter pack around the filter section of the pipe. And another thing is that they will be drilled out of the rock into the soft soil, and not like normally the other way around, where you drill from the soft ground into the rock. We also face geological challenges. Yeah. We know that in the rock we have areas which consist of a porous limestone called Rauwwacke, and this material loses its strength in contact with water. We know that it will occur especially in this dark orange part you see in the middle of the picture, and that's why we pushed our tunnel as near to the rock surface as possible, so we will not get in contact with this material, or at least we only have it in the sole of the tunnel and not in the roof. In the roof part of the tunnel, where it would be way more destructive. So that was a really short glimpse into this project, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think also it's a very interesting project, and we will see how it proceeds in the next years. Now we are going back to the western part of Switzerland, and I give the word to Maxime, please, from Monopiguet.
Hello everyone, my name is Maxime Arnoux and I work at Monopiguet in Lausanne. Today I will introduce you to the Tunnel des Gîtes renewal project in Canton Fribourg. This Tunnel des Gîtes is part of the MOB Golden Pass line. That's a tourist rail line which goes through the Swiss Alps from Montreux to Interlaken, so from one lake to the other. For this project, we act as consultant civil engineers on behalf of the MOB Rail Company. You can go to the next slide. So the existing Tunnel des Gîtes is a 75-meter long railway tunnel built under shallow cover. This tunnel dates back from the origin of the line and is now in great need of urgent updates. First, the tunnel structures are reaching their end of life. The structures are already full of patches, and it would make no sense to add additional layers of patches, because the inner section of the tunnel is already so narrow that in case of an emergency, passengers with disabilities would have great difficulties to evacuate the train. So we have planned for a complete brand new tunnel with an expanded inner section matching the latest safety standards and new structures offering a 100-year lifespan following the client's requirements. The biggest challenges of this new tunnel project will be, first, the mountain environment with high ecological requirements, difficult access, and even maybe snow. But that's okay, we're in Switzerland, so it's not that difficult. No, the real biggest challenge is that the train line, like the former project, the Belgian project, I think, the railway line is to stay active almost around the clock during all the project from 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. The MOB railway line only allows us to close the train line for 1 weekend. But we're quite lucky because this tunnel is a shallow tunnel. So after a first phase of temporary works, little earthworks, will be boring piles around the existing tunnel, which stays in service. So we'll do these piles, then a roof slab. And after that, for only 1 weekend of train interruption, we will start with step 4, the real tunneling part of the project, which will consist of demolishing the existing structures of the existing tunnel from the 2 gateways. After this demolition of 1 weekend, the trains will be going through the new tunnel with walls made of pile walls. So this project is already in the works phase. If you can go to the next slide. So the works have already started in June, led by a JV made of Marti, GPF, and Denaria. And the initial earthworks, nailed walls are already finished. The second pile walls will be finished this weekend, and we'll quickly go to the train-free weekend in October 2023. And here is on the right side of the slide how the future tunnel should look like with the second pile walls visible. Well, that's the project.
Thank you very much, Maxime. Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. Also, this refurbishment project. And we go to our last presentation. So we go back to the center of Switzerland, and I give the word now to Carolina.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Carolina Camus from Amber Engineering. I am here today to give you an introduction to the exploratory tunnel Kaiserstuhl, where I am the construction site manager. This tunnel is located within the cities of Giswil and Lunger in the canton of Obwalden. Please, next slide. This interesting and challenging project is part of a major project to improve the traffic situation in the area or canton Obwalden. It has a length of around 1,700 meters, an average cross-section of 20 square meters, a height difference of 135 meters between the north portal and the south portal, which translates in a longitudinal inclination up to 7%. It also was contemplated to build 11 escape tunnels located every 150 to 160 meters and 2 transformer stations. As you can see in the image, it was built in 2 directions. The north main advance, with a length of around 1,500 meters, was executed in hard rock, while the south advance of around 190 meters in loose rock. Its execution started in March 2021 and was particularly challenging with demanding geological conditions. Please, next slide. In the main advance, the first 100 meters had to be excavated in very hard rock using only an excavator equipped with an hydraulic hammer. We were not allowed to blast because we were crossing an under-pressure pipe of a power plant nearby. What we did not expect was that the maximum compressive strength measured from the rock in this area was around about 270 megapascal, meaning the rock was in some areas harder than construction steel, which translated in an average rate of advance of 90 centimeters per day. On the left side of the slide, you can see some impression of the advance. Luckily, shortly after crossing the pressure pipe, we were able to start the drilling and blasting excavation. You can see some impressions in the right side of the slide. Here we were able to catch up some time we had lost in the first 100 meters, reaching an average rate of advance of 100 meters per day. Please, next slide. On the south advance, we encounter exactly the opposite. Moist, loose rock created the perfect conditions for rock collapses to occur. Therefore, a machine-supported loose rock excavation with a 4-pole umbrella was planned. On the top row of the slide, you can see some impression of the advance. This, however, did not prevent several rock collapses from happening. You can see some of them at the bottom of the slide. Fortunately, no one was injured. As a consequence of the collapses, not only the 4-pole umbrella, but also the construction sequence were continuously adapted until the right configuration was found. In this case, the average rate of advance was 1 meter per day. The exploratory tunnel was completed at the end of September of this year and will be used as a safety and escape tunnel once the main road tunnel that will run parallel to it is ready. Its construction provided relevant information for the planning of the main tunnel. The geological conditions are now known and will also influence its tender. The construction of the main tunnel is planned to start in spring 2024 and is expected to take 5 years. Finally, with these impressions of our installation areas, I want to thank you for your attention and having me here today. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Carolina. So I hope we give you an overview of some running projects in Switzerland and of the diversity of our tunneling projects in these last years. So now I give the word to the next country, and I don't know which is the next country, but please.
Hi,
Luis. Okay, Portugal. Perfect. Okay.
Next one is Portugal, I think. So before I introduce our guest, we'll make a presentation about the ongoing underground works in Portugal. I'll just make a small introduction of our young members Portuguese Tunneling Commission. Okay, so let me share screen with you. Let's see. Okay. My PC is a little slow, but I don't know if you can see the slides.
Yes, it's working.
Yes? Okay, thanks. So, okay, good. So just to make a small introduction, our young members commission was founded in October 2019 during the EUTF Foundation in Lisbon, so not a long time ago. And we are still a small group, only 10 young members, so I can still put all their names here in my first slide in just one paragraph. Okay. We have a YouTube channel.
Luis, sorry, may I interrupt you? We only see the PowerPoint overlay, not the actual presentation.
Oh.
We only see the like working mode.
Because, yeah, I was doing the presentation.
Again, F5, please.
Yeah, but for me, I'm seeing the presentation. Okay, so let's.
Yeah, but you didn't share the presentation, but only the PowerPoint overlay. So maybe you shut down the screen sharing again and restart it with showing the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Because I have PowerPoint slideshow. I don't know. Is this it?
Yeah, that looks good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So just to let you know, we have a YouTube channel where we put our some presentations that were made about tunneling in Portugal and by Portuguese engineers, and we also have this cycle of interviews that we are doing to professionals in the field of tunnels and geotechnics for young people who want to see how to learn a little bit about a career, someone with some experience in tunnels. Here we are on our third interview, so we did two more in the past. In the near future, we intend to organize a visit to the Lisbon subway extension. We are planning for a visit next year, we hope, and with a share to young members. Here you have a picture and another one of the Estrela station. João will talk later a little bit about all these projects that are underway in Portugal. Also, we are planning also for a visit to the Lisbon drainage plan, which is still beginning. So the Lisbon subway is more underway, and the Lisbon drainage plan is beginning. So the DBM has arrived, but still a lot to go. We also want to organize some webinars for engineering universities, which are related with tunnel design, construction, and operation. And as we had a good experience last year, 2021, with this International Science Festival, where we did a presentation about an introduction to tunnels for high school students, so that they are still choosing their careers. So it's interesting to see their interest in tunnels. And we also want to expand. We will be there. We want to be there next year, and we also want to begin doing that presentation around high schools in the Lisbon area. So before I pass the floor to João Gouveia, I would like to present him, of course, to make a small presentation. So João has a 5 years degree in mining engineering in the field of underground and geotechnical exploration from the Instituto Superior Técnico in Lisbon. And he also has an advanced training diploma in construction. He has participated in several projects has a tunneling construction manager, namely related with the Lisbon subway, the Odivelas terminus of the Yellow Line, also the Red Line, and from 2003 to 2010, and other projects like dams and railway works, okay, since 2010. And in 2013, he began a new project in Maquinter as a commercial manager and then general manager. And he's supplying technical solutions, equipment, and ventilation design for a lot of underground projects in Portugal, which includes the mining industry. In 2022, so this year, João got the contract to supply the TBM machine for the Lisbon's general drainage plan, which he will also talk a little bit about in his presentation. So, João, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Luis. I'll begin my presentation and just share my screen. Wait. Can you see it?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Good afternoon to all. Okay. The title of the presentation is Ongoing Tunneling Activities and Not Projects in Portugal, because we are trying to study mixed all the tunneling projects with the mines that are working in Portugal also, which have a significant number of kilometers per year drilled. And we think that is very important to start looking also at this industry. So as an overview, we have 3 major subway projects, 2 in Oporto and 1 in Lisbon. Then we have a major drainage project in Lisbon. And then we have 2 mines working in full throttle that produce more than 35 kilometers of tunnels per year. I will begin with Lisbon. The project in Lisbon is the expansion of the yellow and green line of Lisbon subway network from Rato to Cais do Sodré. The owner of the project is the Metropolitano of Lisbon. And this project is divided in 2 parts. The first part from Rato until the Santos station, and then a second part from the Santos station until Cais do Sodré, which is an existing station. This project has 2 kilometers of twin track between the Rato station and Cais do Sodré station. It will have 2 new stations, Estrela and Santos, and 2 new ventilation shafts, and the refurbishment of the old Rato terminus, the existing ventilation shaft. In Lisbon, we usually, after the mechanized excavation, because we seldom use explosives, we only used twice. We use the primary support made of shotcrete, ribs, sometimes rock bolts, fork bolts, jet grouting, etc. And then the tunnels are finished with a waterproofing system and a final reinforced concrete lining. As you can see in the picture, we have the formworks. This is a bigger section, of course. It's a ventilation shaft and the ventilation station. And you can see all the waterproof system and the rebars for the reinforced concrete. We also use always double track system in the tunnels. We use two trains side by side, and we only use single track tunnels for service tunnels to join the major lines. In Oporto, we have two ongoing projects, the Yellow Line expansion in the south from Santo Ovidio to Vila d'Este, and the new circular line, the Pink Line, in the center of Oporto from Casa de Música to São Bento. The Yellow Line extension project is owned by the Metro do Porto, and the general contractor is Ferrovial Andaca, with a value of 98.2 million euros. This is an overview of the project. It has a 3.2 kilometer double track tunnel extension and Vila d'Este, and one ventilation and emergency shaft. In here in the picture, you can see the Manuel Leão station. That is a open station excavated directly from the surface. Just some of the project's main figures. We have 57,000 cubic meters of excavated material between soils and rocks, and 10,200 cubic meters of shotcrete. The other project in Oporto is the new circle line, the Pink Line, between Aliados and Casa da Música. The owner of the project is also Metro do Porto, and the general contractor is also Ferrovial Andaca. The value of this project will be 189 million euros. We also have in here the overview of the project and some resume of the project. We'll have 3.2 kilometers of tunnels. Between double line, it will be 3 kilometers, and the rest single line, as single branches and service tunnels. We will also have 4 new underground stations, Liberdade, Hospital de Santo António, Galiza, and Boa Vista, and 3 ventilation shafts, plus a small service tunnel, the Rio de Vila tunnel. And here you can see the picture. This is an ITC machine, egg loading machine, and this is the shaft for one of the stations. Some of the project main figures. This project is bigger than the other one, and we'll have 180,000 cubic meters of excavated material from the tunnels, plus 14,700 cubic meters of soils excavated for the shafts, 46,000 cubic meters of shotcrete, and also Swellex, vertical jet grouting columns, horizontal jet grouting. This is a bigger project than the other, and technical, more challenging than the other project. Back to Lisbon, we have Lisbon General Drainage Project. This is a project owned by the municipality of Lisbon, and the general contractor will be a joint venture of Mota-Engil and Spibatinholes, with a value of 132.9 million euros. This is the TBM that will perform this project. This is the symbol of the mayor of Lisbon. This project is made by 2 tunnels, a tunnel between Monsanto and Santa Apollonia, and the other one between Chelas and Beato. The internal diameter of the tunnel will be 5.5 meters, and the biggest tunnel, Monsanto Santa Apollonia, will have approximately 5 kilometers, and the other smaller tunnel, 1.2 kilometers. Both of these tunnels will be excavated with the correct TBM EPB that you can see in the picture. This is a general overview of the project. So the tunnel will begin in here, in José Pinto, in Campo Lide, and the TBM will perform a tunnel until the river with approximately 5 kilometers. Then a second tunnel, the TBM will be transported along this road just by the river, and will be reinstalled in here to perform the second tunnel, approximately 1.2 kilometers, also with 5.5 meters of internal diameter. Through the middle of the tunnels, there will be built some infrastructures that will allow to collect all the water to the main tunnel. This is a cut of the city where the tunnels will pass. As you can see, this in this biggest part, we will have an 80 meters depth where the TBM will perform from Monsanto until the river, and then back to Beato and drilling until Chelas. This is one of the major structures and situations that we'll face in Lisbon. For instance, in this part, we will have existing structures with new structures all in the underground of the center of the city of Lisbon. And in this case, a new structure that will intercept the TBM tunnel in order to collect the water and slow the water down until it gets to the main drainage tunnel. The other part of this presentation, when we speak about ongoing tunnel situations in Portugal and not projects, are the two big mines that we have in the south. We have the Aljustrel mine and the Neves Corvo mine in Castro Verde. These are both copper and zinc mines that have been operating the Aljustrel mine for almost 1,000 euros and the Neves Corvo mine for 30 years. I will just present the Somincor mine because I have more data. This is a mine that works at a depth of 1,100 meters, this last phase, and it produces around 30 kilometers of new mining tunnels per year, with a section of 5 by 5 with 25 square meters of area. As you can see, this is the Integray. We can see these schematics of the mine. All the gray area is already mined out, and now they are exploring all the new areas around, and we have this complex network of tunnels that makes this industry a very important partner with all their knowledge for the Portuguese Tunneling Commission, which means that we can learn a lot about the people that work in these mines. And usually we have this industry completely apart. We have the tunneling industry in one part, and we have the mining industry in the other part. But if we look closely, we can see that both industries work exactly in the same way, with the same challenges and the same problems. These are the excavation methods. Basically, they use a 5 by 5 tunnel to get to the ore parts of the mine, and then they use drift and fill to make these big caverns and collect all the ore. Mine mini bench and fill, optimized bench and fill, and uphole and fill. The primary support in this mine are the Swellex bolts and traditional bolts, and then a secondary support is made with cables, shotcrete, wire mesh, metallic ribs, straps. And as you can see the section, they usually work 5 by 5 or 5.5 by 5.5, equivalent to a single track tunnel or service tunnel in the subway projects or drainage projects. Our drainage project in Lisbon has a 5.5 internal diameter, so it's more or less similar to this tunnel. The other part of the tunnels that are existing, the existing tunnels in Somincor, are the ventilation tunnels. So they had to create a huge ventilation tunneling system in order to be able to operate the mine. So this is also, in terms of building shafts and tunnels, a very complex system. And I think we have a lot to learn with all the experience these people have in this mine. They have more than 300 kilometers of tunnels built in this mine for the last 30 years. Thank you very much. Luis, back to you.
Well, I don't know if there are any questions to João about his presentation. If someone wants to ask him any question, be free to make them live, or if you want, also you can write it on the chat, and then I will make them to João. So I will begin by making questions, João. I don't know, João, I don't know if you know, but during the excavation of the tunnels in these mines, did they face any problems like rock bursting or squeezing ground? And if so, how did they solve them?
Basically, in these mines, they have faced all kind of problems. The biggest advantage of working in a mine is that if anything goes wrong, you can start again. There are no problems with the surface or service buildings or a city. Those kind of problems don't exist. So basically, you can try everything. This is a learning process. When these guys started this mine 30 years ago, they only had the Penasqueira and other older mines in Portugal, and they basically tried everything. So they had some accidents, some successes, and it's an ongoing experience. That's why I think it is very important to try to learn from their experience. And sometimes, especially where you use drill and blast, because it is what they use there. We could use their experience and expertise for some cities where we have drill and blast.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I don't know if no one else wants. I don't know if there is we still have, like, I would say 5 minutes. So I don't know if someone else wants to ask anything to João about the other projects. Otherwise, I will pass we can go on with the UK presentations, I think.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Thanks for your presentation, guys. Alistair and co. And George, are you there? UK guys, are you there? Somebody's coming alive.
Hello, everyone.
George, there you go.
Hi. I missed the last couple of presentations. Unfortunately, I had to be on a meeting related to work, but I've seen in the chat they have been quite a hit. So I will agree with our fellow tunnelers there. But yeah, please share the slides. I'm very curious. And of course, congratulations to the teams and the groups. Hi, Thomas. Hello.
Hello.
I presume you've got something to show, George. It's not just us staring at each other.
I do. No, I do. I'm just building up the, you know, I'm building up the
suspense.
The suspense. All right. So, yeah. I only have 2 screens, 1.5 really. So I'll try to set up my space. Bit. I still have. Oh no, it's purple. Okay. So here it goes. Right. So happy St. Barbara's Day, everyone. One day after, but still, it's World Tunnels Day. So all the best to every one of us. Hello, Sandeep as well. Nice to see you guys here. My name is George Dukas. I will present for the BTS Young members. Thomas and Sandeep I can see in the room. So guys, it's a quite relaxed presentation, so feel free to jump in and comment as much as you want, or take it up a notch. And if it triggers one topic or two that you'd like to discuss with the rest of the team, we have 30 minutes to meet our colleagues from all over the globe around. So for those that are not very familiar with the British Tunneling Society Young members, on this main drop screen, you can take note of our account names and you can search us online. In this presentation, I will be celebrating mostly the tunnelers rather than tunnels, especially the ones that comprise the young members group of BTS, but also I'd like to take this opportunity and instead of spending all this valuable time discussing projects that I'm sure you can find lots of more in-depth information all over the net, I'd like to thank all of the people that I again was lucky enough to see today during this marathon that have contributed in our activities the past year, and mention their name once more and highlight their amazing job that they've been doing and they presented to us. So the agenda for today, will be the story of the group, an overview of last year's highlights, an overview of the activities that we have been undertaking and that we're planning to undertake in the coming year, so we can have more slides to show you next time, and a few of the accomplishments of our young members. As per tradition, I will, of course, provide a very high-level overview, very brief overview of the most high-profile projects currently in the UK that we hope to further elaborate in our future events. And we also hope that you will be staying in touch with us and attend these events, either in person. We'd be more than happy to see you in person or online. So the group was first formed in 2008, one of the first ones, and the main purpose still is today was to bring together young tunnelers that represent the wider industry and create a professional network early on, share experience, and promote their technical expertise and talents. The BTS Young Members has been a member of the ITA Young Members since 2014. And through that group, we have built robust relationships. And we have been representing ourselves in various international conferences and industry events. Currently, we are counting 130 plus young members. And that is a really big team, a strong team. COVID did not stop the function of the young members. We established a strong online footprint, and on YouTube we are currently counting up to almost 2,000 subscribers. I will make a strong mention on our YouTube channel as we appreciate it. It's one of our main assets to share our activities and knowledge. Most of these activities are now being held hybrid. This is one of the newer terms, and many thanks to Thomas for that, because he was the main brain behind all that. So back in person today, and we're looking forward and in sincere excitement for the year ahead. So basically, as a group, we meet in London when we are in person at the IC, and that has been a hub where we are concentrating our efforts to network and make new acquaintances and share knowledge by holding lectures and workshops. Besides these, we are having other activities to provide exposure for the tunnel, and we're very much looking to expand our activities outside London and UK this year and network on a global scale. So in this slide, you can see our beautiful Telford Theatre at the IC. Some of the presenters today have been in there, and we were very lucky to have them presenting for us. Last year, we have delivered 9 lectures, either online or in person, or both. And we held 4 workshops, again, online and in person. We almost managed to have 2 site visits. However, as it's sometimes the case with the construction sites, things change in a blink of an eye. So we had only 1 this year, but I will be referring to this presentation in other activities we had a couple of years back that actually shaped the form of activities we're bringing forth. And also a note will be made to the BTS Young Members Conference. It's a conference we're holding for the young members to present and have a concentrated discussion on the research or work progress or work experience that's been made. Of course, lots of socials have been involved in that. Now, before I start, for those that have not subscribed, please do subscribe to our YouTube channel. You'll see later in this presentation, we are going to have a strong start in 2023 with several events. So if you're not around, you can always take a look or join this event through our YouTube channel. Oh yeah, and Thomas got that here. Excellent. So about the lectures, almost a year back, one of the first in-person lectures we had after COVID was on the Thames Stadway project update, and it covered several TBM and SEL tunneling practices implemented throughout the project. There was a quite interesting and extensive content on the large-scale logistics that were required and the challenges that were faced to actually transport the TBM parts. In example, the cutter head to the site. Really, really interesting work. Huge amount of coordination involved. Yeah, you can take this out online. I totally recommend that. 1 month later, end of January, we held an online lecture by Ross Timok, Vice President of Tunneling at Normet Group. In line with the hot topic of the past couple of years, sustainability was covered mostly in this lecture, and an extensive array of practices and ideas in developing sustainable SEL tunnels was presented. Very interesting was that it focused not only on the material aspect in terms of, let's say, concrete or fiber production, but it provided a holistic overview covering the concept design, equipment optimization, and the use of smart and digital tools. Highly technical lectures are not left out, of course. And later that year, in February, we had a lecture covering AI applications in ground condition assessments. by Rajat Gangre's PhD, tunnel engineer at Tower here in London. Fast forward to April last year, we were honored to host Sishen, team leader of TIPSA in tunneling and geotechniques. It was a very, very nicely set up workshop in person once again, dealing with several aspects of shaft design. And it focused on the behavior of shaft base slabs, how it affects the overall design of the shafts. As I've said in the first few slides, it is our always it's among our motivation to collaborate with other young member groups. Tunneling Association of India Young Member Group is one of those that we hold often joint events. We had one last year, this year, April, before summer, presented by Sandeep, who is currently within our young members steering committee in the UK, and his colleague Lieutenant Colonel Sunny. That was a very, very unique presentation covering the challenges in construction that had to do with tunneling projects in remote areas. So it was very interesting to listen to lessons learned and experiences shared from other parts of the globe, focused on solutions for both precast and pre and post construction phases of a project. Another online event, highly technical again, by Anuradha Ketal, PhD, by WSP. It was the impact of independencies in tunneling activities on machine utilization by use of CSM 2020 model. Right before the summer, we had our Thomas McGowan, a very, very active member of the UT's Young Members, delivering a very successful, actually, lecture in person, the IC, in the Telford Theatre, alongside with Mr. Robin Swift, who was at the time project manager in Norwich. In this very insightful talk, they covered several innovations, especially in water management, in big SCL works in Mumbai Metro, the design of Weitzman SCL caverns. But what was very, very interesting is to have a young member share their experiences about life and working abroad and the lessons learned from working in India. Totally appreciate that. After summer, we hosted Claudio Diaz. Really happy to see Claudio again presenting about an hour ago in this event as well. Claudio presented the Belgian tunneling method and case studies of its use in the Madrid Metro. It was very interesting to attend to this lecture and see how new design approaches to enhance this historic method have been made by the IESA team. Really interesting, and thank you, Claudio, for that. And the last BTS YM evening lecture we held this year was delivered by Dr. Chrysophonis Paraskevopoulou of University of Leeds. A very, very comprehensive review of the challenges that modern tunnelers face. Chrysophonis has a big and quality. She's made a very quality work throughout her career on the importance of moving underground and the importance of sustainable underground structures. So there was a really nice and quality discussion made in person on uncertainty, sustainability, population needs, and yeah, it's a very nice take on the modern world. Now, besides the lectures, we hold workshops as well. Here you can see some really nice pictures. They were taken around the the middle of the workshop, because before the workshop started, that was a very, very clean room in the ICE. And when the workshop finished, that was a very, very messy room. So these are some really nice pictures. We had the opportunity to experiment with our own hands with several types of resins and other chemicals used in underground constructions. We had accelerators, we had injection resins, and the team from Normet did an amazing job explaining the functions and the best applications for all these materials. So a big thanks and shout out to Robin Sweet for that. Other workshops include collaborations with other early career groups like the BGA of the British Geotechnical Association. We had a very technical hands-on workshop on XDisp and PDisp. The presenters not only presented some of their models, but also there were exercises delivered through that workshop and a very, very insightful QA session. Another interesting topic covered throughout our workshops last year was tunneling in rock using drilling and blasting methods, something that is quite rare to encounter in the UK, and it was welcomed with big enthusiasm from our young members. So a big thank to Mehdi Hosseini of LBA for delivering that workshop for us. Every year we are very happy to host our own conference, and last year it was a really nice success, coordinated by Yanis and Ben, and of course everybody in the BTS steering committee team. So a big thanks to everyone. This is a conference by young members for the young members. It's not necessary, it's not mandatory for somebody to be subscribed BTSYM to attend or present, but the presenters should be aged 35 or younger. Last year's workshop had 4 sessions, 20 presentations, and it was attended by approximately 80 individuals. We really do hope for a higher number this year. And save the date in case you're around. It's going to be the 17th of March. Now, some interesting pictures here. This is from a trip to Bauma, 2019. I wasn't part of the trip, but it was Thomas. So I don't know if you, Thomas, want to mention any noteworthy on that trip or any gossip or anything. Other than that,
I just a big thank you to Heron Connect for helping sponsor some of our tickets to come out there. So that's a big shout out to them, and thank you to everyone there.
So thanks a lot. Another interesting site visit took place in 2019 at one of London's most complex projects to date, the bank station capacity upgrades. That was literally a site in the center of the busiest part of the London city center. Actually building underneath so many skyscrapers, up to 5 open faces at the same time, and all site logistics were managed through one little shaft by London Bridge. It was an amazing experience because the BTS young members took the opportunity and visit the site where they could witness SCL, first primary lining, sprayed waterproofing, membrane waterproofing, cast in place secondary lining, shaft construction, and also some exposed tunnel linings from Northern Line or the DLR. And last year, we had the chance eventually to start the site visits again, this time visiting the West Ruislip site. It's the launching site of 2 of the biggest machines involved in the High Speed 2 project. Cecilia and Caroline, I think they are called. And at that time, they were actually making up the machines. And in these pictures, you can see the cutter head, or rather some pieces of the cutter heads, as well as the main core of the TBM machine on the top right. So we are very eager in Font to make trips, and yeah, we are always open in discussions. Maybe this is a year, 2023, that can provide several opportunities to arrange some field trips together. We keep an eye out on WTC in Athens, of course, but there have been discussions and ideas about visiting France or other places in the UK where we could show to our foreign friends from all over the world, should you like to visit us instead. Like the Woodsmith polyhalite mines up in New York, or the Hartpool segment factory for the high-speed to TBM segments. We do like to celebrate our young members' achievements, and this is a new industry award we have established in the BTS for the young members. It's Doug Allenby Medal. The first recipient in 2022 was Mr. Ignacio Tognazzini, and this medal is awarded to a member of the tunneling and underground space industry, regardless if they are BTS YM or not, and for making a significant contribution to the project, to their team, or the industry overall. Another way to celebrate young tunnelers is the Harding Prize. I believe most of us in this call are aware of the Harding Prize. Last year's recipient was Christopher Barrett. The Harding Prize is named in honor of Sir Harold Harding, the founding chairman of the BTS. The competition is open to young engineers aged 33 or under. They just submit their original papers. These papers go through the judging panels, and they are considered on the basis of best interest to the industry. The winning paper, as well as the runner-ups, receive a monetary prize. We're very happy to show our team for this year. Pretty sure among these people that you're looking at, there are some old and familiar acquaintances. Sandeep is a known face from Tunneling Association of India Young Members. Thomas as well. He's been a young member in the BTS and a very, very involved one. Benjamin, who is going to be the professional development sub-chair, is a new addition, and not worth to say a Harding Prize winner, as is Sandeep. Alistair, I believe you've met with him in WTC Copenhagen, and we have Arabelle Villas and Aya Hassan that are leading the effort in the social media and outreach of our group. Aya is in charge of the social and the media, so anything you'd like to discuss or promote with a BTS Young member, refer to her. Arabelle is our liaison for external bodies like the BGA ECG. So it is our purpose for this year to engage as much as possible with others outside the UK, give a boost in in-person events as much as we can, but we should also fill up our calendar with several online events. We need to expand our activities outside London and outside ICE, open up our network, and we are welcoming you in our effort on that. And a couple of brief ideas to focus on what we intend to deliver as Young Members Group to our members this year. In terms of lecture topics or workshop topics, we won't be focusing only in technicalities, but also in innovation, use of digitalization, non-technical stuff such as contracts, insurances, assurance, quality. schools and universities is in the site as well. So we will be seeking further collaboration between the young professionals in the industry, but as well as set up long-term robust partnerships with institutions for knowledge sharing and promoting the profession of a tunneler. Actually, we feel it's important to gain members. So for our agenda next year, if so far you found very or little interesting what I've presented, for next year we are planning to have a New Year social here in London, which besides great time in a pub will be accompanied by a museum visit, probably. After that, in January, we will have our first 2023 in-person workshop titled Fiber Design in SEL. And we then will follow up with a BTS lecture about the project update for Thames Tideway. In February, we are going to hold our own lecture as BTS Young members at the ICE. And we are currently on talk to start reaching outside the UK by doing a guest presentation in Ireland to the Engineers Island institution the same month. Now, these presentations would not be complete if I didn't provide a high-level overview of the current big tunneling projects in the UK. It's going to be really quick because I am conscious of the time. So following up on Hinkley Point, which is a new nuclear power station in the UK, the first one to be built since over 25 years now. The tunneling works that involved 3 tunnels to intake and 1 outfall have now been completed. For these works to be completed, 3 PBTBMs were used to build a total of 8.8 kilometers of tunnels. It's very interesting to note that these tunnels run 33 meters below the seabed at the Bristol Canal. High Speed 2, as well, a very much discussed project. It's a colossal, actually, project intended to create high-speed rail links between London and other parts of the country. The work has commenced on several of its lots. I'm happy to say on one of the 2 that I'm involved in, the Southern number 2. It will involve 10 really big TBM boring machines that will dig a total of 103 kilometers of tunnels. Upon its completion, High Speed 2 will help reduce motorway traffic and lessen the demand for domestic flights, thus assisting the government to achieve its greener future goals. Within the Greater Metropolitan of London, London Power Tunnels 2 began in spring 2020. It's currently estimated to take up to 7 years to complete. Again, quite long tunneling works. It will run 32.5 kilometers of 3-meter diameter tunnels at an average depth of 30 meters below the road network. These tunnels will house high voltage cables that will power the big city of London. As you know, it's reaching up to 12 million now, I believe. One other of the newer ones is the Stonehenge Tunnel, currently at scheme stage, that aims to provide the design and landscape around the Stonehenge. You can see on the top right the Stonehenge and its current layout of the roads that tend to get jumped. So it's the intention to move the A303 into a tunnel under the Stonehenge World Heritage Sites and thus improve the experience both for the visitors as well as maintain the integrity of the site around this historic UNESCO spots. A very much discussed project as well that's new is the Lower Thames Crossing. what I really find interesting in this one is the sheer magnitude of the TBMs that are going to be used to excavate these road tunnels. It's about a twin-bore road tunnel at the eastern part of London with a 4.3 kilometer in length. Again, this is expected to reduce the traffic congestion, improve the quality of life, improve the environmental impact of the traffic in that area. Other projects in the country involve Quarglass in Scotland and the Hareswater Aqueduct Resilience Programme in the Midlands, but I guess that's my time, and for those you would have to keep an eye on us because we'll surely have something this year. So thank you very much and happy World Tunnels Day from the BTS Young Members Group.
Yes, thank you, George, and Thomas and all the others from BTS. I think it's our slot now. I'm Christian, I'm from Germany. I'm happy to take over. And let me just quick try and share my screen. Yes, maybe you expected someone from Austria here now. We, again, like in the last 2 years, share our slot together with Austria and the Czech Republic, and we decided to switch a little between our presentations. And so I'm gonna do the start, and after that, Elisabeth from Austria is going to take over, then Staniek from Czech Republic, and then we go back in the opposite way. So we alternate our presentations a little, and we decided to start with a little presentation about our organizations, about what we did in the last year, and then later go on with some projects. And this year we decided to focus a little on presentations of projects that are in between our countries and connect our countries in Europe. So let me start with the presentation of our young members group in Germany. We are Stufa Yep, and I'd like to introduce ourselves a little. Yes, say who we are. I think many of you might know the few next slides, but thankfully there are some new members here every year, so I wanted to give it a quick repeat. Then I actually want to tell that it's our birthday this year, like in the next 1 or 2 days. Stufa Yep is going to turn 5 years. I wanted to tell something about that, the activities of the last year, and what we plan for the future. And yes, what is Stufa Yep? We have a quite complicated environment. When the ITA called for national groups in Germany, there already have been 2 associations that could have been German representative of the ITA. There was the German Geotechnical Society and the Stufa, and both were or would have been capable of representing Germany in ITA. So they decided to found the DAUB, which is the German Committee for Underground Construction. And this is a central national expert committee, has 30 members, and they are equally elected from authorities, public clients, science and planning. And this expert committee is part of the ITA. So since it's an elected expert committee, we couldn't be young members of this expert committee. So we got the young members of Stufa, which is the Society for Studies in Tunnels and Traffic Facilities. And that's an international non-profit research society, and it's involved in the foundation of DAUB, as I explained. And traditionally, it's the office of DAUB and has about 250 corporate members. And yeah, when the ITA called for young member organizations, we decided to join Stufa as young members because we couldn't be young members of an expert committee. We already have 400 members containing students and professionals. Not all of them are active. I think we are about the biggest of all young members organizations because we don't charge our members. We get fully supported by Stufa and some of our sponsors. So our events are usually sponsored by whoever we visit. And since Stufa Conference 21, there are about 40 new members, maybe a little more by the time. So we are actively growing. And yeah, what are our goals and what's our idea? I think this is something that connects all of our young member organizations. It's building networks to expand the personal network and have an improved information exchange. It's the knowledge transfer between research and practice. That's something I think really special in Germany because Stufa JEP got founded at Ruhr University. It was PhD students visiting the World Tunnel Congress that came up with the idea of founding a young member organization in Germany. So we have usually a strong connection between research and practice in Stufa JEP in Germany. And also, of course, space for idea and initiatives. I'm going to say a few words when I come to what we have done and what we are planning, and international representation. I don't think we have to talk a lot about that coming together now today in this international Zoom marathon. Yes, as I already said, it's our birthday today, or in 2 days it's our birthday because the foundation of Stufa JEP was at Stufa Conference in Stuttgart on the 7th of December in 2017. It was the first official and public meeting of Stufa JEP, and we were beginning with approximately 80 founding members, as you see in the picture below. We invited all the young members or all the engineers under 35 that were taking part of Stufa Conference in Stuttgart, and luckily many of them came. So we started with 80 founding members. The inspiration came already in 2015 at the WTC, and yes, 2 years later we carried it to the Stufa Conference and finally founded Stufa JEP, and now it's our fifth birthday now. Our history, as I said, the first inspiration came in 2015, and the foundation then was in winter of 2017. Right in the next year, we started with various activities like workshops and site visits. Then later in the next year, in winter 2019, the next Stufa Conference came up in Frankfurt, and there we had our first stand at Stufa Expo. And yes, it was like a good meeting space for all the young engineers to connect with each other, but it now also got a place for the seniors to meet us, to get in touch with young members. It's always a nice spot to meet at the Stufa Expo, at Stufa Conference. Since 2020, we started local get-togethers in small groups. So every time we have a big event, it's always like a big effort for everyone to travel around Germany and to get maybe days off or get sent by the employers. So we decided to have little small after work events that are yes, all over Germany. And we had a few since 2020. In early 2021, we started digital workshops due to COVID. And now for this year, for 2022, which I'm going to cover a little later, it was our road back to normal after the pandemic. So the activities in the last year were we had a little delayed start in April because we wanted to avoid any COVID restriction. We started with a strategic meeting at Stufa in Cologne, where only the steering committee was there, and then later got to a local get-together in Cologne. We had several of the local get-togethers this year in Cologne, in Hamburg, in Munich, and Essen, and usually approximately about 15 to 30 members join these local meetings. We also had a huge site visit in Munich. We visited the multiple sites of the second core line of S-Bahn in Munich. It was in July, and about 30 participants were with us there. Then we also had a workshop this year. It was at Cologne University of Technology. We had the topic innovations in tunneling. It was in October, and around 50 people were there. We had the chance to listen to very interesting, inspiring presentations during that workshop, and had also a local get-together in Cologne after that. So what's in the future? Yes, in the future, we want to carry on our regular program. As I already showed, with site visits and workshop, we have like a regular set schedule for that, and we want to keep that up, and also the local get-togethers. But also in the next year, there's going to be a Stufa conference as well. It's going to be in Munich. We are going to have our general assembly there. We usually have it the night before the start of the conference, and there are going to be elections of the steering committee again. And we also plan to have a stand at the expo as like a young members hub at Stufa conference. We also have further ideas to the regular schedule. We want to start like a career workshop where companies can send their young members to us, and we want to start it at a university, and want the young members that are sent by the companies to speak to the students and offer them perspectives from construction sites, from the planning office, and tell them a little about their day-to-day work. We also plan mixed young members and senior events, and maybe more. We have a strategic meeting in next week, so I'm happy of all the ideas that are coming up, and are maybe not like ready to announce now. But what's ready to announce is the Stufa conference. As I said, we're going to have a general assembly and a stand at the expo, but also there is the call for papers out now for Stufa conference next year. It's going to take place in Munich. Yes, and there are several topics on that you can hand in the paper. There is also a young forum where you can hand in papers to show a little bit of your work, whether it's research or it's practical from site or from planning. and the best presentation from the Young Forum always gets awarded. So make sure to look for further info at the STUFO conference website. And now my presentation would go to projects. So I hand over to Austria. Ellie, are you there?
Yes. Hi, I hope you can hear me and I hope you see my presentation.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So hello, everyone. First of all, happy World Tunnel Day. I hope you guys are all well. Thanks for organizing the event again. It's always very nice to meet colleagues from other countries and connect. And yeah, in the next few minutes, I have the honor to represent the activities of the Joint Young Members Austria. Some of you are now maybe a bit confused because they have never heard that name before. That's it's not so. That's we changed our name this year. So we founded the ITA Young Members Austria in 2016. And last year, there was the need of integrating the colleagues of the ISSMGE and the ISRM. And yeah, it didn't seem useful for us to set up new separate young members associations, as Austria is a very small country. And also we as ITA Young Members Austria were also still a very small group. So we had the goal to join all three parent organizations together. And it's also very important for us that we are still in quite good contact to the parent organization. So every parent organization has a representative in our steering committee. And yeah, I'm the lucky one who's the representative for the ITA. And yeah, organizationally, we are now integrated in the Austrian Geotechnical Society, so the ÖGG in Austria. And there we launched a 5th professional section. And yeah, we're also quite proud that last week we launched our brand new logo. So you see it in the left corner. So there we have now all three parent organizations joined together. And yeah, that's great news for us. It was quite a challenge to organize everything. But luckily, we were not just organizing ourselves, we were also able to organize some events. And I want to introduce those events to you. In spring, we had our first guest lecture where Christian and also Robert from the Stufa Jeps gave an insight in their work and some projects. It was a very good exchange in a quite relaxed atmosphere. And in May, we had our third symposium. It took place at the Technical University of Vienna. We had 6 exciting presentations. And after that, we also had as the social event, we went for drinks and pizza. And yeah, we were very proud that with 50 participants, the event was fully booked. So that was our first fully booked event. So yeah, quite a success for us. Then in October, we had to get together at the colloquium in Salzburg, but I have no slide for that because we forgot to make a picture. But this slide shows the our field trip 3 weeks ago. We went to Linz, to Upper Austria. I will introduce this project also later when we show the new projects in Austria. Yeah, we went for the construction site. And then we also went to Tenkate, which is a company that produces geosynthetics. And we had a look at the production and learned something about the materials. Last week, we had our second expert lecture held by Dietmar Bach with 50 participants. And yeah, not everyone switched his camera on, so that's why it looks not that crowded on the picture there. But yeah, we had 50 participants and he gave us an insight in tunnel design aspects and what's important, especially in early design phases, to save a lot of project costs later in the construction phase. We are also pleased to announce our next symposium, which will be on the 12th of April at the Technical University in Graz. We are still looking for 2 presentations, so if you're interested, you can contact us. Already very excited about that, and also we will have in January a meeting of the steering committee to reflect what was good last year, what could we do better next year, and yeah, what are new plans. And yeah, this picture shows our current steering board. We are 8 people now. We are located all over Austria, and we work in various fields of tunneling and geotechnics. Everybody is very motivated, and yeah, it's good feeling, good community, and a lot of things going on. Yeah, so that was the presentation of our activities, and I would hand over to Staniek.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the word. My name is Zdeněk, and I'm from the Czech Republic. And I will start sharing my presentation. I hope you can see it, everybody.
Yeah, we can.
So the Czech. Can you see Christian? Everything's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So the Czech young members, we are a member of Czech Tunneling Society, and we are founded in 2020. We have about 40 members. We have a steering committee of 3 people, since we are quite small organization. Now I will report a little bit about our past activities. We started our organization in COVID time, so the first meetings were held online. But anyway, later it has changed, so we could go offline to make some site visits. Here are the pictures from the first site visit to some micro tunneling construction site. And then we organized also some symposiums where the young engineers are presenting for young engineers. So it could be characterized by very open discussion, and that we are able to communicate more detailed information and discuss quite openly the topics. Here's another picture from a site visit for the Metro D in Prague. I'm going to talk about that later when I'm going to introduce this project. And for the last slide of this first part of my presentation today, here is an outline. Where is it possible to study tunneling in the Czech Republic? You can do it in Prague or in Brno or in Ostrava. And you can make from bachelor to master and also doctoral studies program. So that's it from my first part. I'm giving the word back to Christian. Or no? I should continue with the project, right?
Yes,
you can continue.
Yeah, that was what we agreed on, but
then I will take the word back. Yeah, let's improvise. So the project part. We'll go back directly to the Metro Line D in Prague. When we are preparing this this session today with the Austrian and German colleagues, we are thinking about how to present some projects which could connect these 3 countries. And as Christian took already the Ore Mountains base tunnel, I was thinking about what could I present, and I found out that actually the Prague Metro D line is kind of joint project because it's constructed by the Czech, German, and Austrian construction companies. So therefore, this this project I have chose for presentation, and also for the second reason is that this current largest ongoing tunneling project in Czech Republic. Here on the first slide, as an introduction, you can see the development of the metro line network here in Prague. Here just to check the years. We started with the C line, continue with A line, some prolonging of C line, then the B line. So the growth was kind of, could be said, quite chaotic, but it has a certain sense behind. And now, when we finish the C line and the last stage of the A line, here is the stage for the D line, the blue one. And this is for the new metro line, which is now under construction. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Here are some impressions from the construction side. Here the pictures are from the conventional tunneling part. And as I said already, the works are ongoing. It's constructed by Saptera, Hochtief, Strabag, and Ziblin. So this Czech, German, and Austrian consortium. And this first part is the lot between Pankráce and Olbrachtova. The worth of the contract is approximately 540 million euro. And the second package, which is now under bidding. I think today was the deadline for the submission of the bids for the contractors. So let's have an overview of the project. This is the section 1D1. Here Pankráce and Olbrachtova is now under construction. Here is the Olbrachtova and Nové Dvory section is now in tender. And here is an overview of the excavation methods. The part constructed now is conventionally, including stations are done conventionally. And then the next phase, there is going to be employed TBM and also one station in conventional excavation and 2 other stations in cut and cover. Here's also the second part on the left side where the TBMs should start and then continue to the station Nádraží Krč. And here the stations are excavated also cut and cover. Just there is we have now facing some limits with the surface owners. So we are going to construct first the tubes, and then later when these issues with the land owners are cleared by the client, then later the cut and cover stations will be constructed on the already previously built TBM tubes. And here the stretch number 3 of the Prague metro line. They are going to be here's the Pankráce station is going to be a huge interchange station. I will talk about it later a little bit. Then we will go down into the valley for cut and cover station, and it will end at Main station and interchange to metro line A. So the total excavation of TBM, there will be about 6.2 kilometers, conventional 5.6, and cut and cover 1.8 kilometer. Now let me tell you something about the Pankráce station. This station is already under construction. Here you can see the blue is the new line D, which is now constructed. And here is already existing line C. So there was necessary to put somehow the new line under the existing line. And the boundary condition of the project was that the operation of the line C should not be interrupted during the excavation works. So here is some drawing, the location of the Pankráz D-line station, and here the location of the C-line station. There are several exits to the from the new stations, and they are connecting the nearby houses, quite high-rise houses. So the excavation is not easy in this area. So the Pankráz station is 1 watt station with side platforms, as you can see here on the visualization. It's situated 4 meters below existing line C and 33 meters below the ground. And it will offer the transfer to the C line. So therefore, is this station constructed as quite large to inhabitate quite high stream of people during the peak hours. There are some more impressions from the station. As I said, the subway is going to be constructed as driverless. So therefore, these walls on the platforms. Again, the 3D visualization with the exits to the shopping malls, transfer to the C line, exit to the office buildings, and another exit, probably an elevator. This is not yet decided to the surface above the station. So again, the drawing of the platform level, the longitudinal section of the station. Here you can see the location of the C line. So this is very, very close to the excavation. Here again, the new station located under the existing C line stations. And something about the cross sections. Here is the basic profile of the station, which is about 23 meters wide and 90 meters high. So the excavation will be divided in 12 subsections, and the area is more than 360 meters. The maximum profile of the station is even larger, and it has more than 400 meters. And the last cross section is the interchange passage between the lines C and D, which has cross section area about 140 square meters. The construction of this station was possible only due to the very massive use of injection of rock grouting, and there was used chemical grouting and also cement grouting, and this grouting was chosen based on in situ test as quite large investigation campaign about the suitability of this grouting was conducted during the geotechnical survey. Here's something about the geology. We are located in Prague, and for Prague there is a typical rock formation called shale. It might be silty shale, it might be clay shale. There are different types of shales, and they have also different very variable weathering degree, mostly based on the depth, and also the abrasivity of this shales is very variable. Here's something from the core samples. You can see a very variable ground. So here are some more impressions from the D line, from the stations to be constructed. The dominant color for the D line is blue. It's here obvious from the pictures. So San Barbara celebration. I will tell something about it. What is the custom in the Czech Republic? You can find the San Barbara at every tunnel portal. And then before starting the excavation, there is always a celebration of placing the St. Barbara to the tunnel portal. There is, during the entire construction period, the statue of St. Barbara remains located at the tunnel portal. Here again, some impressions from the placing of the St. Barbara. So vision for the future of our group. We would like to keep on building up working of network for all young members, keep providing our members with number of national events and start to organize some international activities where our members can take part on. And what's also very important in these days, to make tunneling more attractive for students and young professionals. And as last but not least, I would like to invite you to a conference which is taking place next year in Prague, and this conference will take place in May, from 29th May to 31st May, and there will be some social program in monastery in Prague, so it's not only technically interesting but might be a nice sightseeing. What we would like to do is within this conference to organize a workshop. Is my colleague Michal here already? If it's not the case, then I will introduce the workshop by myself. This workshop should be on binding on BIM mostly, and it should somehow transfer the recent experiences what we have up to now did here in Czech Republic in case of BIM, and how we can go further on that, and to provide also a feedback for the clients, how they should better to form their contracts with the engineering companies and to use BIM in this contract management. So this is everything from me, and I am giving my word back.
So I will take
to Ali,
over
I guess,
again.
right?
Yes. Thank you, Staniak. I also want to introduce some projects in Austria now. So at first I have some projects from Austria, and then I have the introduction to the transnational project. So this slide shows the project located in Tyrol, so just 30 minutes away from where I am currently sitting. It's located in a kind of famous skiing area, so maybe you have heard of that before. It's called Kühtai. There are already 2 existing water reservoirs. So this one is already existing, and also this one. And now they are building a new one here called the Speicher Kühtai. And they are also building a new power station. It's an underground power station, which is somewhere, it's somewhere here. And they are also advancing a tunnel to the south here, to the mountains. It has a length of 25.5 kilometers. And the reservoir is connected and will support the reservoir with water from 6 different water intakes. So those points show the water intakes where the water will go to the reservoir. There are also news on the Vienna Underground. So this slide shows the expansion of the metro system in Vienna. Among other construction works, they are building 6 new metro stations along the line U2. The tubes will be advanced with tunnel boring machines, and they are also building 5 new emergency exits. And currently, the conventional excavation is starting at Schaft Matzleinsdorf, So from here, they start excavational, a conventional excavation, and they are also building on several shafts currently. This slide shows the location of our last field trip in Upper Austria, which I already mentioned. So the ASFINAG is expanding their highway system by building a new road tunnel. So the tunnel is here connected to the main station of Linz, and it's a very interesting project, especially when we look at this area here, where we have a very complex geometry. In this area, we have in fact the largest cross-section ever built in Austria. You see here a 3D visualization of this part. So this is like the first part which will be finished. So it's currently under construction. And what's also very special is this suspension bridge. So here you see the river Danube. And it was not allowed to have any pillars in the river because could be difficult for the boats going there. So they have the ropes for the suspension bridge here, and they are anchored in the rock. And the anchors are going just 10 meters above the tunnel. So yeah, very complex and very interesting project. And yeah, this is our transnational project. It's a project between Germany and Austria. So here on this map, you see, so this gray line here is the border between Austria and Germany. You see here Munich. And it's a project consisting of 4 design sections, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And the 4th design section is between, so it's in both countries. It's in Germany and in Austria. It's all 4 sections are currently in a very early design phase, so preliminary design. And yeah, the project is part of the expansion of the Brenner railway corridor between Munich and Verona, and also between Scandinavia. It connects Scandinavia with the south of Italy. So yeah, also a huge project. So it's a lot going on currently. We're all quite busy. So yeah, that's the project introduction from my side, and I will hand over to Christian again.
Yeah, thank you very much. I feel we hurried a little in the first half, so I can take my time with the projects now. I only focused on one project, and as Zdeněk already teased a little, I'm going to have a view on maybe far and possible future with a project of the new Dresden-Prague line. And within this project, also the Erzgebirge base tunnel or all-mountain base tunnel. You can see here an overview of the European railway network, and the new Dresden-Prague line is going to be part of the Orient East Med corridor of this railway network. And it's one of the 9 core network corridors in the Trans-European Transport Network, and will connect Central Europe with the maritime interfaces of North Sea, Baltic Sea, and as well as also Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. You can see the Dresden-Prague connection marked in the little blue circle here on the left. A little bit about the actual status of this project. I already said that it's going to be a view to a possible future. Concepts of this project are discussed since 2004, and still this project is in an early planning phase. it is planned to build a railway line between Dresden and Prague, a new one that allows higher speeds, but it's not yet decided how and where it's going to be built. So at the actual state of the project, a new line should be built that will be approximately 43 kilometers long and should be between Heidenau and, maybe now Zdeněk has to help me with the pronunciation, it's Ústí-nad-Labem.
Ústí-nad-Labem, correct. Very nice.
Perfect, thank you. It's envisaged with higher speeds, as I said, up to 200 kilometers per hour for passenger transport and 120 for freight transport. And what you see on the left-hand side is the concept, the raw concept of what they want to reach with this project. It's going to cross state border between Germany and the Czech Republic underneath the All Mountains. There is a broad overview on the top, and on the bottom picture you can see the corridor that is currently investigated for any tunnel solutions for this project to connect Heidenau and Ústí-nad-Labem. The joint planning section, so the section between these two stations, is shared between Germany and the Czech Republic, and it's going to include, if it's going to be built, it's going to include a long railway tunnel that is at least 25 kilometers long. And why do I say at least? There are several versions of this project now under investigation. The German railways will examine two options with various sub-options, but the main differences are that there are options for one long tunnel and an option for still quite long tunnel, but not as long as the total tunnel solution, connected with several smaller tunnels. And for both solutions, there are currently investigations ongoing. Both the all tunnel options and the partially above ground route options must be developed in order to find a solution which is going to be built, which is the current state now. And a decision on a preferred option will not be taken until the end of the preliminary design phase. And this is estimated to be in or expected to be in 2024. The main project, or the core, the heart of this project, is going to be the Erzgebirge Base Tunnel, or the All Mountains Base Tunnel, in the connection between Dresden and Prague. For this new line to cross the state border between Germany and the Czech Republic underneath the Erzgebirge, a base tunnel will be required in any of the now discussed solutions, but the length is still a point of discussion. This is why I said it will be at least 25 kilometers long. In the all tunnel solution, I think the tunnel will be more than 35 kilometers long. At least 14 of the at least 25 kilometers are going to be on the German side, and so anyhow it doesn't count which solution will be chosen. It will be the longest railway tunnel for Germany, and it's going to be built in two parallel single tracks, because it's obviously it's needed because of the length of the tunnel, and it's planned with unlimited mixed passenger and freight operations. Yeah, and if you like to find out more about this project, about the all-mountain base tunnel and the Dresden-Prague project in total, I can totally recommend the official website, where I also picked most of the informations from. And unfortunately, I didn't expect us to hurry that much in the first part, so I didn't prepare any St. Barbara's celebrations for this year or any live site visits. But maybe we could open our slot to discussions a little. So this is the end of our presentation and the end of the prepared content from the three of us, I think. And I thank you very much for your attention and for listening to what we had to say.
Yeah, if we have some time left, we have about like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what maybe would be my question on you. How could you get from after in this post-COVID era? How could you get again offline in your organization? You know, like during the COVID, there was a lot of stuff going online, and if the young members in Austria and in Germany could get used again to participate on the offline events, and or if they are preferring only to stay online.
I think the active members really want to go back offline. We see this in participation of the local events, the local get-togethers, the after-work events, but also the events of site visits and workshops. There are many participants, and there are also many people offering to do a workshop or offering to us visiting their site. And I think this is maybe the core of every network, to share experience, to visit sites together, to get to a workshop together, and also all the social the social connection in between or before and after it. The personal connection is maybe key to a network, and this is why in our network, at least, I can say that we decided to ditch the digital workshops completely, so we don't do them anymore, because we felt like also our presenters deserve like a proper stage to show their presentation on, and a proper discussion and networking session afterwards. And yeah, we wanted to honor that and keep the networking aspect of our organization high. So we decided to go fully back offline.
Maybe I can also add here that I think we have a great opportunity now that we can kind of get on with hybrid solutions depending on the event. So, for example, field trips, and also in our case, the symposium, I would definitely prefer to do it offline, because a meeting and also having a beer after the presentation is also, yeah, very important. But for example, those guest lectures and expert lectures, that's a great opportunity to continue doing that online, because it's just 1 hour. Everybody can participate no matter where you are. And so I think we will definitely continue mixing depending on the event. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be also nice to have some field trips as hybrid, you know, like in the future, that there is some robot going with the camera inside the tunnel and streaming online the site visit for the participants. Yeah, it might be something for the future, but nowadays I think the field trips offline are much better.
But have you been or have you in Czech Republic switched totally back offline, or are you still doing like hybrid events?
Yeah, there's running the lecture series. It's called Tunneling Afternoon, and they are now always as hybrid. So you can choose both options. But of course, for the live discussions and for exchanging experiences, it's much better to see you face to face than to chat on Teams or Zoom. That's it.
Yeah, that's absolutely our experience too, and this is why we are glad that we can now have the events in presence again, and yes, also the workshop that we just had. It was very inspiring to, like in the coffee break, have a chat about the presentations we just saw, exchange with other young engineers, and also we had several people there that weren't engineers but geologists or that were economists, presenting their projects related to tunneling or to tunnel excavation, to the spoil from tunnel projects, to recycling of tunneling spoil, and we had different views in that on that field that I think would not have been possible to transport via an online meeting. I totally appreciate that meeting, and that's obviously the only solution we have to regularly meet once a year with all around the world, people being able to attend or to connect with these meetings. This is a possibility that WTC cannot offer, and it's totally an event that has its features and has its pros, and I like to every now and then switch on and switch off and see the presentations from different parts of the world. But the exchange, especially in between different disciplines, I think that yes, and in presence workshop really is the best solution for.
So let's hope that also the tunneling projects are going forward in our countries. I hope that the resources crisis will not impact the future projects a lot. The high prices of construction materials and so on, because there will be a lot of materials required for example, for this ore mountain base tunnel, or also for the connection between Germany and Austria. So, or we have to develop some another solution to reduce the materials significantly. That's a task for young engineers to come up with something revolutionary.
Yeah, there are definitely initiatives like on the one hand to reduce the resources you need to build a tunnel, but also to use the resources that you gain by boring a tunnel. It's going to be really it's going to be key by these huge projects in future.
Yeah, this is what already in Austria was done on the Brenner, I think, and also other tunnels that a lot of the materials were used for concrete. But yeah, it depends on the geology. For example, from the Prague shale, you cannot use anything for concrete or whatever. Like that would be very, very poor concrete, and yeah, the client would be definitely not satisfied with such a tunnel lining made from that. So yeah.
Yeah, let me pick up what Chrysothemis just posted in the chat. She said that she's partly disagreeing and said that hybrid should be a solution for the future. Yes, I totally agree with that. I really didn't want to say that a digital workshop is not a solution. You can always gain the information, and we have great solutions for social networking. And I think that hybrid events, and that's a perk, I think, of the pandemic, that they will stay.
Yeah, I like the solution what Ali on the Austrians came up with, that to provide the expert lectures online and young engineers meet face to face for a beer. Very
As you
good.
said, face to face. Our Italian face is there now.
So
filled our
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Glad to hear that.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Who's going to present?
Sorry, I'm going to switch on the camera. Okay, now you should see me.
Hi.
Luigi, there you. The stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the attention, and see you next year again during the World Tunnel Day.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Thank you also from my side. Have fun.
Thank you. Have fun. Thank you, Luigi.
Thank you. So I guess it's my turn. It's our turn from Italy. Hello, everyone. Happy Santa Barbara to everybody. And it's gonna be hard to keep the same level of your interest of the previous presentations, which have to admit they were all very interesting. Lots of great stuff, a lot of great projects. But I'll do my best. I'm gonna try to show the screen. Let me see if it does work. Can you see it? Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So, as always, I like to start our presentation from Italy with a morphological view of our country, which, as always, is the best way to show why there are so many tunnels and many tunnelers in Italy. Of course, the whole country is covered by mountains and surrounded by it, except for the Po River Valley in the north. And I want to start with a short presentation about the activities that we have been carrying out in 2022 as a young member group. And after that, I'm going to give you a quick presentation about the main projects going on in the country. So regarding the young members group, the first activity on which we started focusing in 2022 is the promotion of the activities of the Italian Tunneling Society among young professionals and students to increase the number of people who wanna join the underground world. And we thought that one of the best ways to do that was to make partnership with universities, especially those that have not only tunneling modules, but also full-time masters regarding tunneling made in partnership with the companies who are then interested in hiring the people. And we are setting up some agreements with them so that we can make some presentations at their courses about our activities of the Italian Tunneling Society and of the young member group as well. So this is really something that is helping us to reach out a lot of young students. The second type of activity we were involved in is the promotion of our activity at an international level, so not only in Italy but also abroad. And of course, the best tables to do that are the activities of the ITA Young Member Group and the EUTF Young Member Group. And for example, this year we organized this event with most representative from the European countries in Bologna last November, and in occasion of the national conference that we have every year at the construction exhibition, which is held in Bologna. And the conference was a great success, and we were happy of many people coming from all around Europe and joining us for this important event. And on that occasion, we had a meeting where we discussed about all the activities at European level, which were going on in 2022, and the other one that we are planning for the next year and beyond. Then another important event on international level will be the regional event that we are planning to organize for Genoa in March 2023. Still, of course, we invite, as usual, other European countries because they're closer, so it's easier to reach out. But if there is anybody else who from other countries outside Europe who would be interested in joining us, please let me know, and we will try to arrange for you. So here there is some more details about the conference I was telling you about that was held in Bologna. Agostino Viglione, our national coordinator for the young member group, is the one of the people who made this happen. And the conference regarded the role of underground infrastructure for the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So really a very important topic these days, especially in a period of climate change and thinking for resilient infrastructures. These are some pictures from the exhibition, and this is a picture from the conference. And then as well some social time, which is always good. We had some fun, had a couple of drinks, very good time all together there in this beautiful place in the historic center of Bologna. This is instead about the regional event we're going to host in Genoa in March 23. It will regard this project, which is called the Genoa Third Pass, Giovi Third Pass in Genoa, which is basically gonna link the city of Genoa and its freight port, which is one of the most important in Italy, with Milan, Turin, Switzerland, and the whole North Rhine corridor toward Germany and the Netherlands. And this is gonna make the Genoa port more competitive for freight. And at the same time, it will link Genoa to the Italian high-speed railway network. This is the red circle tells you where is it, and you can see why there's gonna be very long tunnels there, because to go from the seaside, from the coastline to the valley behind the mountains, you have to cross those very long mountainous chains. This is the North Rhine corridor within the European network. And as you can see, the project runs almost entirely underground. It's basically a 27-kilometer long tunnel, twin tube. And then just after it, there's gonna be the Serravalle tunnel, which is 8-kilometer long, still twin tube. So basically it's almost about 40 kilometers of tunnels in a row, but for safety reasons, it's twin tubes. So it's about 80 kilometers of excavation. And this is without all the emergency adits, the emergency cross passages. And so this is a quite big job, and we will be happy to show you our construction sites if you will be in Genoa next year. These are some pictures from the construction sites. Really, there is a bit of everything: conventional tunneling, mechanized tunneling, asbestos conditions, squeezing ground conditions with sliding ribs, rock, soft ground, literally everything. So there's gonna be a lot of stuff to see. And for the day after, as we usually do, we're gonna organize a social event, as in every regional event. And this time we're gonna organize a visit to the city of Genoa, which is one of the many beautiful cities in Italy. And we're gonna have a guide who's gonna take us around the city. So of course, some nice time to spend together the day after the visit to the construction site. Here are some pictures of the city, and that's it. Luca Perazzoni, our friend, I think is online. He's helping out a lot with the organization of this event, as he has been working for many years now on this long project. And so, yeah, he will be happy to show you the most interesting part of the job. Then another activity we have been busy as usual all the year long is the editorial support to the Italian Tunneling Journal. These are the first 3 numbers from this year. Usually there is a number every 3-4 months. And next month there should be the last one of 2022, which is gonna be a special issue, which has the aim to bring our journal to an international level. So until now, the journal was mainly aimed to a national public. Now it's gonna be aimed to an international public. So for this reason, this is the first number which is gonna be written entirely in English. Also, we are planning to develop a digital web version in addition to the paper hard copy. So this will help to reach out to you guys all around the world, and also an indexing system within international databases to make easier the research of papers and articles from our journal. Also, still in the view of this internationalization process, we are trying to increase the number of foreign authors and papers within the journal, as well as the number of foreign members for the scientific committee. And on this occasion, for the last number of 2022, we have 6 guest editors, which are 6 among our most important professors and professionals in Italy about tunnels, who are supporting this special edition. And these are the young members: Diego Sebastiani, former national coordinator of the young member group; Stefania Fabozzi and Carmine Todaro, who are working a lot on this project, on this to make it happen. Furthermore, we're working on updating the young member section of the website. It's always very time consuming because you need to keep updating every month. Otherwise, things get old very quickly. And the other young member boards members are helping us a lot in doing that. Elena, Rocco, Roberto, and Remo. Also, we are working a lot in supporting the working groups, the national working groups, which have the same names and numbers of the international working groups, so as it is easier then to bring our work from Italy at an international level when we cooperate in the international working group. And Federico Foria, another member of our board, is helping out a lot in arranging these working groups. And basically by now we have a coordinator of the for each working group, and for 3 working groups the coordinator is a young member. So this is something we are really proud of, because it gives an idea of the contribution that the young member groups gives to the wider Italian Tunneling Society. And Federico is coordinating these activities as well. Also, we support the society in organizing and promoting the technical visits. This year we had many technical visits. One along the on a tunnel on the motorway between Perugia and Ancona in March this year. Then on the 7th of April, we went to the Brenner base tunnel on the Italian side, where there was the completion of the Isarco River underpass, which is one of the most challenging section of the base tunnel, because needed ground freezing to allow the safe excavation underneath the river flowing above. And this is just a picture that shows you the underpass of the river at the beginning of the Brenner Basis Tunnel. This is a wider picture of the Brenner Basis Tunnel. The yellow part is already completed, and the green one as well, already excavated. The gray part is still to be excavated. Then in May, we went to Rome for the Line C of the metro. On that occasion, there were as well the elections of the new coordinators of the young member group, which is gonna be now Agostino Viglione, as I told you, and myself. Agostino dealing more with the national activities, and me dealing more with the international relationships. And as well, we renewed the board, who is going to support us in this hard job. So there are all our friends that I showed you before who are gonna support us, and each of them is focusing on a different task, so as we can spread out the work, and at the same time we involve a higher number of people in the core activities of the young member group. And at the same time, we avoid having always the same people being loaded by the activities of the group, which of course are in addition to our ordinary or daily job. These are some pictures of Line C metro in Rome, where the station box was going to be excavated after the TBM had passed through. So this is quite an interesting thing. These are some more pictures of archaeological findings. I'm gonna go quicker because we're running out of time. On July, we went to Genoa for a national visit to the Giovi Base Tunnel, the project in Genoa that I told you before, and we are going to show you in March. And in September, we went to visit the Milan Metro Line 4 excavation, which is almost complete. And in fact, the first bit of it, which is the light blue one, already opened to service on the 26th November, while the medium light blue is gonna open next year, and the dark blue the year after. So it was really nice to see the completion of something after you follow up the construction for many years. And the last visit of the year in November, it was this tunnel in Sicily, in Cefalù, an almost 7 kilometer long TBM excavation tunnel on the railway between Palermo and Messina. This gives you an idea of where Palermo and where Messina are. And this is the TBM used for the excavation. Again, a very interesting job. Also very nice location along the coastline. This is the TBM being assembled. Here there are some more pictures of the TBM being assembled and launched. This is the portal. This is the TBM. And these are the renderings of how the Cefalù underground stop will look like when completed. Cefalù is a very famous and beautiful touristic location in Sicily, and it is gonna be served by the railway when this project will be over. And as it is just underneath, at the feet of a mountain, the stop is gonna be underground, and this is how it's gonna look like. Finally, one of the additional activities that we're setting up for next year is the organization of webinars on very similar to what actually the ITA already does, but we would like to do that at a national level as well. So to organize some lunchtime talks where the young members can talk about a project or a technology or a design they've been involved with, and share this knowledge, and maybe being even inspirational with all the other young members. And why not? Maybe we might arrange some of them in English as well, and invite all the other all of you guys from Europe and even the rest of the world. Finally, I prepared some slides about the main projects that we are having these days in Italy, but I think we are running out of time, so I'm gonna move forward very quickly. This is a project that unfortunately have been halted for many years, but now started again, and it is the high-speed undercrossing of Florence. together with the Florence high-speed railway station designed by Norman Foster. Very futuristic architecture, and this is gonna be one of the biggest projects, urban projects in Italy. Going to be excavated in TBM all the way underneath the historic city of Florence, that, as you know, is one of the most historical beautiful cities in Italy. So it's gonna be quite challenging doing that, preserving all the beauties which lay on surface. And this shows you how literally the alignment goes through the whole city, crossing a geology which is very challenging as well, because it's all about alluvial deposits and lake deposits below groundwater table. So it's gonna be quite an interesting job. And this is a rendering view of how it will looks like at the end of it when it's gonna be finished. Then some other projects are the Napoli-Bari railway project, which maybe many of you already heard of. There is a first section where a 4-kilometer long tunnel has already been completed in conventional excavation, and this is the celebration of the breakthrough. And then there are more sections where the excavation is about to start and the mechanized tunneling. This is the first of this section. The portals have already been built, and the TBMs are about to be launched. The second one here is gonna have the second longest tunnel in Italy, 27 kilometers as well, a twin board, which is gonna be among the top 15 in the world when completed. And then through scaly clays, which is one of the trickiest geology that we have in Italy, because it leads to squeezing ground condition with high overburden but very low geotechnical properties. And finally, the last bit here, which is a 10-kilometer long tunnel. So we are gonna have 8 TBMs excavating these tunnels at the same time along the Napoli-Bari railway line. And a lot of tunneling is going to start as well in Sicily. I'm gonna show you very quickly. We are gonna have about 240 kilometers of new railway between Messina, Catania, and Palermo, and half of it's gonna be underground. So really lots of tunneling going on in Sicily. I put these satellite pictures from Google Maps to show you how constrained this territory is, because it's on the coastline, but it's squeezed between the mountains and the coastline with a very urbanized environment. So it's gonna be very hard to build even the stations underground. Very, very hard job. You can see here the town, the road, the motorway, and the mountains. So literally there is no other space to build the railway than going through tunnels through the mountains behind that. And I'm gonna go very quickly, move forward very quickly. I showed you all these pictures here together with the Salerno-Reggio Calabria new railway, where as well we are gonna have 19 TBMs just on the first section, because it's all about mountains here as well. So basically in the next years, we are gonna have up to 70 TBMs excavating at the same time in Italy, only for railways, without counting metro and road or motorways. So I think it's the biggest tunneling framework of projects since the World War. It's literally an explosion of projects. 27 of them are gonna be just in Sicily for the projects I showed you before. excavated at the same time. And this is a curve which tells us that basically in 2025, we are going to have 50 TPMs excavating at the same time only on railway projects in Italy. And many more might be needed for metro and road tunnels, such as the Genoa motorway junction or the Turin Metro Line 2, the Naples Metro Line 10, and the Catania Metro. These are all projects which are a little bit behind the schedule compared to the other ones, so maybe they're going to give their contribution later on, as well as Rome Metro Line C and a new sewer in Turin. And furthermore, I'm going to close with this picture from a news from these days. The new government in Italy started to plan again for the Messina Strait crossing, which has been on halt for 10 years now, and it looks like the option they wanna keep proposing is the original one of the single span bridge, which would be, if it will be built, the longest single span suspension bridge in the world, with more than 3 kilometers of central span. And you would wonder, why are you talking about suspension bridges on the World Tunneling Day? Because due to the morphology of the area, all the junctions, this is the picture shows the railway junctions, both on Sicily side and on Calabria side, would be on tunnels. So there would be like 39 kilometers of new railway to be built to reach the suspension bridge, and three quarter of it, the 76% is gonna be on tunnel, and this is railway only. The same for roads, because the bridge would be both for railway and road. So again, that would be 20 or 30 more kilometers of roads, of road tunnels, just to reach to join the bridge. As usual, we recommend you to have a look at our website, where you can see all our news and all the information about our projects and the activities of our young member group. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we can start the Brazilian part of the World Tunnel Day. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending. I'm here today with Vitor. Vitor is a new member of our steering board, and we will be talking about this new phase of the CBT-UIM. This 2022, it was a transition year. It was a rough one, but maybe next year we will have like more activities, and we have a very engaged board, and I will go through these ones, this transition year, and also talk a little bit about the tunnel works in Brazil that are ongoing, the main ones, and then Vitor will give a short presentation. Let me share my screen. I think you can see it right. So the CBT-UIM was established in 2015, 1 year after the establishment of the ITA-UIM. So it was created by two people. It was Marlísio and Eloy, both chair and vice chair. And they stayed on the job for 3 years. And it's also a good story because Eloy is currently the CBT president. So he came all the way from like being vice chair of the CBT-UIM, and now he's ending his role as CBT president, so he has come a long way. And I joined with Fernando Abreu in 2018 as he was chair and I was vice chair, and we stayed there for like until last year. And I also I always felt that we had like many great ideas, but we didn't have enough manpower for doing all the ideas that we had. So me together with Fernando, with Juliane that came after Fernando to the board, and also with a very special support from the CBT, we came together with a new idea for the group, and we added more people to be like helping the day-to-day job, and we created a lot of sections. Most likely we have already seen in other groups like the BTSYM. So we a little bit copied their idea, and now we have like specialized people for each part of the job. So the idea for this transition year was for me to stay as chair and also Juliane to stay as vice chair. And then we created these 7 sections, 7 departments, let's say it like this. We have schools, we have universities, we have research, human resources, we have communications, events, international relations. So I will go quickly through each of these departments. So schools, the main idea for school is like is to have a person that will try to strengthen the relationship with schools, to increase tunnel knowledge between kids, the creation of classes aimed at children. We have the example for the teaching pack that BTSYM has, so it's a great idea. And we also had like this idea for using Minecraft a long time ago, so the person responsible for this department studying Minecraft is funny, but trying to create like something inside the game, also try to gamify something related to tunnels to try to show the importance to the youngest. We have a department for universities that will try to strengthen the relations from the group with the university and professors. We will show the possible topics for graduation works, like all tunnel related. And this is all because we have this award, the Figueiredo Ferraz Award, every year for the best graduation work, final work. Also, Department for Research. So we will try to strengthen relationship with also the postgraduate programs, mapping the ongoing researches, and also advisors, because in Brazil it's still a little bit rare in the universities to teach tunnels, and also if you want to study in a master's degree, in a doctorate degree, it's really hard to find a good topic and a good advisor to be with you. And also we aim for this group to be like a guide for these students that want to study underground space. Human resources will be responsible for mapping the market for jobs and opportunities. We will strengthen the relationship with companies, maybe like looking for sponsorships and so on. We have this idea of creating a hub for jobs and also resumes. We have also the member list control, like all members registered in our list, and also to point like to be like a career guidance hub where people that doesn't know where to go, what to study, and what direction to take, we will be like something to be like a guidance or advisors. We have also the department for communications, so all the social media, the newsletters, visual identity, and so on. I have all the social medias. I have a person only for events, so to organize site visits, organize webinars, and so on. So it was scout the market, scout the Brazilians for like making these type of events, and also a person for the international relations that will strengthen the relations with other groups. And this is today, now it's the best time to do that during the 24-hour marathon. So when we throw like some ideas, like with the CBT during the pandemic, they had like bi-monthly, I think, like just a talk. It was something like a bar talk, but on Zoom. It was a tunneler's talk, something along these lines, and it worked. It worked very well. So we thought of maybe doing this for the young members as well. Going back to the site visits, maybe have some roundtables with like some new topics, some different topics that we usually don't talk about in tunnels, and maybe later creating like study groups around these themes. So this was our transition year. This is where we want to be next year, like to have these well divided departments, and for us to have like more manpower to keep going in the future. So a little bit about the main job sites, main tunnel works we have in Brazil right now. One of the biggest one is the Contorno de Florianópolis, which is the new detour of our biggest highway is the BR 101. It goes from North Brazil to South Brazil, so it's for sure the biggest one, and it goes right through Florianópolis, which is like a big capital, and we have like huge traffic going through this area. So the middle of the city always loaded with traffic. So the idea is to make this new highway bypassing here to other cities, and to make this road only for the city. So with that, they are planning on constructing 4 tunnels that are ongoing, the construction, with the drill and blasting method. So this is, I don't have much news about it, but for sure it's advancing very fast. We also have Metro Fortaleza. That is it's been going for a long time, but we are getting news that the job site is returning at like a full speed. So it's the east line for the metro, and we have 2 Robbins TBMs there excavating. We have also this huge project with 2 11+ diameter TBM EPB for line 6. It's a brand new line that will connect the center of the city with the northwest part of São Paulo. This is a part of São Paulo that has a long time waiting for a metro line, and there will be 2 TBMs, one excavating to the north, another one excavating to the south, and one for rock, another for soil, and they are going like full speed right now. They had some problems a few months ago, but now they managed to solve it very quickly, and they we are seeing news that they are going high speed, and this is a great news. We have also starting the tunnel excavations, the Line 2, which is the project I am currently working on. Line 2 is the green one. The line goes from Vila Madalena, goes through the city center to the Avenida Paulista, which is the major avenue in Brazil, like financial, and it goes to the east side of the city. But this part, this is something you always see on these diagrams for metros, that they actually don't portray the actual distances. So for the spatial project of Line 2, we will connect this station, which is Vila Prudente, to the Penha. It looks like it's not much, but it's like more than 8 kilometers. And we'll have like 8 stations, if I'm not mistaken. And this will be it from Vila Prudente to Penha. We'll start digging on Complexo Rapadura here. The TBM will start digging here. I am currently in China following the manufacturing of this TBM, and we are expecting to start digging by September next year. So everything is moving really fast. All these stations and all these red ones are ventilation shafts and emergency exits. So they are all like going full speed. We are like building this very fast, and we are hoping to connect all this line by 2026. So that's all from my side. Let's see, where is it? Maybe I give the room to Victor. Victor can share. Thank you. Thank you, Victor.
Hi everyone. My presentation is already in the screen.
Yes, we see it.
Yes, okay. So I prepared this presentation about tailing dams because I'm currently working with that. And the agenda of the presentation is a brief introduction, one example of a dam's failure that we see in Brazil, some remediation works, and the conclusion. For the introduction, we know that the tailing dams are amongst some of the world's most massive engineering structures. These structures allow tailings to be reasonably contained in large basins. So tailings are waste materials produced and accumulated as a result of the mining of mineral resources. And these waste materials we pass in chemical and mechanical separation process of mineral extractions. We see an upward trend in mining tailings than failures. So we see in Brazil 2 examples of dam failures in a mining context, and these failures was very difficult. And today we are engaged to do projects with more to do better projects in this context. There is a current demand for having broader understanding of the physical and mechanical properties of these complex geotechnical structures. Their geometrical design, analysis of failure mechanisms, and monitoring technologies. So an example of dam failure is Brumadinho tailing dam in 2019. And if we see in these 2 figures, the difference between one and another is about 20 20 seconds. So the failure was really fast. And as we see here in these two figures, the volume of the slurry is very high. So in about 50 seconds from these two images, we see that the slurry has walked from one side from another. So because of these failures and other topics, we see today that we have a lot of remediation works in Brazil. So in July 2021, in the last year, we have started, Vale, a mining company in Brazil, has started the remediation work, and the company calls decharacterization because the main objective of this remediation work is to do some works that the dam has not the function to store tailings. So we see here two tailing dams, B3 and B4, and Sul Superior. These two tailing dams are very critical, as I will show in the next slide. And I have the opportunity to work in this dam B3 before. And as you see here, the remediation is a complex process because it will involve local government approval, evacuations, construction of backup dams. As we see here, the method that some tailing dams are constructed is the upward method. So the first part of the dam is here below, and the second part is constructed in the first part. So is a method that we recognize now that is very dangerous, and the dam that are constructed with this method are subjected now to remediation works. So this involves collection of samples to increase knowledge on the characteristic of the material disposed in the reservoir. Channels is open to improve the flow of water from the structure, preventing accumulation in the reservoir, especially during the rainy season, and tailing removal, as we see here in the figure in the right. Today, I'm working with this structure, Dique Minervino, and as we see here in the figure, the community is right below of the dam. So we have a lot of work to do the remediation work of this dam without problem. So we see in this year, 2022, that 18 dams has the enterprise Vale is obliged to do remediation works in 18 dams. So we have a lot of work in this subject, and the B3 B4 dam, as I said, in the last week they arrived to get a down level. So it was in level 3, that is the more dangerous, and now it is in level 2. So for the conclusion, the demand for studies, analysis, projects, construction, and remediation works for tailing dams in Brazil. We have a lot of demand for this subject, and we see that complex analyses are already being conducted, leading with the state of the art of some soil mechanics concepts as constitutive models, monitoring technologies, equipments, and here is the references.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We have more like 7 minutes to go. And you are working currently with this project, but do you work with something also tunnel related on your company?
Yes, in my project, I have worked with tunnels, especially in line 6, as you mentioned. In line 6, we have a lot tunnels and shafts. So and even tunnels and shafts in rock or soil. So it's a big opportunity to work with these two words. Soil is a word and rock is completely different. And in line 2, we have faced what kind of gel material?
Line 2 is mostly like clay sand, and we also have like some parts of like the sedimental soil, hard sedimental soil, but it doesn't get like rocky, you know. There's some hydrothermalized parts. Maybe we'll face some problems with a big mixed phase with the TBM. It will be like really small parts. We should go through easily. The problem, the biggest problem, is that we have some soft soils on the crown of the tunnel, some parts, and they already for the shaft constructions, they are inducting a lot of settlements. So this we will have to have like a very good control of all the features, you know.
Okay.
Yes.
And we have lived more with TBM or traditional methods?
We have like in Rapadura, we have the TBM as the main tunnel, but we also have 4 tunnels, the small tunnels for like parking, train parking. So these are all for normal excavation with the NATM method. And if you go further between Rapadura and Vila Prudente, you will also find in Anália Franco station we have another two tunnels like this.
Okay.
So there's a lot of parking for it.
Okay. In the project I mentioned the dam B3 before, that we know that the level of dangerous has passed from 3 to 2. There, one remediation work is to they done a tunnel in the dam. So they done a tunnel in the dam. So it was different for me.
Yes, I guess it's a very special, very rare type of solution. Okay, so maybe we have 2 minutes. I see Eduardo from Chile. I think
Hello,
I just
everyone.
no. Hola, hola. Hi, Eduardo. Is there anyone else from Chile joining?
They should, but I will present, so
Okay.
everything okay for our side?
Yes, you can go. Thank you, Victor, for joining.
Thank you.
So thank you, Eduardo. I'll give the room to you, and you can present.
Thanks. Give me 1 minute and I will share my screen.
Okay. Thank you, Eduardo.
So can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, Eduardo.
Okay, so I will start. Good day, everyone. My name is Eduardo. I'm from CTS Young Members Chile, and I will show you some of what we are doing currently on our projects. So what happened this year for us? Well, first, we are a new executive board, the second one of the young members of CTS. We have dealt with the end of the pandemic situation. That involves that we have to move our online meetings and activities to hybrid or presential activities. That's what we are working on now. The continuity of current activities, the ones scheduled by the whole administration, and new activities for the next year. And also continuity with the previous agreements and the creation of new ones. So as you can see here, if some of you don't know, Chile is a really long and thin portion of Earth with some islands. So here we are dealing with some mining projects and the creation of grid tunnels. So who are we? For young members of the CTS are mostly men, right? We had 27% of women and 73% of men. And of them, 53% of students under 18 and 47% are young professionals under 35 years old. And here we can see how the ages of our members are distributed with an average age of 27 years. The new executive board is confirmed by Carlos Gutierrez Vega. He's a 31 years old geologist Master of Science in Engineering, and a PhD student researcher in data science in Universidad Adolfo Ibáñez. And he holds the position of Executive Director of CTS Young Member. He was the former advocacy director, so he came from the old board. Next to him is Luis Felipe Medina Molina. He has 27 years old. He is currently a geological engineering and Master of Engineering Science, investigator of the Fondesit project Seismic Risk of Mine Tunnels, and holds the position of Deputy Executive Director of the CTS Young Members. Previously, he was the Communication and Personal Relationships Director of the previous board. Now, one of the new members of the board is Scarlett Duran Perez. She is 22 years old and currently a mining civil engineering student at Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, and she holds the position of Finance Director of the CTS Young Members. Francisco González Antimán, he is 26 years old, is a civil mining engineering, and he works at Mining Projects Engineering, specializing in geomechanics at MYMA Ltda, and holds the position of Advocacy Director of CTS Young Members. And finally, me, Eduardo Cepeda González. I am 27 years old. I am a mining civil engineering, and I work as project engineer at the Geomechanics and Mining Design Laboratory at the Advanced Mining Technology Center, and I hold the position of Director of Communications and Social Media of the CTS Young Member. So we have different activities and agreements. One of our main activities are Tunnel Tuesday. These are talks made by some industry professionals, mostly engineers, with postgrades, master or PhD. And it's the last Tuesday of every month. Everyone is welcome as member or non-members. And the previous one, it was the 29th of November, made by Victor Mendoza, with the theme Use and Bad Use of Structural Mechanics applied to the geomechanical design of tunnels. We have some diploma agreements, like the Tunnel Mining Diploma at Universidad de Desarrollo, and some activities like the Mine Plan School, where some students or members can go to some mines or plants, right, of the industry, to see them and get more involved in what is the real laboral environment. So here we can see the last visit to Mina Planta Chacon. And now we are planning some other activities like the summer mini talks. This will held on February mostly, where some postgraduate students will come to talk about their research projects. And the idea of that is like some conversation, right? Not a presentation and questions, something with more interaction between the presenter and the attendance persons. And visit and talks to universities. We are scheduling some visits to some universities that have the mining or some career related with tunnels to talk about what is CTS Young Members and looking for them to join our organization and try to make a better labor with tunnels, careers, and future projects. And the photography contest, we have done this before. Here we can see two of the photographies that arrived to the final, right? So here we can see a tunnel really well made, and another one that is not with all the structure, right? But you can see that the quality of this tunnel is pretty well. So we will schedule more photography contests for this year. We're scheduling 2 more. So if you want to participate, you are welcome to join. And I would like to talk to you a little bit about San Lorenzo. Here in Chile, we celebrate the Mine Days in the 10th of August, not today. And that's because, well, here's our patrono, right? A little bit about him. He was part of the Catholic Church in the 3rd century. And in that time, that church was rejected by the Italian monarchy. So the mayor of Rome asked San Lorenzo to gather all the church resources after the war. And what San Lorenzo did was he asked the mayor for 3 days to gather up the resources, and he asked for all the people sick and with some poor people to take with him. And he went to the mayor of Rome, and he said that those people, they were the church's most precious treasure. And because of that, he died on August 10. He was buried by the mayor of Rome, right? And that's why he's our patron, because he buried precious metals related with the work of mines. So on August 10th, we celebrate the San Lorenzo's Day and the Miners' Day. So how we celebrate? Well, there's a San Lorenzo statue in the tunnel portal of most of the mines here in Chile. And usually the miner workers have the day off, and they used to meet and do barbecues to commemorate those days. For workers and students, it's the same. So for part of the World Tunnel Day, we will like to show you a trivia if you want to participate. So the question is, which of the following projects uses TBM here in Chile? The first one is Chuquicamata underground mine. As you know, this is one of the largest, it's actually the largest open pit mine in the world, but in 2019, it was transformed into a giant underground operation, allowing it to extend its production life for at least 40 years. So the tunnels here are working, right? The Santiago de Chile Metro Line 7 project, right? Here is the metro for our city. It tends to connect like three different sides of the city. And the Alto Maipo hydroelectric plant, this tunnel is designed to transport around 70 kilometers of mountains, right? For the transport of water extracted from the intakes of the bed of the El Volcán, El Yeso, and El Colorado rivers. And the Agua Negra Tunnel project, Chile, Argentina. Yeah, its project is a connection between the city of Coquimbo and San Juan in Argentina. So here you can go to Menti, and with this code you can answer, so we can discuss these projects and the use or not use of a TBM. So I guess we can have like 5 minutes. I don't know if you want to comment something or ask. In that time, I will present the answers. Give me a sec. So you can answer now. Okay, so you think that the metro is using it? So it's been past 5 minutes, so I will discuss the projects while you are answering. So first, Chuquicamata, right? As I told you, is the largest open pit mine in the world, but now it was transformed into a giant underground operation, right? It's using block caving to extract the ore. So during the useful life, the construction of 1,000 kilometers of tunnels for the extraction of copper and molybdenum is required. And that's because they want a production of 340,000 tons per year of fine copper and 18,000 tons of fine molybdenum per year. So Chuquicamata is actually using TVM in their production level. So Chuquicamata does use TVM in their projects. Well, now with the Santiago Line 7 project, right, it has the most voted option. They're using TVM as you are right with that, right? So, well, the construction using TVM is up to 4 times more, had better performance than the new Australian tunneling method that was using in the previous lines. So it has worked for Metro de Santiago. So they will use TVM in their other subway projects. So they use TVM as well. And Alto Maipo, well, as I told you, it's considering for 70 kilometers of mountain tunnels from the rivers of El Volcán El Yeso and El Colorado, as you can tell. It comes from the Cordillera, right, from some volcans we have there. And the tunnels are an average of 800 meters. So they use TVM as well. What can I tell you about that? Well, TVM here has been used to excavate around 40 kilometers of tunnels and 2,500 gigawatts per hour per year will be produced once the construction of the hydroelectric project is completed. So this uses TVM as well. And the Agua Negro tunnel project to connect Chile and Argentina. Well, as I told you, it considers the connection between the city of Coquimbo in the north of Chile and the city of San Juan in Argentina. And it's designed by 2 main tunnels of 14 kilometers each. It will have around 50 interconnection galleries and a 4.5 kilometers ventilation gallery on the Chilean side, some ventilation chambers, and 500 meters ventilation shaft on the Argentinian side. And it's interesting because it will be the longest road tunnel in Latin America. So if you have the chance to travel around it, let's do it. So as one of you answered, the correct choice was all of them, because these 4 projects use TVM actually here in Chile. I will show the presentation again. The correct choice was all of them. Because here in Chile, the TVM method is going to be really used in the future years. So this is it. We are the Chilean young members of the CTS, and you can follow us, you can join our activities, and you can be part of our contest. So thanks for your attention. And if you have any question or comment, I'm here to answer whatever you ask. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eduardo, for the presentation. You have a question from Daniel from Spain on the chat. He's asking when you're expecting of having Automaipo fully constructed.
Well, that's a good question. Let me think a bit. Well, actually, Proyecto Automaipo is pretty advanced. They have, I guess, it's almost done. But some of the people living there in Automaipo doesn't want that hydroelectric project. So they stopped some of the process. But let me check. I'm not sure now what's coming out with that. Because since the last year it was stopped.
Yeah, I was asking about that because actually I was working on that project, and I do remember that you're saying right now that it was like having several troubles in order to proceed with the construction. So yeah, I assume that there are still these issues ongoing. But thank you, Eduardo. It was a great presentation.
Yeah, thanks for you. You got me with that question.
It was a trick question, I work on that project, so yeah. Okay, thank you in any case. Cheers.
Is everyone very quiet?
Hello.
Hello.
To be honest, I'm dividing my attention right now.
You don't, Divik.
Hi, Wouter. How's it going?
Not bad. How's everything going in the
Hi,
UK?
Lucas. Hi,
Hey,
Okay.
Alex, how you doing?
Fine. Where's Teams? Teams supposed to be here.
Can't see
I
him.
don't know. I can't. You can't blame the Canadians. I don't know what the Canadians are doing. It's very cold up there this time of year, so maybe they're all frozen solid.
Hey, as long as it's not involved in a goose attack or something.
I've survived
Caitlin,
the polar
sir.
bears so far. Hello.
They're coming.
Okay,
They're Canadian. I've survived polar bears. It's okay.
I just came in at a very interesting time. I'm not exactly sure what's going on now.
Apparently, you've survived polar bears. I think you've brought everything there to the point of the matter. Most
I've actually
interesting
never
topics so
seen
far.
one.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, maybe someday. How has the celebration been going so far?
It's going great. It's going great. I've been following since the Asian part, some parts going on and off. It's every time it's great. Sometimes you think it's like a lot of work that, yeah. But when it starts and you can see like every country going on another country, and you see that it's all worth it.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you for that, Alex. It's a great event and the organization, it's really appreciated from our side.
The best part is hearing that people are expecting to share the evolution of this project next year on the next World Tunnel Day. So yeah, let's hope we can do it again next year.
Divik, how did the UK's presentation go?
I was resolving some issues at work, so I'm not quite sure. I've been flat out the whole day.
Resolving some issues at work, huh? Very good. I like it.
But at least it was still a learning day for me. We can't
That's
complain
good.
one way
That's
or the
good.
other.
Well, how's HS2 going?
It's interesting. The scale of the project and the scope of it is quite large. So getting there slowly and surely. At least on my side, the TBMs are making quite good progress, and I believe it's the same case on with sort of Bouygues contract and certainly Balfour and 1C up in North.
Well, I mean, if it depends who you're talking to, right? If you're talking to Bouygues, if you're talking to Balfour, if you're talking to Vinci, they're all doing the best.
Oh, everyone's doing the best, yes.
So I mean, because we're on the Bouygues team, yeah, we're doing the best. Just so that you know that, just so we're on the same page.
The cross passages are going very well. But we've got the BTS have got a project update coming for the northern bit, which is the 1C and Balfour BT bit in December. So people might be able to tap into a sort of more 1 hour long detailed update about how they're performing, because they've finished their first bore of the short tunnel. Then they turned the machine around, brought it back to the portal area, and then they're just gearing up to relaunch it. So they've had a challenging year this year, and they've actually done some really fantastic engineering, which of course will be presented in January.
Cool. Sounds good. And Caitlin, will you be presenting for our Canadian colleagues, or are we waiting for Tim?
Yeah, I'm gonna kick us off. I think Tim is quite busy with his lab testing right now. But we have a pre-recorded segment for our half hour, which is why I'm slowly waiting until 2:30. But yeah, I'll just say a couple words and then get to playing this. But you'll get to hear from Tim at the beginning of the video, don't worry.
So slowly wait until 2:30, telling us all to shut up and then starting the video.
No, I would never tell you to shut up. I wanted you to take these 6 minutes.
No,
here,
no, of
please.
course. Yeah, you're right.
I'm just kidding.
All excited.
Awesome. Well, I'll get the share started because who knows, it could take me 60 seconds to get the video working.
Yeah, that's Steve.
All right, lovely. Well, hello everyone. My name is Caitlin and I'm a member of the Tunneling Association of Canada, and I'm happy to present Canada's pre-recorded segment highlighting some current Canadian tunneling projects and also a lot of very fun individuals in our industry. So please enjoy our 30-minute video clip, and I'll chat with you again briefly when the video's over.
Good afternoon, morning, and evening to friends coast to coast to coast and overseas. Welcome to World Tunnel Day in Canada. My name is Tim Pakulak. I'm excited to be joining you from Ottawa, Ontario, and co-hosting today's Canadian celebration with Michael Dutton. We hope you've been enjoying World Tunnel Day celebrations. So grab a Tim's coffee, put the hockey game on pause, as the Tunneling Association of Canada's young members welcomes you to join us around the virtual fire as we look back at the previous year in Canadian tunneling and achievements and celebrate St. Barbara's Day.
Hi everyone! Thanks to our friend Michael Dutton, we have the opportunity to wish you all fellow tunnelers a happy World Tunnel Day and
a Merry Santa Barbara Day. We are standing at the location of a proposed tunnel portal where the subway train is going to exit the slope behind us, and it's going to cross the valley over the bridge to the other side.
From Toronto, Canada, I'm Hossein Rudy.
And this is Madi Habibi. Enjoy the rest of the day, and
if you face challenges in your tunneling project, always remember there's light at the end of the tunnel. Bye-bye.
Happy Santa Barbara Day!
Hi everyone, this is Iyad from Arup, and this is the Scarborough Subway Extension launch shaft. This is Diggy's car dust at the end there, TBM, and we wish everyone a happy tunneling day.
Hey, we're at Queen's Civil Structural Group and we want to wish you happy tunneling day.
Hi, this is Youssef Monsef from Arup. From the launch shaft of the Scarborough Subway Extension line, I wish everyone a happy World Tunnel Day.
Good day, my name is Nicholas Vlahopoulos and I'm a professor from the Royal Military College of Canada. I'd like to wish everyone in the tunneling and underground space industry, as well as the military engineers, a happy National Tunneling Day.
Hi, this is Allison from Arup, calling in from inside the TBM at Scarborough Subway Extension, Launch Shaft 1. Here to wish you a happy tunneling day from Toronto, Ontario.
Happy National Tunnel Day!
Happy World Tunnel Day! From the Queen's Geomechanics and Geohazards Group.
Happy World Tunnel Day!
Thank you, Tim. And hello, everybody. Welcome to World Tunnel Day in Canada. My name is Michael Dutton. I'm thrilled to see that so many of you have chosen to join here today. Over the past year, Tim and I have joined forces and now co-chair the newly launched Canadian Young Members Committee. Today's Zoom celebrations would not have been possible without the help and the support of the ITA Young Members Steering Committee, as well as the reps of the nation members and their teams from around the world. I'd like to give a big thanks to the Canadian young members who have helped put together today's celebrations, and I hope that you enjoy them. We're excited to share some updates of tunneling activities and highlights with the rest of the world. And to kick off today's festivities, we have Bruce Downing, the President of the Tunneling Association of Canada, with us to bring greetings and well wishes from the TAC National Board. Over to you, Bruce.
Hello, my name is Bruce Downing. I'm the President of the Tunneling Association of Canada. As we look back on 2022, we can see that the tunneling industry, and TAC in particular, have never been in better shape. The need for tunnels and industry bodies like TAC seems to grow with each successful project that our industry completes, and we demonstrate what's possible with tunnels. In 2022, TAC moved on from virtual get-togethers the last 2 years to full-blown in-person meetings with chapter talks across the country, generally on a monthly basis. This culminated in a national conference in Vancouver in November, our second conference in a row after a very successful conference in 2021 in Toronto. Based on the success of these two conferences, TAC is returning to the annual conference format that we haven't held since the 1990s, and we look forward to a conference in 2023 in Toronto. Our industry and TAC are robust and active, and I wish all of you a robust and very happy World Tunnel Day and St. Barbara's Day.
My name is Tim Pakiak, and I'm the co-chair of the TAC-YM group, and today I will be giving a brief update on our events over the past year. So TAC-YM was created in 2014 as a platform for communication between students, young professionals, and mentors. And we actively create opportunities for young professionals and students to participate in regional technical talks, field trips and site visits, and conferences and workshops. There are 4 active YM groups across the country, 3 in Eastern Canada and 1 in Western Canada. Over the past year, we've been running our successful Tunneling 101 webinar series on different topics such as tunnel boring machines, precast concrete tunnel liners, and drill and blast excavations, with upcoming topics in the new year including risk management, site investigation, EDI and tunnel engineering, and so on. We've also had the opportunity to facilitate site visits in Ontario to a precast concrete plant, as well as in British Columbia to different tunnels and projects in the region. TAC-YM also would like to acknowledge the students who are involved in the association and the awards that are given away. So there is an undergraduate scholarship worth 2,000 Canadian dollars, with the 2022 recipient being Jay Modi of Toronto Metropolitan University, and the Dan Eisenstein scholarship worth 6,000 Canadian dollars awarded to Caitlin Fisher of Queen's University. For more information on TAC-YM, or if you're looking to get involved, you can get in touch with us on Facebook at Tunnel Canada, on Instagram at TAC_young_members, or by email at tac-ym@tunnelcanada.ca.
A section of the new REM automated light metro in Montreal runs through the 5-kilometer-long Mount Royal Tunnel, built in 1917. But after more than 100 years of service, 92 meters of the tunnel needed replacement, and another 290 meters needed rehabilitation. Owners CDPQ Infra awarded the design contract to Hatch, with the construction management contract going to CCH, a joint venture of CIMA and Hatch, and the construction contract awarded to Novlar Consortium. The innovative tunnel demolition, replacement, and enlargement of the 100-year-old Mason doubled arch tunnel employed canopy spile arch ground support, double arch demolition, installation of a new single arch structure, all on a fast-track schedule. The project also included an innovative observational rehabilitation approach design to be flexible in response to structural conditions. The rehabilitation work consisted of 3 stages. Initial works including preliminary inspection, cementitious and chemical grouting for groundwater control, condition assessments, and implementation of escalating repair levels based on observed and assessed conditions. Appropriate steel rib bedrock bearing, avoiding unexploded bootlegs from the original construction, and installing waterproofing layers were key elements of the project. Collaboration between the designer, construction manager, contractor, and owner were vital to the project's success. Congratulations to Hatch, CCH joint venture of CIMA and Hatch, Novlar Consortium, and CDPQ Infra for the successful Mount Royal Tunnel Double Arch Replacement and Rehabilitation Project. Winner of the TAC 2022 Canadian Project of the Year, up to $100 million. 2 new 180-meter rail tunnels constructed under 21 lanes of one of the busiest highways in North America represented enormous challenges in Greater Toronto. Metrolinx procured the 401 and 409 rail tunnel project under the design, build, finance model and awarded it to TTP, a joint venture led by Strabag and Ellis-Don. TTP determined that twin sequential excavation method or SEM mine tunnels would be less invasive, quicker, and more economical than the original single, double-track jacked box structure design. TTP engaged Dr. Sauer and partners to develop the alternative SEM design starting with concept during RFP and reaching to cost-efficient temporary and permanent support measures and excavation sequences. WSP Canada designed civil works such as drainage, secant wall portals, and the horizontal and vertical alignment, while Jensen Hughes designed the safety concept including ventilation and excavation. Overcoming tremendous challenges made the project extraordinary, including excavating through mostly backfill loose sand and gravel and other debris from highway construction that required careful pre-support and sequencing, rigorous settlement criteria, and a thin layer of overburden to the highway surface above demanded installation of one of the most complex and advanced monitoring systems of tunnel projects in Canada, and a condition of maintaining 21 lanes of live traffic at all times. Other aspects setting the project apart are a fire and life safety concept that eliminated the need for jet fans inside the 180-meter-long passages, opting instead for 2 of the world's shortest cross passages between the twin tunnels. Commitment to teamwork and collaboration between the designers, the construction team, and the owner were also vital to the success of the project. Congratulations to Metrolinx, TTP joint venture led by Strabag and Ellis-Don, with consultants Dr. Sauer and Partners, WSP Canada, and Jensen Hughes, for the GO Expansion Highway 401 and 409 twin SEM rail tunnels in Toronto. Winner of the TAC 2022 Canadian Project of the Year, over $100 million. Canadian company Novamera is adapting tunneling technology to innovate a new surgical mining method. Surgical mining by drilling, or SMD, combines Novamera's proprietary navigation tools, software, and methodology with conventional diamond core drills, tunneling disc cutters, and modified large-diameter boring equipment to extract mineral deposits. Field trials performed in 2021 demonstrated SMD from start to finish. Crews drilled 3 pilot holes to deploy an imaging tool to map the surrounding area up to 3 meters in all directions. Real-time images guide the operator to maintain a trajectory midway between the hanging wall and the footwall of the mineralized zone. In a second pass, a larger pile-top drill rig followed the pilot hole to ream out the area to the width of the mineralization. Reverse circulation and a gravity-fed system continuously transports the slurry to the surface where the solids and solutions are separated. The solution is then recycled in a closed-loop system. When mining is complete, the excavated hole is backfilled with a low-strength concrete made from cement and tailings to quickly reclaim and restore the land. Following the successful field trial, the next phase of innovation and development will include additional technologies from tunneling, such as shaft hole entry seals, steering to follow the ore vein, cutter head designs to optimize muck fracture and handling, disc cutters to incorporate sealing for high pressures, and develop large diameter boring machines to 2 and 5 meters. Surgical mining by drilling, or SMD, is economical, improves safety, and dramatically reduces the environmental footprint of extraction compared to open pit mines, and has also demonstrated up to 120% IRR, producing 95% less waste and 44% less GHG emissions. Congratulations to Novamera for the mechanized boring machines to surgically mine by drilling, winner of the TAC 2022 Canadian Innovation Initiative Award of the Year.
Hi everyone, my name is Danny Delaloy. I'm a principal engineer at Mott MacDonald here in Vancouver, Canada. I'm honored and humbled to have recently received the Young Tunneler of the Year award from the Tunneling Association of Canada. This is an absolutely amazing industry and I hope you can all grow and thrive in it as I have. Wishing you a happy, healthy, and safe World Tunneling Day and hope to see you soon. Bye!
Engineer Danny Delaloy's technical expertise runs from site investigation, geological characterization, rock mechanics, and support design to numerical modeling, tunnel inspection, and construction oversight. For the past 10 years at Mott MacDonald, Danny has managed increasingly complex tunneling projects and is currently working on multiple projects across Canada, including project manager responsible for overall design management, coordination and project delivery of the Galore Creek Mine 4-kilometer-long access tunnel, and is tunnel design coordinator and project engineer for the design of a 6-kilometer-long twin-bore pressurized face TBM tunnel for the Broadway Subway project in Greater Vancouver. Danny discovered her passion for the industry while pursuing an undergraduate degree in geological engineering. She went on for a master's in geological engineering with a focus on tunneling and underground excavation design. Her dedication extends to membership and volunteering in TAC. She is passionate about equity, diversity, and inclusion, and will present research in a paper at the TAC 2022 conference. She has also gained TAC's approval to lead a task force to review its initiatives to make positive changes so all feel welcome in the industry. Danny also believes in student outreach and mentorship, regularly presenting to elementary, high school, and university students, promoting careers in engineering and the tunneling industry. In addition, she finds time to participate in the company's annual food drive to stamp out hunger and also enjoys running to raise money for worthy causes. Danny's enthusiasm for her work, dedication to the industry, excellent people and communication skills, and strong technical expertise make her a valuable tunnel engineer, project manager, team leader, and industry advocate. Congratulations to Danny Delaloy, winner of TAC's 2022 Canadian Young Tunneler of the Year.
Hi, my name is Archana Gopakumar. I'm on the TAC National Young Members Committee. On behalf of our Ontario chapter, I'm pleased to present to you some of the major tunneling projects here in Ontario. Eglinton Crosstown West Extension is a transit project by Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario. It's a 9.2-kilometer extension to Eglinton Crosstown LRT that will connect west and east of Toronto. 6 kilometers of this project will be built as twin tunnels of 5.75-meter ID. The TBM's Rexy and Rennie started excavation in April 2022. The project is set to complete in 2025. Scarborough Subway Extension is another major undertaking by Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario. It's a 7.8-kilometer long subway tunnel of 11.9-meter ID. It'll connect Scarborough with downtown Toronto. The TBM Dickey Stardust is on site and being assembled. This project is set to complete in 2030. The Ashbridges Bay Outfall Tunnel is a City of Toronto project. The tunnel will take treated wastewater from Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant to Lake Ontario. It is a 3.5-kilometer tunnel of 7-meter ID. It also consists of a shaft on shore that is 16 meters in diameter and 85 meters deep. At the end of the tunnel, there are also 50 risers, which are each 1 meter in diameter. 75% of the project has been completed, which includes the construction of tunnel, shaft, and the risers. The TBM has also been demobilized. The remainder of the project includes the connection of risers to the tunnel crown, which is set to complete by July 2024.
Thanks, Archana. Hi, my name is Kavya Koganti. I will now be continuing with some of the future tunneling projects in Ontario. First is the Ontario Line. This will be one of the largest transit projects in Canada owned by Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario. It'll run from Exhibition Palace in the south through core downtown, all the way up to Science Centre in the north. Ontario Line is a 15.6 kilometer long subway line with 15 stops. Over half the route is planned to run through new tunnels and the other half running along elevated and at-grade rail corridor sections of track. The project is delivered through several procurement contracts. Next is the Yonge extension. The Yonge North Subway extension is approximately a 7.5 kilometer extension of TTC's Line 1 subway. It extends the existing Finn Station terminus to the city of Richmond Hill and is a cross-jurisdictional project spanning the city of Toronto and York region. This project spans a 6.1 kilometer underground tunnel segment. The Inner Harbour West Tunnel project is owned by the City of Toronto, and it is a stormwater storage project for wet weather flows and water quality improvements. It's part of a 22-kilometer tunnel system consisting also of Coxwell Bypass Tunnel and Taylor-Massey Creek Tunnel. This 5.5 kilometer long tunnel has an inner diameter of 6.3 meters. It has 3 shafts that are up to 30-meter diameter, 9 connections, and 8 drop structures.
I will now briefly talk about ongoing and upcoming major projects in Eastern Canada, more specifically in the Quebec province around the Montreal and Quebec cities. A major portion of tunneling work being carried in the Montreal area is the Réseau Express Métropolitain, which is a major upgrade to public transit systems in the Montreal area. The first phase of the REM is nearing completion, with 26 new stations being commissioned with this light rail system right across the city of Montreal, reaching out on the south shore and western portion of the island, including a connection to the Montreal airport. Tunnel construction component of this work includes a passage under the mountain, a long tunneled section under Montreal airport, and a downtown section that will be discussed further. The bulk of tunneling under the Montreal airport was completed earlier this year. This 3-kilometer section of tunneling from Technoparc to the Montreal airport was excavated with a 7.38 meter TBM head. Noteworthy mention of this work was some of the challenge encountered with the soils there and the requirement for portions of the ground needed to be frozen to continue the excavation and avoiding the TBM to be stuck in place. Here are a series of pictures of the tunnel under the Montreal Trudeau Airport. On the left is actually the TBM as being used, fully assembled before being shipped to Montreal. The picture on the middle is actually a final section of the tunnel under the airport. Another major component of tunneling work in Montreal is the rehab and upgrade of the tunnel under Mount Royal. The project is from an existing infrastructure that goes from the McGill University and near McGill Metro Station under the mountain and to Montreal University and to the Édouard-Montpetit Station. The project involves repurposing an existing train tunnel system over 100 years old and upgrading it with new rock support, new vent shafts, and upgrading the drainage system and changing some of the roof support. Here is a series of pictures of the project. On the left, you have some of the existing installations and infrastructures and drifts drilled underground. In the middle, you have a view of the existing tunnel railways and lines, and on the right, you have a picture of the new support being installed and redesigned for this upgraded system. The McGill station is located on the south side of the Mount Royal tunnel. This is a major project right downtown, as you can see, near a bunch of skyscrapers near the McGill University. This is the entrance to the Mount Royal Tunnel on the bottom right. Major component of this project is to replace the roof support with an umbrella arch construction system. You can see a series of pictures here on the right, including top right, the final shape of this umbrella arch system. On the north side of the Mount Royal Mountain, near Montreal University, you have the Edouard Montpetit station being excavated. This station is being accessed by a 70 meters deep shaft, which is a very impressive excavation, one of the deepest metro stations in Canada. Here's a series of pictures of the shaft being excavated right next to a University of Montreal / high school building, which is still in use and was in use during the construction phase of the operations. The La Fontaine Tunnel is located east of the Montreal Island. It connects the island with the south shore of Montreal and its suburbs. Rehabilitation work of the tunnel started earlier this year, with one of the two travelways being completely blocked for the duration of the repairs on that site. Repairs include major ventilation and safety upgrades, as well as repairs on the bulk of the walls and supporting structures at the top beam. I will now briefly talk about major upcoming projects in the Montreal and Quebec City nearby regions. Another major rehabilitation project will be attributed for the Tunnel Ville-Marie, which is right downtown Montreal. This is a complex series of underground highways going through the cities under major infrastructures, under very tall skyscrapers and buildings. The tunnel is going right downtown, as you can see in the green section. Rehabilitation work for the Tunnel Ville-Marie will include major repairs to the tunnel surface, as well as increased control for water inflow. The Blue Line Metro extension, which will increase the offer of public transit on the east side of the Montreal. You also have the potential Quebec-Levi Tunnel, which is at its pre-feasibility stage. The project is intended to connect Levi on the south shore with Quebec City itself, right near the Parliament. The tunnel will be a single bore with 2 levels for opposite traffic directions. The tunnel profile will be looking like that and go right under the St. Lawrence River. The project is intended to be a tunnel of 8.3 kilometers in length, with a 19.4 meters outside diameter and a 10.5 meter width of roadways with the 2 levels.
Happy World Tunneling Day from Vancouver, BC. We have a lot going on in the West Coast, so I'll only highlight a few projects. Here are a few that are currently in construction. The Second Narrows Water Supply Tunnel includes 3 critical water mains, and it's going under the Burrard Inlet between North Vancouver and Burnaby. The Annacis Water Supply Tunnel is a tunnel between Surrey and New Westminster. It includes a 4.5 meter diameter tunnel that will be bored by an earth pressure balance TBM. It'll be 2.3 kilometers long and below the Fraser River. The Broadway Subway Rail Extension is a 5.7 kilometer long rail extension with 6 new underground stations.
Happy World Tunneling Day. We'll now share a few of the projects that are currently in the design phase here in BC. First, we have the Eagle Mountain Gas Pipeline Tunnel project. This is a 9-kilometer tunnel component that will house a 24-inch gas pipeline. Stanley Park Water Supply Tunnel, a Metro Vancouver project that will feature a 1.4-kilometer tunnel running underneath Stanley Park and will be constructed by Roadheader. Cambie Richmond Water Supply Tunnel, a new water supply tunnel under the Fraser River between Vancouver and Richmond. The Haney Water Supply Tunnel, also known as the Pitt River Crossing. This project will have a 1.2-kilometer long tunnel running under the Pitt River between Port Coquitlam and Maple Ridge. It'll house a 2.4 diameter steel water main. Last but not least, the Lulu Island Delta Main Fraser River Crossing. This project will house a replacement of an 800 millimeter steel pipe along the bottom of the Fraser River, between the city of Richmond and the city of Delta. On behalf of everyone here in Vancouver, BC, we wish you all a very happy World Tunneling Day.
Hello again, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in to Canada's time slot this World Tunnel Day. I wish you a happy World Tunnel Day, and I'm happy to pass off the event to our American colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks, Caitlin. Hello, everyone. Happy World Tunneling Day. I'm Rajat Gangred. I am a tunnel engineer with AIRP, and I'm here to represent the Americas along with my colleagues and committee members. Luis, Anvesha, Voite are on the call, and we'll be hosting the Americas session. And I'll be just sharing my screen. Please let me know when you can see it. And we also have a student chapter representative from the Colorado School of Mines. So as we begin, we would like to talk about what Underground Construction Association is and their efforts in North America. So in North America, UCA is a part of the Society of Mining and Metallurgical Engineering, and it provides technical resources for professional development of engineers and professionals in tunneling. Currently, it has an active membership of nearly about 1,200 members, registered professionals, registered members, and students who participate in the annual tunneling events. Under the UCA umbrella is us, the UCA-YM group. Pretty dynamic group, all from different technical backgrounds, working in different parts of the country, and collaborating together to help students be a part of the underground community in the United States. Our aim is to include engineers, geologists, construction professionals, students, researchers who are interested to learn more about tunneling and underground construction, and share innovative technologies or research with the rest of the membership. That's us at the bottom, a happy bunch at the North American Tunneling Conference that was held in Philadelphia in June earlier this year. Would like to thank each of the members who have helped immensely in the past year to come up with some extraordinary talks and extraordinary events and planning out great events at the conferences. And some of them are on the call to speak about what the UCA-YM entails and what we are doing as a part of the industry. So the UCA Workforce Sustainability Group has 4 major subcomponents. UCA-YM is one of them, and we orient our work around the development, networking, and university outreach aspects. On the development aspect, we host presentations from industry experts and researchers to share their project experiences, lessons learned, and cutting-edge innovations. On the networking aspect, we provide networking and job-seeking opportunities for young professionals, student chapters, students who are just graduating, and basically keep everyone involved into one single network. And on the university outreach aspect is obviously we try to build and develop these close relationships with universities and academic chapters. That is the future of tunneling in this country. As other part of the UCA-YM, we try to stay connected and through our LinkedIn group. So that's the link for our LinkedIn group. Please follow it and suggest of any activities that you can think of for our group. The next is we are going to talk about an initiative that the UCA-YM has started, and I would request Anvesha to speak on the Tunnel Vision series part.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anvesha Dogra. I work with WSP here in USA, and I'm going to be talking quickly about the Tunnel Vision series. This is like Rajat mentioned that this is another initiative that the Young Members Group has introduced recently. It's basically a complimentary event for every tunneling professional, all the professionals to gather and chat informally about anything that's tunneling related. This initiative aims to provide a platform for all the tunneling and the industry professionals to share their insight and discuss any problems, project experiences, and just to basically network with one another. As part of this initiative, the Young Member Group hosts webinar on last Wednesday of every month, where we encourage the young professionals to basically share their experiences and talk about any tunneling difficulties that they have navigated through while working on underground projects. Recently, we've had some presentations on the Long Base Neutrino Facility, which is in South Dakota. This project is for the Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment. The next topic was the modern leak remediation of existing structures. Great Lakes Tunnel Project in the Straits of Mackinac. Luis Avila will be talking about this project shortly. And the round out a West Bypass Tunnel under Hudson River in New York.
Thanks, Anvesha.
Rajat will be talking about the Down for That initiative in his next slide.
So the second component of this workforce sustainability group is the Down for That initiative. And you can access the website through undergroundcareers.org. And as the website is titled, it is expected and aimed to be a one-stop shop for students, professors, and industry professionals to exchange information and just gain expertise or knowledge about any of the technology that's involved in tunneling. The Down for That organizes the field trip for the students, basically just targeting the undergraduate and graduate students. And one of the objectives of putting this together is a request or a call for supporting us with the resources. There is an initiative which Luis will speak to about the support of the industry to the professors in academia and including the underground aspects into their curriculum. And if you have any resources with respect to publications or white papers or project studies that you can share that can be a part of the classroom education of undergraduate and graduate students, we would highly appreciate that. And as I said, the student field trips, I think that's a great initiative and a big part of Down for That. You can see on the top left, Luis is in the middle and pretty happy about the students from Purdue visiting the Three Rivers Protection and Reduction Tunnel in Indiana. And on the bottom is the students from Mines. They are visiting a tunnel project in Colorado. So as you can see, when it comes to underground, everyone is pretty happy and smiling. The next, to inform you a bit about this Teach the Professors initiative, which is the third component of the workforce sustainability group, I'll request Luis to please chime in.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes,
we can. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Lost internet here, so I'm going mobile. So the Teach the Professor initiative is essentially a committee consisting of a few professionals from the underground industry, along with some professors from academia. And our goal is to try to introduce underground engineering a little bit earlier on in the curriculum. Here in the States, you don't really get to hear a lot about underground engineering until you're doing your master's or your PhD. So one thing that we want to try to do is incorporate underground curriculum concepts into the undergraduate curriculum. So we're working with professors that have almost little to no experience dealing with underground engineering or underground construction as a whole. And so we hold meetings on a monthly basis, and we come up with materials for them to use and incorporate into their already existing curriculum. Because I'm sure, as we all know, the curriculums are pretty tightly packed as they are in the general, undergraduate civil engineering courses for soil mechanics, or even in your undergraduate construction engineering courses. So we take the components of what we know, we incorporate it into their existing curriculums, and have that exposure and give them the material that they need to help introduce these concepts earlier on in the classroom.
Thanks, Louis. The next component is the Women in Tunneling, which is another a big part of the workforce sustainability group. The objective of the group is to gather, network, and encourage women engineers into the industry. I think they are doing some fabulous work, as there is now a tradition to have a keynote speaker at the annual tunneling conferences. And I do believe that you can follow them and read about the activities that the group does following the hashtag Women Who Tunnel. So I would like to just mention the spread of the chapters that support underground construction and tunneling across the US. Starting from the West, Mott MacDonald has a young professionals chapter, and moving towards the East, Colorado School of Mines is the oldest underground construction association chapter in the country. And then slowly and steadily, chapters, we have seen UT Austin and Purdue start their underground construction association chapters. University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign is doing some fabulous work, and so is Virginia Tech. So we want our audience to get a feel of what these chapters entail, and that is why we have a representative from Colorado School of Mines, Mohammad Ishaq. He is the president of the chapter at Mines, and will be just walking us through what the chapter activities are.
Thank you, Rajat. Hello to all from UCA student chapter at Colorado School of Mines. Happy Tunnel Day to all. Our chapter is proud to represent students chapter of the USA once again. Our chapter throughout 2022 actively engaged its members with various activities, including social events and networking sessions with industry and academia both. We also participate in all our school events as a entity UCA student chapter at Mines, exhibiting booths you can see here. In-person virtual lunch and learns, you can see there too, and field visits. And thanks to Down for that, yes, we are down for every initiative you get, and we will participate in in the same enthusiasm as we are showing here in this picture. So UCA student chapter at Mines leadership is engaged fully with industry and academia to support our student members explore their future industry within the school. The research focus of our student members covers applied and fundamentals of the tunneling. I will share some of the research areas of our members, and these faces are actually the leadership of UCA. Now, our student members, PhD student Hotia Zhang, who is advised by Michael Mooney and Marty Gutierrez, he conducted a comprehensive study on regional connector transit corridor cavern construction. In his thesis, three-dimensional finite difference model was used and developed to simulate the SEM construction processes. He also worked in his thesis for the reliability approach is developed to evaluate the ground and structural stability induced by SEM construction. Another student, Prasoon Garg, he is working towards the fundamentals of rock mechanics, developed a novel methodology for characterization of fracture process zone evolution in pre-cracked rock specimens. He worked with the digital imaging correlation approach. In his research, novel XFEM-based user element was developed within the capability to model the fracture process zone developing various crack types. Another student, Akash Jorasia, he is working on mechanical behavior and rock support interaction of high porosity limestone using the large UCS, you can see in the picture also. He is aiming to provide comprehensive study of pillar behavior in the tunneling and mining and provide means to evaluate such problems in the future. Another big, very good, part of UCA, mines and part of the UCA, we are working actively at Earth Mechanics Institute. You can see full-scale testing here. Definitely our members who are working in the ground, they are working actually in the ground with the tunneling projects. And here we are trying to simulate the same thing on a large scale. So all members are participating in large scale testing, and most of the research I showed you is industry supported research, which is unique here in mines, and we are supporting industry in all manners. We are trying our best to accommodate all possible events which are sponsored or supported by UCA. So at mines there is one program which is unique, but at the same time, in addition to that, there is a certificate offer to industry specialists or who are not having that much time to come to the school. They can participate in this certificate to get the knowledge of underground construction and tunnel engineering. So we are unique in that aspect too. Thank you all. This was the activities and overall engagement of our student chapter here at Colorado School of Mines.
Thanks, Mohammed. Pretty fantastic. And you have a great research group at Mines. Now we'll just speak into 3 of our projects that we want to chat about, and then Wojtek on the call will give a brief overview of what's upcoming with respect to tunneling in North America. One of the marquee projects that is currently going on in the country on the West Coast is the BART to Silicon Valley Phase 2. And before I begin, all of this project information that we'll be sharing is available in public domain. We are not sharing any confidential information. So BART to Silicon Valley is the largest public infrastructure project that's been done by the Valley Transport Authority in San Jose and in California. The idea is to extend the Bay Area Rapid Transit service for 6 miles and connect the ring as we can see on the slide. So it involves a single bore, 48 feet internal diameter tunnel that will go under the urban infrastructure of San Jose and then connect to the existing BART line. Will involve an at-grade station at Santa Clara, and then 3 underground stations, the Dildon station, the downtown San Jose station, and the 28th Street or Little Portugal station, all constructed by the TBM. So that's just a rendering of what was the outcome of some of the engineering work that was done on this project in the past 4 months, and the information has been shared by VTA. So it's a 6-mile extension. As I said, it's a progressive design build. Kiewit Share Trailer are the contractors for the project, and the idea is to have central platforms with 2 trackways for the ongoing and the incoming train. The next is an I-75 modernization project, which is CSO tunnel, and I'll request Anvesha to present on that.
Sure, Rajat. So this project is an active construction project. This is Michigan DOT's I-75 modernization project, which entails reconstruction of approximately 18 miles of interstate in the Oakland County of Michigan, which is within the metropolitan Detroit area. Due to the lengthy project corridor, this project was actually divided into 3 different segments. The third segment, which I'm going to be talking about today, was basically the contract package for that is for a 5.5 mile long recessed and more urbanized stretch of this freeway, which has 6 lanes in total, with 3 travel lanes on each side. And as part of drainage improvements due to the recent increase in the precipitation and the depressed nature of this freeway, MDOT basically proposed that a drainage tunnel be constructed to allow for collecting all the storm water from the freeway and convey it to the county retention treatment facility, which is just north of 12 Mile Road. MDOT basically for this segment went on to adopting a design, build, finance, maintain package type of contract. This helped MDOT to accelerate the rate of construction for this segment by about 10 years. And this also meant that a 25-year long-term maintenance period post-construction be implemented, after which the state basically owns the facility. Rajat, can you go on to the next slide? So as you can see, this is an active construction. In the fall of this year, right around September 2022, the TBM completed its North Drive, which is basically between the Interstate 696 shaft, which is going to be the future access and maintenance shaft for this tunnel. You can see that's just north of this I-696 and Interstate 75 interchange. The North Drive was between this shaft going north until the pump station shaft, which is going to be a large diameter shaft, 50 feet inside diameter. And the TBM completed the first drive, the North Drive for this project, which is about 10,800 linear feet and is roughly about 82 to 98 feet from the existing grade. It's a 14.5 feet inside finished diameter tunnel, and it's going to serve as stormwater conveyance and storage tunnel. As of November 2022, the TBM was recovered out of the pump station shaft site and brought back to the point of origin for the North Drive, which was the 696 shaft. Starting early next year, the TBM will commence its South Drive, which will basically be between the I-696 shaft site and the Meyer shaft. So that's about 9,820 feet worth of drive. At the conclusion of mining operations, the TBM will be recovered out of the Meyer shaft, and the crews will then work towards constructing the added connections between the tunnel and the already constructed drop shafts. This tunnel is going to have about 7 drop shafts and 1 access maintenance shaft, which will be the center shaft, the 696 shaft.
Thanks,
Rajat,
Anvesha.
we can move to the next slide. Thanks.
Yep. And now I'll have Luis speak on the Great Lakes Tunnel project.
Yeah, sure thing. So this project is actually very interesting and has a lot of different components to it. So to give everyone context, currently there is a pipeline that feeds from Canada all the way from the northern part of Michigan and down to the lower peninsula of Michigan. So it's a 30-inch pipeline on land, but once it gets into the Straits of Mackinac, which is that piece of water that divides the 2 pieces of land there, it turns into 2 twin pipes that go underneath the water that operate at lower pressures, and they essentially sit on the lake bed and transport crude oil. I think it's about 540,000 barrels per day that get transported there. And so the thing is that in December 19th of 2018, Enbridge announced that it had reached an agreement with the Mackinac Straits Corridor Authority on the future of that specific pipeline. There's a big issue with having the pipeline sitting on the lake bed, and so in order to make sure that there's absolutely zero, virtually zero chance of any pipeline spillage into the lake, it was agreed that the Great Lakes Tunnel project would come to fruition. So it's a $500 million private investment by Enbridge in Michigan, which will be built deep under the straits to house Line 5. And essentially, What started out as just, the pipeline for Line 5, it's actually going to grow and be more of a utilidor. So hopefully in the future, more utilities can go through. So while Line 5 has operated safely and reliably in the Straits for more than almost 65 years now, the Great Lakes Tunnel will be bored through rock and, as much as 150 feet below lake bed. And in terms of water, we're looking at almost about 17 bar of pressure that tunnel would eventually go through. So the project itself is a massive undertaking. It's going to be built by Michigan Labor and harness the knowledge and experience of industry-leading tunnel engineers. And pending receipt of any necessary permits and approvals, Enbridge anticipates beginning construction of the project in the near future to house the replacement of this Line 5. You can go to the next slide, Rajat. And so, we're looking at about 4 miles long, 21-foot internal diameter. It's concrete line. There's going to be shaft and portal structures on the north and south side, respectively. And it's going to, like I said, it's going to have space to allow for third-party utilities to go through as well. So this project, from a geotechnical perspective, is very intriguing because currently the only geotechnical, or I should say prior to the start of this project, the only geotechnical information available was the geotechnical borings that were done for the bridge that connects the two peninsulas. So that bridge is the Mackinac Bridge. It is the 27th longest main span bridge in the Western Hemisphere, if I'm not mistaken. So there's about 3,800 feet of distance between the two foundations. And coincidentally, in that portion, it's also the deepest portion of the lake, of the rock profile. So there was kind of no information there. So in 2019, there was an extensive geotechnical investigation that was done. Borings were retrieved and a better profile was done to kind of establish where the tunnel would where the tunnel would fall for the final alignment, and ultimately kind of map what that profile is. And it's pretty intriguing because the rock in this area experienced brecciation. So there's a large component of not just, the intraformational breccia, but the transformational breccia that goes into the design as well, that the designers have looked at and incorporated into their design. But overall, a very, very extensive, heavy, and amazing project to be working on.
Thanks, Louis. Now I may request Wojtek to speak on what's up the horizon and also some of the ongoing projects briefly.
You know what, Rajat, actually, if it's okay with you, I'd happily speak about these. But we've got 4 minutes left to this, and maybe the other guys on the call want to ask some questions about the presentations about the projects that were presented, right? I mean, we've got yours. I mean, so everybody to kind of rehash Rajat's project, huge diameter TBM, very tight turning radius, urban environment, tectonically active, very unique, right? And Vaishya's is very unique because the US, relative to a lot of other countries, is investing very, very heavily in wastewater CSO water conveyance projects, rather than necessarily only transit projects like a lot of countries are doing. And Luis's is just kind of crazy because it's 16 bar pressure and he says it's going through rock, but on the DL, rock. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say to that. Yeah. So
it's rock.
You guys did a great job. Yeah.
Thanks for it.
So any of the 35 people on here want to grill one of these guys on one of their projects? Oh, we got hand claps.
I think it might be cheating if I ask. Hi, great work. So Luis, on the work that you're doing, was there just no appetite for having any other further geotechnical investigation, any more borings, like the client didn't want to do it, or why did that happen?
So I believe as a result of the agreement with the Mackinac Straits Authority, Enbridge had 1 year to complete their geotechnical investigation, and that was it. So they had to get all the borings drilled for the project, for the design work, essentially, within a very tight time frame. And the position of the borings were already kind of set. So those that were in charge of the geotech investigation, so WSP was involved with the onshore and nearshore work Fugro was in charge of the deep water stuff, but those borings were fixed already prior to us getting on board. So there was no adjustment of boring locations because of permitting and all that. So in terms of future borings, I can't really speak to that, but in terms of what we had to do, it was because of the tight time frame that we had.
Would just like to say that Lane is a part of the UCAYM, and we did not set up this question from the audience.
That is true.
Thanks, Lane.
Or we set up you pretending like we didn't set up that question from the audience.
Right.
I would have asked a much better one than that if you guys fed me one.
Anybody else from the group? Or we're just going to look forward to, I guess, Mexico's fascinating presentation, huh?
Yep. That is all from the Americas.
Yeah, and just one last thing, apropos the Americas, you know, no hate on the Asians, but Brazil is giving it to South Korea right now. So, you know, props to the Americans if we can bring it to World Cup really quickly. Somebody had a question. Mexico, Alejandro.
Well, actually, it was not a question. I was going to represent Mexico Young Members Group, and I requested the control.
Well, I can't give you the control. I apologize.
You can take control. You just need to share your screen.
Thank you.
Good luck, Alejandro. Buen suerte.
Thank you. Great project. Amazing project. Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you, dear colleagues. I am Alejandro Jimenez, member of the Directors Board, and today I am going to represent the Mexican Association of Tunnels and Underground Works and the Young Members Group on this World Tunnel Day 2022. I hope that soon I will be able to meet each of you personally, and we will have the possibility to work together. I am going to make a presentation about 10 minutes, first in English and then in Spanish, with the intention of sharing the message that we want to transmit with the members of America and the colleagues of the world who are still online. I am going to say the same in Spanish, right? Hola a todos, mucho gusto. Estimados colegas, soy Alejandro Jiménez, soy miembro de la actual mesa directiva del Grupo de Ingenieros Jóvenes y hoy voy a representar a la Asociación Mexicana de Túneles y Obras Subterráneas y al Grupo de Ingenieros Jóvenes en este Día Mundial del Túnel 2022. Espero que pronto pueda conocerlos personalmente a cada uno y tengamos la posibilidad de colaborar juntos. Voy a hacer una presentación muy breve de unos 10 minutos, primero en inglés y después en español, con la intención de compartir el mensaje que queremos transmitir con los miembros de América y a los colegas del mundo que siguen conectados. Gracias por su paciencia. Voy a empezar a la presentación en inglés. Today, we are going to present these 5 activities very briefly. First, we are going to introduce ourselves. We are going to tell you a little about the activities that we carry out in this 2022. We are going to talk about the Underground Works magazine that it's a part of the Mexican Tunnel Association. And we are also going to invite you to collaborate both in the magazine and in the courses. Last but not least, we are going to close and we are going to invite you to participate in our social networks. This is us. I am going to show you. Unfortunately, the web page is not in English. I needed to translate it with the Google Translate help, but it's not perfect, as you could think. For example, here the original text is AMITOS, which means the Mexican Association of Tunnels and Underground Works in Spanish, but here it is what it is, right? Okay. This is the web page of our association. We invite you to access it to amitos.org. In it, you will be able to read and watch every interesting content regarding tunnels and underground works. On this page, you can know who we are. Even there is a library. There are several very interesting books. There are a lot of sections where you can find more information about us. You can know about the projects that we have built here in Mexico, and we can read more about us, about the association. You can be able to check information relevant. For example, who we are. You will be able to look which areas are that we are members of the International Tunnel Association. Actually, it was the translation. Sorry, here. You can check it. I guess, or I hope this will be able in English for everybody, for every people around the world. And you can look very interesting information. You can even apply to a membership, and you can join us as an individual or as a business. Then we would like to invite everyone to stay in touch with us. We are working with a lot of companies that are here in Mexico and around the world with the tunnel boring machines, for example, Robbins, and a lot of enterprises. And here, one of the really interesting things is that you can actually you can consult. We have magazines. We have magazines and a lot of content. Yes, I will be here later. You can check this part is the Young Members Group, the GIJ, that is in Spanish, a Young Members Group. Young Members Group here. Within the most important thing today, we want to present the GIJ section. This section is directly focused on the Young Members Group. You can look at information about our objectives and activities in the event section. The event section that is here. The event section, you will be able to consult different courses and conferences that have been carried out in this 2022. We thank our speakers who were dedicating our speakers who were dedicating their experience, their time, and we want to invite you to follow us to hear about the presentations. There are in Spanish, but there are also in English. A few are in English, and you can watch it. You can watch them. The magazine. This is the magazine. I'm sorry, this is the events, but you can also check this webpage. Yes, this is the magazine. We really want to show you this section, the magazine. We invite you to read the Obras Subterráneas magazine, in which you will be able to read many articles on tunnels. The magazine is available digitally on our page. As you can see, it is possible to consult even later issues. We have a lot of issues here. And there is an amazing thing. You can check this. We have maybe the translation, but you can be here. Check this out. The interactive version, and you can read the magazine. It has a lot of transitions, videos, and a lot of content that is very interesting to read, and in a funny way and in an interactive way. I guess it's really funny, really interesting to read it. It also has videos. Yes, this is the invitation to you to read the magazine. And this is the magazine. We want to use this time to establish links with different associations and with different groups of students from all over the world. We have more collaborations together. If you want to join us attending a course or even as a speaker, you can contact us, please. In the same way, we are gladly available to present at any activity to help you when you need help. We will be there. Yes. And we want to also want to invite you to follow our social networks. Please follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, and on LinkedIn. You can read a lot of content. You can read about the courses and about a lot of activities. There are a lot for free, and we will be waiting for you to be with us in the future. Yes, the Twitter. It's an invitation in Spanish. And on LinkedIn, you can read the news and a lot of content. Last but not least, let me introduce to you this is the team that are the table that are directing this this year. We are the secretariat today, and we will be glad to help you in every activity you want to communicate your activities here in Mexico with the GI, the Young Members Group of Mexico. Thank you. This is the message that we wanted to give you. This is in English, but now I will present it in Spanish, right? Thank you. But if you want, I guess you can practice your Spanish listening. Bueno, estimados colegas, es un gusto para nosotros que puedan acompañarnos el día de hoy. Qué bueno que se pudieron conectar en este Día Mundial de Túneles 2022. En el día de hoy vamos a presentar estas 5 actividades diferentes de forma muy breve. Primero nos vamos a presentar, después vamos a platicar un poco sobre las actividades que realizamos en el 2022. Posteriormente vamos a platicar sobre la revista Obras Subterráneas, que forma parte de la Asociación Mexicana de Túneles, y también vamos a invitarlos a colaborar tanto en la revista como en los cursos. Por último, vamos a dar el cierre y los vamos a invitar a nuestras redes sociales, a seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales. Pues bien, amitos.org es nuestra página. Los invitamos a consultarla porque en ella podrán acceder a contenidos muy variados e interesantes con respecto a los túneles y obras subterráneas. En esta página ustedes, por ejemplo, conocerán quiénes son nuestros directivos. Hay incluso una sección donde ustedes pueden consultar libros. Bueno, de hecho, más bien ustedes pueden comprar libros. Por ejemplo, les recomiendo mucho este libro. Se me pasó mencionarlo en la parte de inglés, pero hay un libro de túneles en México que me parece que es el mejor libro que tenemos. Este libro vale totalmente la pena. Vienen fotos muy buenas y la impresión es excelente. Se los recomiendo demasiado. Muchísimo. Por favor, léanlo, consíganlo. Vale mucho la pena. En esta página ustedes podrán consultar información relevante a la asociación. En esta página, perdón. ¿Qué será? ¿No compartir la presentación anterior? Oh, no. A ver, permítanme. Yo creo que eso me van a querer decir mis compañeras. Creo que me están diciendo que no compartí la presentación. Hi guys, did you listen and have I shared the presentation in English? I'm not pretty sure, maybe it was a mistake. Did you watch the presentation in English? ¿Vieron la presentación en inglés? Perdón. Qué pena, que no me di cuenta antes. Bueno. Perdón, bueno, vamos a ver la presentación en español. Rápido. Les comentaba que, ahora sí, qué pena que no puse compartir pantalla. Estas son las actividades que vamos a presentar, que es Amitos y el Geek. En la parte, creo que la estaban escuchando, vamos a mostrar la página. Ahora sí, perdón. Híjole, qué pena. ¿Cómo nos va a pasar eso? No importa. Esta es la página de la Asociación Mexicana de Túneles. Voy a ver nada más si se está presentando la pantalla. Parece que ahora sí está. Ahí está. La Asociación Mexicana de Ingeniería de Túneles. This is the web page of the Mexican Tunnel Association. This is what we want to show you. We want to invite you to visit the web page. This is, I'm sorry that I was not sharing my screen, my desktop. Esta es la página que queremos mostrar. Ahora sí, pueden consultar diferente información con respecto a los túneles que realizamos en México, y entre la información que ustedes pueden consultar está la tienda de libros, donde ustedes pueden buscar diferente bibliografía que se ha desarrollado por la Asociación Mexicana durante su historia. Uno de los libros que más recomiendo es el libro de Túneles en México, el cual contiene fotografías muy buenas, está muy bien redactado, incluso recibió un premio, me parece, del mejor libro de ingeniería en algún año en México. Entonces los invito a consultarlo. Y también queremos invitarlos a consultar la página del Grupo de Ingenieros Jóvenes. En esta página ustedes pueden observar información al respecto del Grupo de Ingenieros Jóvenes, pero también ustedes pueden consultar los eventos. Sobre los eventos, ustedes pueden observar que se han desarrollado en este 2022 diferentes cursos. Queremos agradecer a nuestros ponentes por su disposición y el tiempo que han dedicado a estar aquí con nosotros. Y entre los cursos que se desarrollaron, probablemente el más importante fue el curso de instrumentación geotécnica de túneles. En este curso participaron expertos de diferentes empresas y nos expusieron varios temas con respecto a este tema tan específico. Les agradecemos mucho su tiempo. Con respecto a la revista, es cierto, estaba platicando. Ustedes pueden consultar la revista, incluso pueden consultar versiones anteriores, números anteriores de la revista. En la revista existe una versión interactiva que viene con muchos videos, transiciones y fotografías que ustedes pueden consultar. Vienen información pues, al respecto de los túneles, principalmente en México, pero me pidieron que los invitara a participar con nosotros. Listo, es muy interactiva, se las muestro para que ustedes la puedan leer con calma después. Y queremos invitarlos a seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales, en Facebook, nos pueden seguir en Twitter y nos pueden seguir en LinkedIn, donde estaremos al pendiente por si quieren contactarse con nosotros. Los invitamos a contactarnos, queremos estar en contacto con diferentes asociaciones de todo el mundo y esperamos que se contacten con nosotros para participar juntos de algún evento. Están invitados a participar en la revista y también en los cursos, tanto como asistentes como presentadores, si ustedes tienen la intención de ser presentadores. Y queremos también invitarlos a tener todas las actividades en nuestras redes sociales. Por último, les presento la mesa directiva de 2021-2023 que está en funciones. Los compañeros y yo estaremos al pendiente si podemos ayudarlos de cualquier manera. Y por favor háganoslo saber. Muchas gracias y este fue el mensaje que queríamos transmitirles el día de hoy. No sé si tengo que transmitir en inglés de nuevo porque por el video. Voy a preguntar. Hi guys, I'm sorry. Goodbye, Ernest. I'm sorry that we were not sharing the screen. Do you want that I give the message in English once again? If anyone want to hear about it or to be in touch with us, we can also give you the links to read the content of our webpage. Actually, you can. The only thing that I was presenting you is the web page of the Mexican Tunnel Association, and I was inviting you to be here with us, to stay here with us, to be with us to participate, to be here with the activities and to hear about the activities. You can read. Even I was forgetting that show you. We had a photo section where you can find different several photographies that are in a really good quality, and you can watch it. Those are a lot of buildings that a lot of works that have been carried out in Mexico. Here in Mexico, for example, this is a tunnel boring machine that was used on the Suez Tunnel, and you can watch the photographs. they have copyright. It has copyright, I guess, because it has an information there on the left, but you can, I think you can contact the Tunnel Association if you want to use an image, for example, for a presentation with the teaching objective, with an education objective. And this is it. We are here in the GIJ section, the Young Members Group. You can read the webpage, and the only thing that I was saying is that you can here be informed about the activities that we have done and the next the activities that are coming soon, and that is it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for not share my screen, but not sharing my screen. But I am here if you have any question, and if you want to ask us something. También en español. Eso fue el mensaje que teníamos que presentar. Le estoy aquí si tienen alguna otra duda o si tienen alguna pregunta. También estamos aquí a sus órdenes. Quisimos presentar este tema en español y en inglés porque consideramos que, bueno, nos toca, nosotros hablamos español de forma nativa, pero consideramos que además de que el inglés es el idioma a comunicarnos mundialmente, debemos ser como el puente entre Norte y el resto de América para poder comunicarnos. That I was saying that we wanted to present this information in English but also in Spanish because we want to stay in touch with you guys, and we know that English is the language that we used to speak with everyone all around the world, but we think that as a country we need to be the bridge to communicate to help the communication between the North and Central and South America. Yes, we wanted to be here with you. That is it, and happy World Tunneling Day 2022. Thank you.